We did him dirty with the zoom.
Chat, hello, how are you doing?
He looks
broadcast a little loud.
It's easy to contrast this to last year during kickoff when Sentinels was
Hello,
that
everyone.
team who played every single round, where Kaplan was the guy despondent, head in hands every time because of how exhausting the gauntlet they had to run.
Are we blessed with a icebox-less game?
Curious.
Maybe.
Now,
It's minus fracture, minus
everyone wants to know who is
icebox
going
or
to win.
Lotus,
The
right? I
predictions are gonna be,
think.
well, we'll start with the talent predictions. The broadcast
I would
team,
imagine they lean more into the
because
Lotus
we
band than they
okay,
do.
I actually
But yeah, we
did
split
not
halfway.
expect- So Brendan Sideshow, clearly, you know, I just don't trust them, so I'm just gonna ignore that.
Lotus probably. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Dude, if Sentinels somehow come out here with a fracture, then fair play, man. Like, if they've actually been saving a fracture, then I don't know, they got a time machine or something. But I imagine they just ban it.
Well, there you go. Okay, so look at that. As a representative of Plat Chat, Wyatt, why are you wrong? I'm kidding.
I think they will play Valorant, hopefully.
I'm honestly surprised that Sen, now it is only a pool of 7 people, but I'm surprised that Sen they had the minority of prediction to win in this situation. I think that this is the best that we've seen them, and this is the most beatable.
There's a
that
small world
G2
where they
have looked.
ban splits.
Honestly, the thing that pushed me over the line
Yeah,
was
really
thinking back
small,
to
though.
2024 when they had to do these kind of runs every time, right? Where they were
Track by
going
track
down
is
to the
rolling,
levels where
dude.
the pressure was
Track by
on,
track,
where that
we got some
experience
crazy
of
speed right
had to
now.
pull through. And I really trust this team
Got some
to
crazy speed.
still have that
You
last
want
bit of
DRX
energy in
and
them
Paper
to win
X?
this
I
one
mean,
out. But I think it's going to be damn close.
it's
and
not
on
happening.
paper,
It should be a
Sentinels,
banger game, though.
with time off, with a prep gap, should be the favorite today, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah, well, look, guys, we're not the only ones that were throwing out
Nitswa,
some
thank you so much,
predictions
bro.
out
Thank
there.
you,
Our
Nitswa.
teams
I
are
appreciate
moments
that.
away from taking the stage. So
Chemi
let's
Yuki
get
as
some
well.
last-minute predictions
Snuck
from our
in,
streamers.
snuck
Check it
in
out.
3 gifted before it started. Thank you so much,
Hey
Chemi
guys,
Yuki, as well.
so my
Appreciate
hot
that.
take for the final,
Thank you,
of
thank
course,
you.
is that Sentinels going back home with the trophy. They're gonna
Sentinels
win
winning
this
for
season.
Sassy?
Let's wait.
Dude, they asked me to do this and I woke up too late.
For them.
So my prediction is G2 winning. I think it's gonna be a 3-1, 3-2. Jorjimu and Trent just
Sachi.
destroy every single one of Sentinels. Let's go.
Alright everyone, so my pick for the winner of VCT America Stage 1 is gonna be Sentinel because the way they perform in the playoff is so strong, so let's go Sentinel.
Hey guys, good evening here from Brazil.
Yeah, I read the
the
description today. It's
My
funny.
prediction is going to be G2 3-1 over Sentinels. See ya.
Hello America and the world.
Forsaken.
I'm
Forsaken
DMB
looks a
here
little
for
different.
G2 versus Sentinels Grand Final. I'm gonna say that Sen City win it 3-1 and the game ends with a Zek and ace. Peace!
That was so YouTuber coded.
Yeah, that was crazy. YouTuber coded. He's not wrong.
Hey guys, I'm going to tell you about this today.
I'm with him. I'm taking 3-1 as well.
You know what, though? Something I did want to cover real fast before we jump into the stage. If G2 managed to pull out a win today, it would actually be a historic moment for VCT Americas because they would be the first back-to-back winners, Mimi. But alternatively, if Sentinels were to win, they also would be 2-time champions
Back-to-back
of
winners.
Americas.
Would they also not cement themselves in champs, probably with the points?
Teams making it back to finals. We've had different squads come up and down, but G2 has been a
Veggie Hot Dog,
consistent
thank you so much for the
force.
15
This is
months,
their
dude.
fourth
Appreciate that
final
as
in a
well.
row
Thank you so
they're in,
much.
And their chance for a second trophy. Prove that they're done with that second place nonsense.
Oh yeah, and remember the off-season buzz, right? When
Wait,
this
can you look at the
team
points? The
made
best place
this
is
decision to
Liquipedia.
Pick up Jogmo, right? This team was supposed to be a dynasty. This team was built
They've normally got the best way of
absolutely
keeping track of
everything.
it.
This stage 1 has been tough, right? It's been a lot of close games. 300 rounds they
would have
played
19
in just
points.
playoffs alone.
They would have
But
19
winning
points? Is that
today
even
would still
possible?
cement them in
You
that
sure?
line
It
of
sounds
victory.
like a
That just
lot.
goes to show how competitive the region is, right? I mean, it's insane, like how absolutely stacked all these players are, Mimi, because
I mean, that's right. I think that
genuinely,
sounds
you're
way
seeing
too
these
many.
teams really take it to G2, even though they're really at the top of the pack.
Earlier in this stage, you heard Josh RT, G2's coach, talking about the fact that he wanted dominant
Five for
wins,
winning, they
prove
would
that
have
they're
full team.
better
That
than the rest
sounds
of the competition in
way
Americas
more
by far.
accurate.
I think they failed to prove that, not by any lack of trying, but because teams like SEN, like MIBR, are damn close at this point.
All right, well, guys, this is it. You see
Wikipedia?
the
No, Wikipedia is good for that
countdown
stuff.
going down there,
There's
folks.
just so much
It's
information,
now
I just get lost
time,
sometimes.
Because the grand finals of VCT America Stage 1 is about to begin. Who is going to lift the trophy over its head? Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Sentinels? Let's do this. The VCT America Stage 1 grand final starts now.
guaranteed 14 points anyway after today, no matter what. I mean, that should be enough.
It's like fate nowadays. We are 100% defending our trophy from kickoff. I mean, we stole it from SEN the last time, and now they're coming back. They want it, you know, just to prove to themselves that like they are capable.
Super with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months, mate.
And we've come a long way by now, and we're a much better team.
Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that.
2 kills, 1 on each side. It's gonna be enough. 1 second will as they collect the 9.
They did a hydrate. Sorry, dude.
Going into this final, we're coming from the upper final. Yeah, roles are reversed, and I mean, I'm looking to get that split 1 trophy.
We've played them so many times, even in just this year. They always fight back.
Now he knows the drop is there.
They always fight back. You would hope so.
Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just gonna be it. Bang gets the kill.
They've improved a lot since Thailand, and I think that this is like the best they've looked this whole year.
I think the G2 is super strong just because they've had the same core between
Sliggy too.
for so long.
The other one's just out here sleeping.
Power for 2 of these members. Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent.
For our team, I mean, we want the trophy. We're all in the same boat that we just
Yeah, I
don't
can't
want
believe you
Sentinels
sassed
to
me, man.
have
It's
it,
crazy.
have it over us. But you know, we want to be known as the dynasty.
Sentinels is definitely
One of my thoughts on the Frost allegations.
Especially G2.
Right, at this point, just show me the proof, man.
So I think beating G2 is going to be a walk in the park.
At this point, just make the proof public. The Toasty9, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 4 months. Wait, same trophy as last time, right? I feel like this is a repeat. Honestly, I don't hate it. It's not the worst trophy. Maybe because my expectations of the EMEA 3D printed one.
Head coach, Kaplan!
Wait.
And now, let's bring out their opponents in this best-of-5 series. Give it up for G2's Jogamo! Trent!
Josh is just like, thank God I get to sleep after this one, man. Guy's averaged 3 hours every night past week.
The stage is set. We have our finalists, G2 Esports and Sentinels, the best of the Americas region, here to throw down one final time, and we're so ready for this one, Mimi.
Goose, thank you for that. Again, don't think we have that power, man.
But it was a test for this team.
His eyes are begging for rest. That's wild. You're probably not wrong though. Must be so tired.
Coming back to their lower bracket, need revenge to get the back-to-back.
That was a 3-2.
I mean, if they win this, they're gonna have like what, 6 weeks to sleep. It'll be alright.
And I feel that Sentinels,
Saying that, they're probably gonna change every map because they got Teo.
Integrating, narrate, bang into the roster. to a much greater extent than they were able to with that shorter time frame at the beginning of the year. In this playoff run, we have seen Sentinels at their absolute peak with this new iteration of their roster.
It's been so good from them, right? And it was doom and gloom at the start of the season.
Focus and
G2. Early on to Crew, people were like, this team has fallen off a cliff after what happened to them in Bangkok. But since then, it has been domination from Sentinels.
Yeah, and both teams really,
yeah,
you heard Leaf talk
Bacon,
about
I was
it
out
in
there
the
getting
video
8 hours.
before the walkouts, how he want to build a dynasty here for G2 Esports. But we know
4 weeks at most.
from their
Nope, 6 weeks if they come fast. You gotta remember you missed the Swiss stage.
Player, just like, some of the other big sports teams that are out there.
They absolutely have been. And it's a rivalry that has been going on for a long time. Different teams this time than when they took the Ascension stage, but John QT and VALORANT, another chance to compete for a trophy.
Wait, what's going on there?
Now as the players getting ready to go, pressure's on here. But if anything, these 10 players, as well as their two coaches, more than ready to meet the moment, considering that this
what did
is
they get rid of?
they have done time and time and time
the
again.
Fracture Lotus is my guess.
If he continues to perform at the level that he's been at in the past couple playoff matches, Sentinels are in some serious trouble. His Viper and Vice gameplay is the best that you will see right now.
Been absolutely on fire. We've got maps in.
It's not like it's bad for G2. Get rid of their worst map. One of their better maps.
Haven is Sentinel's best opportunity to get a clear-cut win. G2 have not been performing.
Isn't it better to get reps from Swiss? Some teams say that. I don't think so, personally. If you have an experienced team, I think it's better to just skip all the Swiss, not show anything, have new comps, have the extra 2 weeks to make sure you have good comps, good theory. Should be able to just win out from there alone, to be honest. Good theory every single map, first time you show it. Could show a new map every single time, you probably repeat one map twice, that's it, to go all the way through upper bracket run.
On both of those, it was great prep, it was new comps coming out, and we're
So
starting
I think people that say that it's better to like play the stage before instead of getting the buy are just like are only if they're inexperienced players, personally.
Always defense, and to me that speaks to G2's strength on the defensive side. They want to start on defense because they're way better playing the defensive angles. Sentinels want to force them onto the attack early when they have the choice. Everything is as expected here, but G2 do play pretty unique comp on this map with the Euro Astra.
Leafs Vice yesterday, he put on a masterclass performance, but it still wasn't enough for them. You have to favor Sen here on map 1.
All right, well, it's time to get this first pistol underway. Riot Games Arena, make some noise for the grand finals. And we're going to send it over to your cast. There's a couple straight shooters. It's Bren and Sideshow with the call.
It's crazy that they went from Haven permaban to Haven being one of their best maps. Yeah, it's impressive.
Of stage 1 domestically, of course, 2025. No better two teams, I would say, as well.
A very good sign for the team in general.
And honestly,
BB Drizzle with the prime. Thanks so much for the 4 months, bro. Appreciate that.
Consistently all year long, we've been treated to banger matchups.
And they've also alternated between which team looks like they're in domination mode and which team's really been trying to find their form and figure out what their feel of the team looks like. If you dial things back to when these two teams clashed at
Judith 9, thank you so much for the prime.
And you heard Zekken talking about it after Bangkok as well. Now it feels like these last few matches you've seen of G2 down in the lower bracket, they've been in survival mode rather than domination mode.
Alright, chat, let's get into this. Anything crazy? Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy for the pistols. G2 on defense, we've got Sentinels on attack.
Really common pistol for the defenders is
I should turn it up slightly, broadcast, right?
Hoping that you can get a flank retake on A.
Give me a
G2 not
little
going
quiet.
for it. Sen, ready, wary, using the drone, but not. Oh, did they catch Jorg? I think they must have.
He's going to reveal himself anyway as well. A couple of stray shots, posturing back and forth.
And in the meantime, Sentinels taking some short control, slowly contacting and faking B. This is designed to draw people away from that A connector. Over towards B and weaken the A side.
3-person contact short. Dude. Did they just do the most perfect pistol against what Sentinels were doing but still lose?
And immediately the pings are coming out in that
I mean, what
corner.
G2 are doing? I think so.
And Lee picks up 3. Swinging all the way through here. It's all onto the shoulders of Narrate.
They no joke worked out what pistol they were doing. Had a good ante for it, and only got 1 kill.
Taking our first round here in our grand finals.
You cannot make mistakes like that if
Yeah, you
you
gotta
want
hit
a
that
chance
stun.
of beating G2. That corner, utterly uncleared. I mean, that's one of
He's
the
too-
major
he's just
reasons
too
why you're
close.
even using the fault line in that position. A couple of steps further back for John QT, and Leaf is caught dead to rights in that situation. And yet he escapes with 3 kills. G2 giving a
Goose,
pistol.
thank you so much.
But they had many
G2
pistols, many
3-0?
force-buy wins.
Dude,
The
we don't
last
get a
time they played
3-0.
against Sentinels in that upper bracket semi-final. Didn't help them.
We at least get
Sentinels
4
came
maps.
ready to play that evolution that they've been having over the course of 2025. Looking like they're in top form.
Why would Sentinels ban Fractured G2's weakest map, mate? It's like their permaban these days.
One of the first teams
They
to win a
literally don't
back-to-back
have
domestic
anything on it.
trophy. Here in Americas, this is an overload as well. Body's going to be colliding, clashing here into the front section of B. It's going to be met with an appropriate response. So G2 happy to slap it back down. Spikes in their laps.
Lose the pistol to avoid the stingers. Oh, nice shot.
The spike is just completely safe here on the site. John left to do it all. He found a weird timing, but he's going to have to get through 3 players with much better weaponry. And at this point, he's going for the slow, long wrap
Big Bad Beard, thank you so much for the 13 months, mate. Appreciate the support,
out
dude.
of the hands of G2.
Yeah.
And you saw there that they moved the setup pretty considerably. That Vice Wall went over towards B, anticipating some kind of B pop on an eco.
G2 likes this veto? Oh no, they're super happy with this veto.
The double dive. Did it get scrappy? Yeah, a little bit. I was confused why Jonah P had utility in his hands when he knew that Bang had gone into the site. And watch out for this in future rifle rounds, because the Neon plus Omen combo, it can get past the Vice Wall. Normally we think about Neon being pretty hard countered by Vice, but if Bang is willing to get in there and get aggressive and play as well as he was last time they played against G2, there could be some chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. It turns into an isolated player, just into that 1-2 punch, I think.
Yeah, the bonus is very nice.
Bang looking to
Especially with this team with Stingers. That's Big Byron.
See if he pulls out more of them.
Dude, what is this from G2? Salvos deep with the smoke, make it look like they're going over towards middle. Try and make them draw him back middle, maybe.
Finally with some weapons in their hands. Slow going.
They've mixed up the defensive setup again. So pistol round, they had a 1-2 trap play, kind of set up in garage G2. Now they've moved that Vice Wall over to C. And Leaf just has to control the whole of this part of the map.
There's no one going to be waiting to absorb perceived aggression at least. Zekken is going to make it feel like this could be just an all-in. Of course, this is again a feign.
Did the 4-pass punish over towards a instant reaction 3-pass and push behind.
Zekken has already wrapped his way around. That was a pincer maneuver. If Leaf didn't go down in that spot.
Yeah, dude, it's like a slow vision strikers C-spot.
Drop. That pathing. Seen a lot of the Pacific teams actually running that where you
Yeah.
send your duelist in through B and they've left an insert of Zelda.
In 2020, we used to
Can play as the backstab.
old school.
G2 would have to hit some outrageous shots to win this round.
Zekken's already going to be drawing blood there towards CT. Zelsis, that backup policy, striking from behind.
Yeah, very nice on this one. That is insanely clean.
For Sentinels, denying G2 any chances of that strong beginning.
Augusto, thank you so much. What do you think about Toronto being played on the Teo nerf match? Might be chaotic. Oh, it's going to be insanely fun to watch, man. It's going to be so fun to watch. I think certain regions get absolutely wrecked from it, but as a viewer, I'm not part of an EMEA team anymore. I can care less. To be honest, I feel bad for the teams that are there, but as a viewer, it's going to be really, really fun. But if I was in an EMEA team, I would be kicking off, to be honest.
If any map has showcased their growth, it's this one.
Again, that same emphasis being placed in through garage. Bullets raining down. Leaf has got to dodge and weave. He's alive for now.
And Leaf is just kind of guessing where he should be putting the wall. You know, should it go over towards C? Should it go over towards B? Maybe even to supplement things in garage for information.
Aren't you on Liquid? Yeah, I'm on Liquid, but as a content creator, man, doesn't affect me. Means it doesn't add to my workload.
It's an off angle.
It just makes it more exciting.
Going to be putting a bit of pressure now applied over towards Zelsis. You might see that.
Like, I feel bad for the coaches, but
Leaf Very forward angle. Yuto's going to be skipping right past him along with the players and the bodies. Might just be dropping and toppling. Valin is caught in a corner, stunned up. Oh my god! Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep.
Another little sidestep with the sun here. Damn, dude. You can at least tell that Sapphire's back. Maybe it was good observing on this one. Jonah P did incredible as well. That little sidestep with the stun was insane.
And Valin will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing spot.
Did he stun himself?
He did.
Yeah,
he
did.
himself. He thought that the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels. Chose to try to make sure everybody was stunned there rather than let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valin's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stacking garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valin's been talking about recently, focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player. What matters it if he's stunned, if he makes the right call?
The round goes the way of G2 here. Again, a bit of an exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zeltis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A long. That reclaim
Dude, this is
went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out
pretty
through
big
a
round.
lobby last time. So Zelsis might be feeling a bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays
Could be an
boxed
incredible start of
inside.
G2 win this one. They're every time they're fighting garage heavy, they're fighting A pretty heavy.
But effectively two important players for Sen. Zavos and the stun as well.
A great shot.
Placement though. Zekken. Jorgamo getting one as well for his troubles, and he backs himself
Good
out
instant
of there
push
on
over
top of it.
towards C. Valen's going to do a lot here.
Attention away here. G2 are quite scattered in terms of the defensive setup. And Valen,
Ooh.
luckily with the Thorns by his side as well. Those are going to be detonated by Leaf, so it has slowed down the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play.
I'm sure that would have worked anyway. They had no smoke for garage.
Mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a steel guard and expecting an instant response, but Sen has slowed themselves.
And here's Jorgamo with this late round repush. They're so confident right now,
Yeah, they
G2.
get a good amount of info. Dude, everyone's pushing everything. Push over towards A, push over towards middle as well. Leaf's going to be able to delay a little bit. You got Astro might push through the smoke on his contact.
Limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valen
got
two. Still Leaf back against the wall. He's got to know roughly the position of Zekken. Isolated into the 1v1, all for the A's. Dodging, sliding off to the side. Oh, to split
It's all, man. That is insane impact from that round, though. Shout out to Zekken, dude. He's been unreal.
Has been a force of nature sweeping through this bracket recently. And they needed that. 5 kills. The fake over towards A long where he collects the first. Coming back in to make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A clutch, an ace. Spectacular individual performance.
Come on, baby, come on, come on, come on.
That individual decision making. Just excellency on display there for the iBuyPower ace.
Dive, thank you so much at the raid, man. I hope stream is good.
Slow down here for the open.
Thank you for that.
G2, weapons to work with. Zekken just posted
Yeah, like we said, it was a big impact round that forced them down to an eco. They get that Owler out.
A stun to try to re-clear from G2.
The back-to-back
They don't
ace.
have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either.
Well, not anymore.
Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense. And
no
Sen
chance.
feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Taking point is Jonah P, but well, Trent was supposed to be the backup. He was the first to fall in that spot. Zelsis, quick dismissal down towards short here. A lot of the danger of the round is going to be gone here for G2. So desperation is what's called for.
They're ready to get the plant as well. One away from ult.
Nice and pretty now.
They're in a great spot. Good ults, good money.
And the more this goes on,
Next round's gonna be
maybe the more
crazy.
that John will start to get a read on what G2 have been doing on this defense. I think the macro overall has still been going the way of G2. They've been mixing things up really nicely, but Zekken's ace has turned the tide of this map.
Dude, double armor rebuy, that's it.
Level at 3-3, and given John more time to be able to figure out what's going on. You see on this eco how patient they were. If they can bring that into rifle rounds as well, I think they'll have a lot of success. It's hard for them to necessarily figure it out, but from our point of view, we can see there's constant pushing from the defenders. And G2 themselves are going to be taking a tactical timeout here. Josh RT wanting to make an adjustment.
You can call for the adjustments themselves as well, but sitting
I'm
on
not
top
even
of
sure
the
it's an
scoreboard,
adjustment. I think it might literally just be about the round itself. There's so many ults here.
You know, the difference maker being that ace that he managed to earn, the momentum on the side of Sentinels here, and Zekken has been dominating. His last game versus MIBR, he's putting up unbelievable performances to turn rounds, almost single-handedly.
Did you see the 2G let go of PXS? Yeah, I do.
At the end of this
it's gonna be fun to watch that team. Spike is
a rabbit out the hat
really,
at
really
any
good.
moment when Sen require magic to be made. He's phenomenal. And I think for Sentinels, it's never been about really talent. We looked at this roster as arguably even an upgrade on last year's roster, pound for pound.
Which is crazy.
That is a mad take, and you know, maybe there's a lot of people out there that might disagree with it, but it was possible. But what was the actual difference? It was getting everyone on the same page. It was making sure that you integrated those new players of Bang and Array and got everybody aligned with a vision. And I think now that you see Sentinels in that
Okay,
kind
let's see what the
of form,
G2 plan was after the timeout.
well, now you just see the best out of the individuals too.
Yeah, Sentinels that's potentially more than the sum of their parts.
Now, what is the adjustment that Josh RT has called coming out of this? I'm looking at Valen deep in spawn. He's maybe anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play and getting ready to break it. But it doesn't look like
What's on the line?
running
Everything,
one of
man.
their set tactics off the rip.
2 extra champ points.
At some point, Valen's got to
2
try
extra
to actually
weeks.
pick up an
Top
area
8
for the map to
in
hold instead of just waiting
Toronto.
to spawn for the Omen ult.
Pretty much securing champs.
From Sentinels, making sure they can clear up the util. The war going down is a bit dire for G2.
Trophy.
They're missing some of that information across the map.
But they've got incredible retake ultimates, and they're going for the push down mid.
Yeah, this is reactionary. They need to know where Sentinels are lying in wait.
And good patience from Sen, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the rifle round. They've now denied that little info play that G2 were going for, and they can now start to go into their own execute. The idea here for John is to try to use as little
Straight up
utility
retake
and
on this one.
ultimates
I mean, they got
as possible.
really, really
Yes,
good
for free.
retake
They
ults.
would love
Like, I
that.
mean, I'm interested to see how
That
Sentinels
allows
want to
them
play
to
this
say,
after
so
plan.
ult breach ult for post plan.
G2
again
lose
going
garage
for the mid
control,
push.
insta
They
push
would not
behind.
be
They've been doing
denied.
this every single time.
Right behind them here.
I
Potential to
don't
catch a timing against
know
them, but
what
it's
they
an
want to
open
do.
sight.
Okay, it looks like they want to
Access here
push.
for Sentinels.
Astra ult goes
Seeing
in.
an attempt to flood back in, but the
Honestly,
players
they
aren't really in position to try
breach
and do
ult,
so.
take the
Rolling
space as they
Thunder
lose
expended
this.
on either side here. Does push back CT. G2 can't really make a go of things here with a Hunter's Fury on top of it. Might be the cherry on top here, but still G2 are going to be drawing that blood. Lee
Madness.
finds that opening, looking for a little bit more.
No
here.
way.
Armageddon is all being laid down on
Did
top.
he
Sen
block him in the Euro ult?
posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the raid. Has got so
Whoa! Damn, bro, shots. Oh god, they're all standing. They're all standing.
G2 play right now.
Wait, there was so much going on, chat. There was a Teo ult, and I think the Yoru blocked him from getting safety on the Teo ult. Don't know if we're gonna see it. Don't think we are. Celsius got blocked by it. Dude, this was nuts shots. Damn, it's crazy.
The quick aim reset is superb. That's why they added this guy in the off-season.
I mean, that was everything, right? Teo ult, Astra ult, Breach ult, Yoru ult. 4 ults. 4 ults for him to 1v3.
They set up in terms of macro, they've had a better idea of what's going on here.
Dude, all the big impact rounds, Sentinels winning at the moment.
Famously, you get shot, you die.
Exactly, the hero plays from Sentinels, that extra element.
Take flight.
And they do hit hard, these players, when they come online. Drifting towards the seaside, though, that's where Sentinels set their sights. And again, the weakened weaponry of G2 going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of the bodies out towards the back, though. Zekken not to be denied.
It's a great sound, man. Dude, this team when everyone's firing is just so nice.
Jorgamo earns himself that one, but Bang is so fast to respond.
He's so tight with Zekken, isn't he? Trying to develop that 1-2 synergy that you need. And he's inside the smoke, locking it down. Sentinels have been clean on the anti-ecos. They've forced out 2 of them with absurd rifle wins in aces and clutches. And now Trent, the last player alive, caught Bang to rights.
And even the little things there, I think, Josh, as well. Bang not overheating, even though it's a
G2
1v4
melting?
in that
Nah.
spot. Trent
I
still
think it's
respecting their opponent. He's
just
waiting
too
for the
close
garage
big
control.
buy rounds.
instilling that discipline at the
They
right times,
definitely
not getting
didn't
carried
get the
away.
maximum
Sentinels team
from
that they don't
their
wanna be denied
breach ult,
that
but
trophy
it was
a
kind of
second
down
time
to
this
the other
year.
breach ult, to be honest.
And when you're winning rounds like this, it sounds calm from Zelsis, doesn't it? I'm sure the adrenaline's flooding through them when they watch what Zekken and Narrate have been able to do, but here's another rifle round. Another opportunity, though, for G2's economy to be broken. That's how SEN are going to be looking at things. A feign at a quick garage take. The recon dart, I think, might have missed there.
There's so much emphasis on C at the
Zekken doesn't
moment.
seem confident in terms of stepping in and triggering the Vice Wall, which Leaf has now rotated. Hasn't usually been in garage, so that staying up is going to give them quite a bit of peace of mind. And all the time, G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C. It's allowed both initiators to be on A.
Oh, jiggle for the info. Valen and Trent potentially could have been really tested into that spot, but Sentinels are moving into a different spot and direction here, and it's a re-clear call with a stun in sight. There it is.
Nice.
The
Again,
reclays
it's
are
a very
really good from
proactive
G2.
defense.
They're constantly getting information.
Yeah.
Again, though, I come back to the same thing. It hasn't mattered in the late round because someone on SEN
Did
turns
they
up.
swing over towards garage?
All sorts of pressure.
My
Jorgamo taking a
goodness.
cheeky peek.
They had the running through middle and just swing over towards garage.
Now for them, and look,
Great kill.
Bang, cleaned up. It's all watched for.
And if there was going to be somebody who could step up,
Can't get
against
much better
SEN,
than this
I
from
think
G2 as well.
would
The
have
money's
been banging
super
this
low,
round.
so everyone's
He got
surviving
an
is good.
opportunity in on A. If he'd won that duel
Mother
against
Barge,
Valid,
you asked something
they would have been
earlier.
able to get a free
What
plant
was it? What
and a 3v4
would you rather 4-stack with,
Now,
5-stack with, one trick wise?
Things are looking
Agents?
almost impossible for Sentinels.
I don't know, man.
The clock's against
What,
them.
what
The
dominates
numbers are
ranked?
against them.
One
Surely
tricks,
it's around where G2 can
Sova,
stabilize.
Slow to a crawl here.
Sova, Cypher,
Being offered a shoulder or two,
maybe
but the round's already going to be lost.
maybe a
G2 know it.
Sage, maybe a Clove,
Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here.
something like that.
Slow burn of a round, but G2
The
really
Yoru
was
one trick.
picking apart Sen. Second, staying alive, not going to matter too much. The money is still honestly golden for Sen.
Depends how good the players are, I guess. I'm trying to think of like people that aren't that good, but can maybe do some cheesy stuff that will get kills.
G2 are re-clearing. The fact that you're constantly in retakes seeing people behind you, or you're in the post plant but you're seeing people retake on the flank. The fact that Zalsis got stun re-cleared in A short there, and you've caught them going for mid pushes in multiple rounds. I think you've got to get a read at this point, even with the limited information that the players have on stage, that G2 are getting really, really
Your
active
Elo
on defense
KO
side.
one trick? Ooh,
So you've got a
you
couple of
know
options.
KO has like
Try
the
to
worst rank stance.
Slam some fast executes.
If you
That's
actually have good
really tough
flashes
to
in
the
your
device.
duo queue, then sure it can be good, but most people should just be locking in Phoenix when they play KO. Although the right click's a lot better now, so maybe it's alright. Manager Mando with the Prime, thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate that.
A short, sewers. It's one of the spots, the little peaks through mid. Slower game plan. Would work wonders, but the question is, are G2 going to anticipate that level of it as well?
You know if Sunset is at Toronto? Not 100%. Pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it's Sunset and Teo enough. But we haven't had anything confirmed. But look at what players are saying in interviews. I'm pretty sure if you connect the dots, I think they're both there.
Alright, well, do you want to maybe see split then? Because that makes it much tougher for the Vice. Well, G2 have been put 2, sometimes 3 players in garage.
Yeah.
So the rotating door of defensive strategies actually makes it quite tough to come up with a game plan here for Sen if you wanted to go fast. That's why I'm suggesting a slower approach. Valen again is in spawn.
Tomcats, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it stun conditioning, at least to try and break some of this util out towards garage. The Thorns.
Okay, I wonder if there was a big
Detted early
talk
here,
about
outside the flash in
garage
second.
after the
Senses danger lurking
after
around
the
corner.
timeout. They've at least been
No
going
open
for
ultimate,
like
so Bang goes and
fast
reinforces
pressure over
Jorgmo's
towards
position
here
on C.
early.
And Sen are
They've
playing
never really defaulted
pretty
over
slow,
towards A.
default heavy round.
They just let him have it the whole
These
time.
pushes out. But they're not actually leaving somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
Trying to re-clear here. It's good that that one was broken as well. Has pulled presence though. Bodies starting to form up onto the site here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots it. Waiting for it, and this is a re-clear call for, but will the
That's
timing
rough.
be missed
Trent.
entirely? Zelsa's is the first one to catch that contact. There's stuns on stuns and util in their
Wait.
faces!
Wait, how's he gonna
Knocks
double?
himself to Flash. Not quite avoided, but the gate crash, okay, will lend you to safety. But
He's
Sentinels have
stunned
access
up.
to the site now.
Are they aware of this flank coming around from the flank, from behind? They should know that Leaf's been going for this regularly.
It's already rapid up towards A long here. Just a bit of distraction plays being called for these G2 players, though. Stopped in their tracks, and it's up to Leaf here from the side finally. Takes that time into strike here, but a lot to deal with now if you are Leaf. There's that 3-2
lovely coordination on this one.
Sentinels guides them to safety.
This is what's been fun to watch from Sentinels. You look at them in these situations and they come up with plans very fast. Very, very fast. Like this 1v2 here, just insta join together, double swing. Someone is always taking control.
Two more rounds to be played on this half of Haven. And Sentinels all grouped up for a fast pop A.
There's 5 of them. Feigning like it could be that slow take that they've been doing, at least with Zelsis' cage. Walking up alongside them here.
Trent's trying to get a jump spot, just saw John QT. Might realize this time that it's serious pressure coming in his direction. 3 players stacking, Jorg with a teleport. He could be here in no time at all.
Drawing for that information is going to be broken down.
Yeah, since the timeout, a lot of A hits. I mean, their table just stops everything. An incredible tail. That's a really bold play. Oh god. Damn, that was sick. And the flash. Oh my goodness, look at his play. That was so good. Why did Prius doubt him? He had such a good TP.
Salvos forwards, the rate. But the guns were finally back in action. Rifles in their hands. Sentinels not to be outdone.
That play from Bang was absolutely
play was so good.
Pressure.
And the Omen flash as well. Any other pistol.
Still, bodies are going to be toppling
He
regardless of that one.
absolutely owned this round.
Will he be given that opening? He's found the first. Stuns avoided. Shots rattled. He's got another rough position, but the timing taken there by John.
Dude, low buy.
You're
gonna have a bad force buy for your last round as well.
The play from Bang, it was superb.
That was awesome.
Even before that, Zekken goes in and gets caught by this ultimate, the Teo ult, and the rest of the team
God,
take
that
the
flash,
space,
man.
actually,
The flash
really
hit
nicely
both.
behind at first
The great flash
opportunity.
from John.
They don't get shaken. They play well within the chaos.
What was boys? Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
It was an excellent play. Bang has added so much needed
How much money for me to do the NA ops? Ooh. The thing is, I would do a big discount just to get Prius out of a job.
It's the final round of this first half. Difference between 5-7.
Send him back to CS.
Quite a lot in the grand scheme of things. G2 all grouped up. A lobby is theirs. Sen might be caught just unaware here.
The cam, though, could give extremely good information. If he taps it around now and sees 3 players, they can just react.
Backs, though, not really watching, not really anticipating. Flash forwards.
I mean, this double pushes everything. Didn't check the camera, has insane timing on this. They're going to get so wrecked. Not the best gun for it. And he didn't wait for his teammates as well, so maybe Jorgamo went too early with that.
What the hell happened there? Jorgamo.
I mean,
Someone taking a bullet to the
he was
brain.
the closest you can be to actually in the ult.
This entire time, Sen have been creeping forwards, crawling. And open access to the A side is what they've earned.
There's been a lot of hero plays from Sentinels to like help secure rounds. I'm not saying they needed them. Some rounds obviously like the narrate one, they needed them, but
they might suspect
they kind of need another one.
But do they think it's going to be the Neon?
The big play clears all of this as well with his teammate double swing over towards here. Has his ult if he wants it, so does John.
Sentinel still in a good spot, and that's a stun for a stun and an
Oh my goodness.
Oh
no. The coordination.
That's a bit of miscoordination, but the aftershock pushed forwards, a bit of spam might earn himself another one. Jonah P still alive for now.
Great swing with the flash. And another. Little double swing. How do we go here? One swings wide.
It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up entirely. John can't deny it.
It's close, man. It's a good attempt in the 3v4. Yeah, no, he's just got it. He's just got it.
That is so close. It's going to be on the wire. 0.06.
It's closer than I thought.
How much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zekken getting breach ulted by his own team, wasn't able to fight them properly over towards short. Madness in the final round.
The team ult, yeah, just a little bit of coordination off. It was unlucky. He had to rip the ult anyway, no matter what.
Crazy things happening there. The flank all the way through A lobby, undefended by the Cypher. The push is working again for G2. And the defuse.
I mean,
with
it's
60
insane.
milliseconds on the clock.
Bonkashi, thank you so much for the 36 months. Dude, 3 years, dude. Thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate all the support.
Two teams just taking chunks out of each other. There's plenty more left to be said as well on the other side of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
KO Pay as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that also, dude. Thank you for doing that.
I'll give you a sec.
G2, I mean, it's still a fine half for them. 5? It's obviously an insane half from Sentinels. That 1v3 from Narrate was a big difference maker. They pretty much got him 2 rounds. The easy transfer with the Prime. Thank you for the 26 months. Thank you for doing that. Is there a map that Teo isn't broken on? No, I mean, just look at the nerf that they did. Like, that's how you know just how insane the agent was. Like, it's one of, if not the biggest nerf we've ever seen in Valorant. Breeze? Dude, even on Breeze. Think about the afterplant. Next split will feel fresh. Oh, it's going to be awesome. It's so... You might see, like, micro metas in regions again, where, like, one team has sussed out a map of, like, double initiator, double duelist, or double sentinel, or double smokes or something. And then everyone just copies it.
Best of fives can be grueling.
It'll be pretty fun. Breezy, thanks so much for the Prime. Thank you for that.
Throughout. For Sentinels themselves as well, there's a lot on the line between these two teams. It's not just that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well that might be playing an effect in the long term. There is a lot on the line in terms of lifting this domestic
biggest
trophy.
nerf so far. Just wait for the next agent.
G2, the chance of a back-to-back.
Yeah, maybe.
And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
I was just thinking through, and I hadn't realized that Americas has never had a repeat winner of a domestic trophy. It feels like we have had huge Titan teams, and yet this would be history in either direction. G2 on the pistol, playing things slowly, expecting some kind of aggression from the defenders. Really common to do some kind of push off the barrier drop.
Just waiting for some kind of push.
Defense. But nobody from Sentinels overstepping themselves. This position from Zekken is really good, but you'd imagine it'll get cleared by the drone.
I don't think it did. He missed it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it. Broken in time.
Oh, no, he has. Look at the ping there.
Okay.
So ping in the corner. They did spot just for a moment Zekken's position.
Dude, look at this push. Can Second jump over the wall here and it doesn't activate? Okay, well, we'll never know. It's just insta-sending it.
Stand up to the test. It's going to be sent your way. Salva's in for the back.
Dude, Zekken is here so fast.
That is risky, but G2 looking to fill this one up again, and Zekken is there.
He went for the spam because of the recon.
Around and trying to put that pincer into motion.
Dude, I think if he committed...
Revealed the hand entirely, and G2 are calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space and taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red, but Zekken's still alive.
That's so doable.
Chance. The pistol round win. He's already caught that timing here, but double down found the one. Not quite the second.
Dude, why is Trent just adding to his clutch stats every single time?
And everything in the world.
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinel's map pick. I'm wondering whether Zekken gave away his position slightly with the stun that he threw rather than trying to get a pick with the pistol,
he was spamming.
I can't really doubt what
he was spamming because a recon hit, and then I think the person he was shooting went right behind the wall.
Both of these players have been phenomenal this year.
2-0 on the pistols.
G2 are looking like
they're loud. I mean,
going to tie things up.
I guess 3 deaths, 1 death.
Sen are not the kind of team to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense, really.
Yeah.
Teams only liking to do it when they...
He got messed up by Bang's long smoke. I mean, Bang's long smoke would have really sold it for him if he carried on going. It was just like the temptation of the recon hitting.
Knowing that your opponents are not going to force
I think he was like here.
This kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol. And so the rest of G2 are going to try to be super cautious not to run into the stack, and Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see
Squid, hello mate. Good. How you done?
Might see Leaf solo kind of work through Garage, especially after Vice flashing it there and realizing that nobody's home.
G2 prodding. They were hoping that Sentinels would go for a bit more of a risky, proactive play on their defense when they're on the eco themselves, and you're finally seeing it. Signs of life. That's what G2 were hoping for, and well, quick wraparound. I think the rumble of the footsteps might have given it away.
Yeah, the human drone with the
Leaf.
ghost. Very,
Possibly
very
heard
nice.
something. John has the wrong read on where G2 are going to be ending here. So looks like one of those rounds where Sen will end up just having to die to the spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on actually, way before the spike has been committed. So they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it, just backs himself out of there, doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason.
The salvo separated them. Everyone's swinging on top. Astra ult's pretty close. Trent's ult's pretty close.
Combination, bang. Gonna try and do a lot from this spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off over towards him. Still, that smoke is dissipating, and no one was really ready for the swing. Still the reload. Punished by it.
I mean, they lost double stinger ghost. It's not the end of the world.
Now we get to see a bonus. We get to see Sentinels playing defense. A little bit of pressure on. After how well they played in the first half, scores dead even. Valen's the closest to ult. He's one away, actually, from being able to get a Cosmic Divide up.
Nice.
That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas and set ult rounds based off that Astra. It's pretty uncommon to be running it on this map. Almost everybody favoring the Omen.
Early beginning here. Oh my, just spotted it. Nothing to really obfuscate the cross there. Does Valen even know the second is pushed all the way up here? Surely with the Thorns deaded. Support arriving. Valen is so fast up onto this line.
No way.
And he's just going to be meeting a fight straight up with John. Nothing to really support that peak. And the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are not willing to let that go unchecked. Second just unleashes.
It's a good little bait from him as well, even if second goes down here.
He's trying to regroup once.
Nice.
Up onto that. The Ray watching it. Closing in now on all the possible angles that these G2 players could have crept
Lovely
into.
reply. Let's get this in the replay.
It was looking a bit disastrous to begin, but overall, Sentinels do manage.
Zekken and Array hitting great shots. 20 kills for Zekken here across 15 rounds.
Cope Pod with the Prime. Thanks so much for the 2 months.
Unbelievable.
Dude, the ADS is
Trent
that.
and Leaf there. And Narrate does a good job of covering his back and shuts down Valen.
I'm balling, boys, I'm balling.
Second has the most aces in
Tough to
stage
lose
1.
when you have a player in this kind of form.
Dude, it must be.
The lead only one.
It's an expenditure to util here. Sentinels winning out. Battle line's going to be redrawn, so they have A lobby control.
Okay, once they realize they're re-clearing over towards A, I guess they have a good read in terms of numbers. Means that Cypher's playing a retake setup over towards C, all goes up so they can't fast floods.
The trips don't even matter at this point.
Yeah, and it does mean that they can't even get anything off the trip, so they can go a little bit faster. Pretty nice. They spot the trip over towards C long as well. Wait, I'm broken it. Okay. And when they flood in, you got Trent with his ult, so I wonder if Zekken can stop. Oh.
Presence in towards Garage. Armageddon is trying to push it forwards. Bang! Barely getting the hell out of there still.
Nice shot from Salzburg.
So does Jorgamo with his head just clean off. Valen again wrapping rounds and away here. Watch for, not quite John. Just slacking in terms of that crosshair placement, and now to game it his timing once more. That's going to be a pull. Forced out of them just from the tap there.
Good
bang.
luck, bang. Ah, dude, it's non-stop, isn't it?
Half, not quite, but the salvo is pushing them back in their way.
It's a great stun.
Great util from T2. Discipline on show. Top form on top of it. Now Bang's getting kills, but honestly,
just a nice round to watch, to be honest. Even though it's like not the nicest to watch, it's pretty much just like some of the best Valorant you can play there. They get a good read once they go aggro over towards A. You got Astra ult, so they can't get too much off of the Cypher stuff. They speed up Teo ult to make sure that they force them over towards spawn, to fast flood over towards spawn. Hold over towards garage control after, take the space with the Teo ult. Astra suck Teo damage in the after plant. Like it's an incredible round from G2.
And Trent in the end gets the credit for the Red Bull clutch, but I don't think that was very likely to go the way of Sen after those 2 kills happened.
Too much stall here. Fast timing taken by Zekken though. Benefited the Neon.
And this is a great way of being able to get past the Tejo. The Tejo is going to be doing that kind of short salvo for control.
Let's talk about this. Big round. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, normally in the first half, Sentinels are winning all these big swing runs.
Second smoked off. There's a timing that could be taken as well if they wrap themselves around G2 through a
Any ults to make a difference? Narrate one away from his ult.
It's been filled up by Narrate.
Pretty much about it. Obviously, Zeken's got his.
This time, Leaf putting the wall for A, indicating maybe that they're going to be trying to end on the A side of the map. That's where they've inserted Jorgamo early on. A little bit of garage pressure, see if you can break things. But Jorg goes and reconnects.
They're smoking a lobby to create pressure. They want to keep numbers there.
Camera going to be broken. Stun maybe not.
Wait, are you talking about the defense smoke maybe?
Garage, nevertheless. Now with the stars down and starting to spell it out. Nice and pretty here towards Zelsis. Playing around,
Dude,
weaving
again,
in and out of the
we're
cages,
just
and he's got that timing.
C-spamming. I like this
Bullet
from
to the side of the
Zelsis.
head.
Had enough
Reset
the
of
retake
Valorant.
game.
Bang all the way up through into the back now. There could be a timing to be taken. Zelsis still hanging on to a bit of that backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2 though, they were lying in wait and they pounce on the timing. A chance to strike. It's a sight that's going to be theirs now.
Some of the comms can come
Zekken
in with the
and
damage
John QT
done, and I think Zekken sends his ult and we all in it.
The outlaw
Or not anymore.
G2. Swift dismissal, and what
Nice
a shot by Lee.
Okay, that's one of the big swing runs actually going the way of G2 here. And this attack half is looking real good.
Trent also with a super important 2K. Both teams had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do.
Leaf's been unbelievable in playoffs.
Setup to be able to pick off Valen, knowing that
It's a shame. I like this change up from Zelsis to go super aggro.
But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of sight, and they just hold, wait for the util, and then pounce, spring the trap. And the whole of back sight gets destroyed. At this point, round 16 and round 17 have started to tell a story. And the story is that G2 want to be running C-splits, they want to be trying to get onto Zelsis. They think that that's a weakness in the Sentinels' defense. What does Kaplan call here to try to shore that up? And is it all just part of a larger strategy to weaken a different area of the map? After a tactical timeout like this, often the attacking team will go in a totally different direction or a different tempo just to try to mess with what the defending team has adjusted.
They're the mind games that come out.
But this is why you tend to take these timeouts right before an eco. So Sen are coming in with bad weaponry. So Kaplan's game plan is not
So
actually
we get a close game here? Oh, we should, man. Every game G2's in just
The crowd has turned up here today.
delivers and it's
Both
close.
Sentinels and G2.
I think important to note as well, in the last couple of rounds that G2 have won, Zekken was shut down. He went for the flank on C.
Wait, did
Trent
he just
owned it.
ping
He was
out,
the last one in to try to
pings
win
out
a
the
1-1-3, I
tree?
think it was,
Did they're
and
aware
Leaf
of the, it's a good research, they're aware of the fast ults that they do on defense. So this is G2, knowing that they're up against a Sova ult, they've done research, their fast strats are either recon at the back here, they do just the normal one, and then recon here with the smoke push down, and then they do this one as well. So G2 just respecting them just purely because they're on eco, and they definitely might want to push with the Sova ult committed. Good research done. As soon as he starts pinging out the tree, he's pinging out where it lands. Wait, chat, who pinged out the tree? Who was actually watching it, who it was? Those kind of players are worth so much.
Broken early.
Like the players that remember all the anti.
Pretty scared that somebody's in a corner,
They're
but
the
you don't know
guys.
which one.
They're the guys you want on your team. There's Jorgamo. Yeah, let's go.
Clears it out, spots the one, but only the one here. Zekken, and a lot of pressure. Trent anticipating that one. A re-swing attempt here with a stun. Aftershock. Cleared away out towards garage. This is G2 that have found that opening.
I had retake with these guns.
To try to get onto the flank.
It's
Valen,
impossible.
He's aware of it, holding this.
And still, it is better guns into the hands
the
of these G2 players. Past
Oh.
it.
The timing.
Valen just catches it. Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly. No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels
GN, thank you so much for the bits.
And dropping. Flawless here from G2. 2-round lead.
Wait, you like the
This is
EG
round
jerseys?
19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things.
Damn,
for
dude.
Sentinels. I think it's really important that they
Honestly, I
put Zekken in a
respect that.
position where
Everyone's
he can win the
different.
round for them. He's been the player.
You love them?
Bang and Narrate have
Wait,
also
is it enough to buy it,
coming
or?
up with some decent moments. Bang in
Singers, they're
particular.
trying to be like us. They not like us. You know what I mean?
So where is
I don't know about that. Okay, you like it, but you don't want to commit on
it.
Okay.
Sen don't look like they've adjusted too much. Second blinds up though.
You're like a little bit crazy, but not too crazy. I can get on board with that.
Just missing onto the angle. Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent.
Maybe tank a bullet to the momentum slowed down, or if it didn't go fast.
They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the player that's got 21 kills. And G2 have got big ults to be able to work with. It's going to be tough now for Sentinels to even cover the whole of the map.
Giving up all of A, instead looking for that re-exploration in through
It's a really good trade back from Zels. This camera will get them good info, so too.
So G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover that.
Inserting a bit of slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push.
Oh boy, here we go.
So there should be a gap.
No.
Timing again! It's Valorant who wins this one out.
The device flash came up again as well.
Just not quite checking an angle.
The 20-second cooldown.
Yeah. All left down to John QT, who's having a bit of a nightmare over here. Watching the defense half slip away from him.
Yeah, this is a really dominant attack side.
Death from 1,000 cuts here for John.
Don't need the one buy round, right?
They have no money really to rebind to the next.
He hasn't even used any utility this round. I mean, maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, Sen pushing up aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1. Trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1. And you think about all of the success that G2 had.
The corner, yeah, the back-to-back corner. It's pretty gutting.
Bang tries to go for it there at Garage.
Frauv_Valve. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 5 months, mate.
Weird,
messy,
messy way that was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his Omen teleport. Some slightly unlucky situations, but
what's the forward on the push here?
Maybe
Maybe they've been drilled into them that they need to get info. The thing is, what's been happening a lot as well is you got to think about the comp, right? Especially with the Astra Teo alive. A lot of the times the retakes are very hard. You got like one person to fight on site, and then you got two who in the after plant. So you got to go a little bit fast, but you still got to be scared of them playing on site. Then you got to tap that spike early. So maybe they had a little conversation that they don't want him actually like take the site instead of playing the whole retake game. He's trying to push to get info.
Running away with his
there's going to be a reason why he's doing it. It's probably most likely down to the comp. And the fact that they've just been trying to retake the whole time, getting wrecked by the salvos suck.
But instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push.
It's rough that it just does 2 corners in a row though.
Zone's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a Garage take.
Yeah, and G2 have been waiting for this the whole time.
They had a stun as well, so
yeah, G2 have always been waiting for this. This is very, very nice.
To help the Hunter's
and they're prepped, dude.
G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when really could have used it for Sentinels.
You're still going into double trips though. So Sen have a great chance at defending.
And the Raiders hard committed here. The stun's going to be missing him. Just gliding straight past with a blind and a flash. Okay, there's a trip to try and play off. Jonah P. Right over towards the top and through the wall.
Bro, incredible.
Dodging, weaving, ducking away.
Damn, incredible.
And dominating despite the
oh my god, he hit him with the recon.
Trent.
It's on his leg.
Still that side is going to be opened up. Over towards G2 now in that 2v3. Damage barely done, and Trent survives for now. Plant down, Jorgamo, he knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out. John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot.
Well, 6 HP.
Sentinels
might be tanking your clutch stats with this one.
Fantastic connection.
Dude, Narrate, man.
Here by Sen.
And it's the one round where they change their defensive setup that makes all the difference.
Yeah, but dude, he had to solo play it with a Cypher trip. Did incredible. The third kill is way too much.
With the help of Zels' utility that he took away from C, and Narrate delivers a sick 3K, anchoring in this spot. It's always going to be a good position to play from as it's over.
That crouch saved him.
Especially with that meta smoke that Bang is throwing in on the site for him to play around. Sen need to be varied. They need to show a different look again here.
Marsh. Let's go. One round at a
The gap is 2, and Sen, they try something different again. Zelsis this time with Bang.
Yeah, it's the push down. This was the recon they were pinging out earlier.
They've left the entirety of B open.
Okay, but they know, they probably know just from this where everyone is. Because they were pinging out for it earlier, so yeah. Instant reactions push over towards site. 2 on site with double kill trip though. Yeah, dude, they just know where they are. Dude, this prep is impressive.
Everything is being used by G2 to secure this round.
Josh actually had no sleep, man.
A bunch of damage at the end there, half HP. John has ult, but they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to get crashed back and away here, but he has to shot. Caught into the
Yeah, it's
corner.
looking like the breach damage. Sorry, the breach damage that has no corners. Yeah, it's hard to. This is doable. This is doable. The problem is he's up against the Astrosuck again,
but now left to step up. Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valin and
Right?
Jorg. It could be done, but attack.
Must have been
It's
cooldown.
ice cold by G2. Not a peek, not a glimpse. And now with time played,
Yeah,
they
nice
win it
hand
out
from Valin.
entirely. The 12th round earns up here for
Yeah,
G2.
the narrow corridor with the neon can't really get that
G2
wide swing that you want.
very difficult
It's a
round
lot easier
there.
to hit. Good prep again from G2.
Valin's kills are
They know,
so important.
like you just
When you
see
expect the cycle
Jorgamo
to be on the
scan,
site,
and then Jorgamo just spam through the smoke, and then you just see them ready for this guy over towards short.
Valin, he gets him. Up to 20 kills.
It's been
And
an
he's
insane
caught Bang's
attack.
timing so often as well. Towards the end here, he's calling a great attack half, and he's delivering individually.
Rip and tear.
Just one round of stab between them though,
Oh
and
man, that was nice with the late stun as
What a
well.
punish. That's the
Yeah,
play the
get
second
punched for the
field for the
neon, trying to
majority
set
of
up
the
over
half.
towards
Going
one
back Sentinels
on
with a
A.
more defaulty setup. And Zekken, he had such a start to this map. He was on fire.
Dude, G2 tore apart Sentinel's defense with prep.
As G2 tried to secure the first of these map points.
G2 have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round. Celsius, risky business pushing up like this, but risks are to be taken. Your player down, head of the spear, chopped right off with Zekken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it. Footsteps onto the corner.
Valin just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it. John watching for it. Takes his eyes off it for a moment. But he's got the right idea. They are getting squeezed on the A site.
That's what I mean.
There is 2 here though.
Entirely almost here to G2, and it has to be heroic.
And the raid's still alive. It's like their only hope.
Stand up against it.
Tank to stun.
To the angle here, John rattling shots. Found a raid.
Oh, it's unlucky. 6 HP.
One left to do it all. It's Bang, and already.
Dude, what an attack this was. Absolute masterclass.
Domination in that second half here by G2.
They leveled up and found a different gear. Sentinels, they relied, I think, a little on that individual prowess to be able to get them through the first half with the lead, 7-5. That kind of cooled off a bit. And the macro from G2 ended up being the difference maker, especially with how well Valin and Trent were playing.
Yeah.
There were so many moments where Sentinels could have just found that glimmer of a hope, a push out on defense.
Yeah, even with like the hero,
G2 shut it down every
the
time.
hero plays on the impact rounds on attack.
Do not want to be denied a chance of making
I guess there was double
history in
pistol.
Americas
I guess double pistol helped them as well. Like give him each a pistol, maybe it's the closer one.
Heading into Toronto, but it's early days yet in a best of 5, of course. Lots more action left to come here.
Yeah, man,
Plenty
that's
of chances for
impressive.
Sentinels to bounce back.
Impressive though.
That's our first map here.
Yeah, the double
Grand
pistol,
final
yeah, you're not
wrapped
wrong.
up for
It was
now.
like hero
As I
plays
already
double
said,
pistol, kind of cancelled out like
chances
one
here
of the
for Sentinels
pistols
to see
again.
if they can answer back.
Grand final, map 1.
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Reginator!
Might be too overwhelming for the pool and a whiff. Coming as well, so he's ready with the crosshair.
What?
Sleeping on the angle, hold up.
taking a fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top, running them down.
All right, I'll be right back, chat. Usual stuff.
Gives you wings.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through. G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
All right, everyone. So with G2 picking up that win, up 1-0 in this series, we decided we're gonna have a little bit of fun right here, because you know when I come out here, it's usually carnage and chaos. So what we figured is we'll chuck some stuff into the crowd, but the good news is that we actually have a game here, because Riv, well, we got people holding some buckets. Where are they at?
We do. We have Gianna here for Sentinels, and just on the other side, we have Tyler holding for G2.
All right.
So we got the competition set.
And we got London and Edward here who's going to be throwing. So here's the thing. You want to get into the bucket, but here's the thing. If you don't, no big deal. All right, everyone, count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, throw!
All right, what do we got?
All right. Oh. Let's see. We got one. We got one in there for Sentinels.
Ooh.
Oh. We got 2 for Sentinels. Oh, but he's catching him. He's catching him. It seems like teamwork is working out over here, Riv, with G2.
Oh my God, bro! In and out. Is that Zekin up there? Good God, the aim.
Oh, that's a good toss. Good toss. Okay. Oh, that was off the rim.
It's like it's an effort. What do we got in here? There's so many.
How we looking on Sen? How many we got here? We done? Are we done? Oh, how many got, Riv?
4 in there, but G2 did take the first map.
Oh, so 4, and how many was over there?
5.
5.
So
Sentinels wins. Oh, could it be a sign of things to come? We'll find out. But for now, let's send it over to the desk to break down what we saw in match 1. Guys, give it up for our throwers and our catchers. Let's go.
We'll have to see how much of an omen it was, because we started off this series looking like it was going to be domination for Sentinels. But the second half, G2 only dropped 2 rounds to take the first one of this series. Wyatt, when we looked ahead at this one, you said this is a must-win map for Sen, and already they're down 0-1.
I think of the 5 maps in the pool, this is the one where I definitely give them the favor going in. and I think it was a must-win. We're going to Split next, where G2 had a dominant win over them prior. Things are looking tough to start for Sen.
Yeah, and especially the fact that G2 get their huge win, only dropping 2 rounds on their attacking side, that's usually weak for them.
And this was a game defined by big moments. The first half, it was all about Zekin and Narrate, but Trent, he's one of the contenders for best player in Americas right now. He was huge in that second half.
Trent is playing the best Valorant of his career right now. He has been absolutely on fire, and so consistently too. We're talking multi-frags all over the place, him taking aggressive lines consistently too, because Jogamo had a rough start to this game. It was Trent that was doing all the heavy lifting for G2.
He did. Sen were pulling off some heroics before Trent really heated up, and I think that it's honestly bad for Sen that they were relying on heroics to even stay in this game, because their success had come from a lot of regimented team play. That wasn't the case, and as things were falling apart, Trent was really exploiting those mistakes, finding so many crucial kills.
Yeah, he'd step up in the mid-rounds once some players had been taken off from both sides to find the windows to get back into the round. And again, if it comes to a post-plant, Trent is winning them 9 times out of 10.
So G2, they take the first map of this series. This was a Sentinels who came in with a double ban advantage. And the next map we're heading to is Split. When you look at this series, Wyatt, I think this is going to be the most clear G2 advantage map. They've been excellent on Split.
My hope for Sen coming into this today is that I do think they leveled up against MIBR yesterday. I was a lot more impressed with their defense there than I was when we saw them against G2 the day prior. That being said, totally different beasts, those two teams.
But G2 was excellent in that game. They ran over Sentinels when they played this map. I think in particular, that attack side looked excellent, Chris.
Yeah, again, it was another 13-5 performance from G2, and G2's execs were really class. Again, the way this team had sort of pre-planned a lot of their ideas, and, you know, they play similar agents on most maps, right? The Breach, the Teho, the Yoru. Jogamo's entry pathing in particular around the supportive utility of those Breach stuns and missiles coming behind him makes it so hard to play defense against.
My hope for Sen to keep this game close, or maybe even steal away this map pick, is that against MIBR, they were so much more decisive, flooding into the sites and stuffing MIBR at the chokes when they were trying to get out. That being said, that's a team running a Jet versus a team running a Yoru that could get completely past any utility that would be coming in at the choke. I'm hoping that we're going to see a better Sen here today, but this could be G2 just going up with a clean 2-0 to start this series.
Sen start on defense again this map. What are you looking to see change for them to win it this time?
I want to see them getting in front of G2's attacks, right? If G2 set plays the things that really defining their attacking side on this map, you need to benefit the fact that you're playing with the Yoru, right? That has the get out of jail free. That means stepping up into B main. That means stepping up into A main, preempting those fights, and especially in mid rounds. Sentinels can't play passive, deep lines on their sites where they lack information. They need to take those calculated risks to figure out where the hit is going to be coming in and lean to that side of the map.
I want to see more from Jojimo as well. Had a pretty rough first map. He's generally excellent on the Yoru here, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they're winning Haven 13-9, Haven, which should have been the best map for Sen in this pool, with Jaw not even having to really get in the game.
He was bot fragging completely.
This is really worrying for Sen. They need to come to life here, but not individually. They had those moments of heroics. Narrate had that sick 3-piece. Zekin was white hot for most of that game.
His ace was gnarly.
It's about the team play here. It's about them as a unit.
We talked a lot about the leaders heading into this one, that Valen was really bigging up that he wanted to be a better leader than he was when he lost to Sentinels. It was clear that he showed that in their lower bracket run. And now I think this is where John has to dig deep. Sen has to go back to those hard conversations they had after the Bangkok loss and bounce back in this series.
Yeah, again, this is going to be the hardest map in the pool looking at it for Sentinels. So going into this after losing Haven, you're at a serious risk of falling down 0-2 in this finals already. Remember kickoff, that was a 5-game burner of a match, right? Going the absolute distance with Sen testing, but falling down 0-2 is so tough to come back from, even if you have maps coming up you've won on before.
This wouldn't be the first time, however, that we see when two teams play a back-to-back series that one of them dominates on the map so they feel comfortable, and that's the one that the other team focuses the most on, and then they win it the second time.
G2, they took away their opponent's best map in this series. Now we head to theirs. Their chance to go up 2-0 and a chance for back-to-back finals when we return.
play Fortnite in the off season. Man, not playing Fortnite. Or maybe play Valorant.
Let's get back into it then here. Map 2 is coming up here for Split, and as the desk has kind of been alluding to here, you know, not a do or die situation, but, excuse me, stuff in my throat, but it is an important one for Sen to try and take away here, considering the
You
last
get that
time
Ben
these two
James, dude. I'm
matched
not
up,
sure it works like that,
G2
mate.
really did just take it by storm.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot about the battle between these two IGLs, Valen versus
Need a
John Cutie,
break
and all
from
the
Valorant,
history
mate. I
that
played
they've
like
had.
10 hours
last
this year.
time on Split was a masterclass ante from
If
probably
anything,
the
need to play
coaches
more.
as well. I don't think you can give all the credit just to the IGLs. But I do really want to focus on what Ender left us with on the analyst desk. When you get rematches right after a game like that, it's the loser that goes away and looks at the VODs a lot more. So Sentinels will be looking at that VOD of how they lost on
much
Split,
have you watched,
how they
though?
got
Oh, I dread to
destroyed
think.
on Split, in fact. And I think there's some really obvious changes. I think Sentinels were playing too passively for
We might be
retake on
catching
their
up to
defense
CS
side.
hours.
They can swap
I've
that up
watched.
easily. And the analysts were talking about that, fighting them in
maybe
the
a
choke
couple
points.
more years.
And I think one of the other things that they weren't quite able to do too on this map was really just get into positions where they could handle G2's anticipation.
Del Taco, I haven't
the
heard of any
post-plant
of them, let
aggression.
alone played any
And
of
when
them.
Sentinels were getting aggressive in post-plant situations, whether that be on retake or
Hey, I'm
attack
Connor
side,
with the Prime.
G2
Thank you
were
for the
already
10
one
months.
step ahead. And the more that you fight them, the less you play for retake, the
I think
more you're going to
Sentinels
force
have odds in
utility
this
out of
match so
G2.
far. What
And
do you
that
mean
means
odds?
that they're going to have less tools to be able to deal with your post-plant aggression.
Yeah.
So I think it all kind of connects together. And so if you want to boil it down, Sen just need to fight a little bit more. Just don't play as passive on your defense. The retakes are normally immaculate from this team, but you can't play for them every round.
I'll see if those lessons are learned as well, and John QT can get a handle as well in terms of what Valen is calling in terms of that head-to-head. It's something that the desk was also talking about, I think, into the pre-show. Wyatt mentioning it, the history between John QT and Valen playing against each other in Ascension, M80 versus the Guard, but here they stand once more, facing off against each other.
As maps seem rough, do you think
With
it's
all
still
to play
recoverable?
for.
Oh, for sure, dude. Might have to win this one, though.
Yes, going to be catching some bit of damage.
Although the reverse sweep storyline is always pretty fun. Sentinels on defense, G2 on attack, 2-0 on the pistols. Let's see if Sentinel can start winning some pistols. That'll help.
Their game plan this time might be to try and apply pressure to Zelsis. We've seen quite a few teams run that kind of strategy against Sentinels on Split.
Walking all the way up, though. That's okay. Acknowledgement of the bid.
Oh, that's...
Still second.
I mean...
Goodness me. Rapid fire with a ghost in hand. He's just seen a shoulder, might be hunting for a little bit more. 3 in a round for him. Can he get the 4? TP's back to safety.
Discipline as
rejoining.
well. I thought we were gonna
of the
go.
pack.
I thought we were gonna go hunting. Yeah.
And when you have a player that's on form like this, white hot to begin the map, why wouldn't you want to fight? He looks super confident, utilizing Zelsis as bait, and put Valen and Jonah P.
Other
in an
ace
almost
potential. Yeah,
impossible
good
spot.
potential.
Yeah. Walking but spotted. Just to the side here and a flash and a repeat.
Oh, he would have had it.
You're gonna steal his
He
ace.
would have had it.
Zeka could
That's
have had
happy
a
for the round,
second
man.
ace of the series already, and Narrate just swings in and cleans it up. Fair enough. Okay, don't give him a chance at 1v5 in you.
And the
I respect
firepower.
it.
It's never been in doubt, I think, with this Sentinels team, as we were kind of mentioning. Gets them up to the pistol round win. Very important, I think, to have a strong start.
Well, of course, they lost both pistols on Haven.
Yeah.
It was 13-9.
Come on, boys, come on. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
He's not even mad about losing the ace. He's locked in. They might have thought that G2 were going to
Outlaw.
force this. G2
Outlaw.
go with
Judge.
no
Stinger.
plans,
Stinger.
no
Bucky.
kills.
Sorry.
They don't really have the money to
Bulldog.
go for it. So Sen, they full buy up as much as they can, just in case.
Not the best retake
should make
guns
this
for
round
B if
extremely
Bang does
one-sided.
go down.
Salvos. The stun does force at least the TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleans up in the
Oh,
air. Let's
this
see if
might
that gun
get a
is
little
retrievable.
weird.
Might have just dropped down.
Where are
Trent.
the other players playing in sight with Narrate?
Yeah.
Okay.
A bit fearfully, I think, as well, with that aftershock.
They don't have the best retake guns.
Now doubled up, grouped
But
up, bit of stray
a
spam,
push
but right click jumping in your
could be
face,
kinda
classic,
nice.
and that's going to be
They
gun
get
reclaimed.
Stinger, they get
They'll
out of
lay
there,
into it,
still
though,
has
G2.
drone. Probably not
Gonna
going to
step
feel
forward
confident to
once more,
use it.
trying to fight
Gun down over towards
every
heaven, never
single
going to
inch
get
they can
there.
get. Sentinels the ones that slowed down here because this retake is just occurring and the guns are not exactly the weapons of choice.
Yeah,
Still
they're really not good for retake, these guns.
Over towards the top though,
I don't like this buy. I don't like this buy. I looked at the mini-map when they were going over towards B thinking, man, if Bang goes down here, they're just so done. Dude, they didn't even force into this. Yeah.
Talk about just flipping expectations on his head. I think,
dude, we had a strict rule. I'm the biggest judge believer, but never by judge second round.
G2 would go for the force. Yeah. Why wouldn't you expect that? They've been doing it all stage long, all year long.
Well, it turns out
we had a rule that you couldn't.
Apparently. Now, I think a lot of people are going to look at this round and point at Narrate as being the player that made the mistake by playing on site when the rest of his team fell off. But I'd like them to do the opposite. I'd like Bang to be actually getting through that smoke and fighting with Narrate. I'd like some of the players in Heaven, like Zelsis, to be swinging out rafters and fighting with
Was it all
Narrate.
classics? There was one sheriff.
You can't play retake all the time against G2. They've already proven that in the last time you played against them. So get out there and scrap with Narrate, who clearly wanted to fight.
That early momentum, though, it's going to be gone, taken away. Wind out of the sails here for Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a devastating beginning. And once more, you know, the hard work of Zekken, he's going to be looking at it like, what more do I have to do, guys?
Yeah.
Empty side on this one as well. They're going to start getting those ults online early.
Everybody on G2. So
Keep an eye on who cleans up the ecos here. There's no way Zekken uses his ult.
It shouldn't, but that's what we said about G2 in the previous round, so who knows?
Save from Prior. We'll see, though. Might be offered a few targets. Still, the trouble is, like you mentioned, that's full armor, so 10 HP, survived. Trent's going to be a bit battered and bruised, but he's still alive for now, and extra body could make a massive difference with the Salva still alive. He's going to be using them preemptively. He's trying to slow down Sentinels here. They want to try and flood in themselves. Difficulties. Not really too many safe places to stand against it, but already vacuuming it up in terms of that space, and the time is ticking already with his spike. Good luck getting chances into this. At this point, G2 just looking to try and at least get out with the rifles and the guns into their hands. Might have a chance at one of them,
people trying to get some extra ones. Very, very nice.
They do, and Zelsis even
Very,
just
very
barely
nice from
getting onto that one, so he
G2.
does
Main
go down
guns
with the
into
rest of
it.
his team.
Jonah has so much money.
Trent saving a stinger there. Not what he's looking for, and goes for the upgrade. But G2 can afford to do that because they're wealthy. Zelsis, a bit of a...
Should you pause 10 in...
Consolation prize, really. Yeah.
Pause 10 in scrims to break momentum?
At the time, I mean, Sen were kind of getting battered,
Yeah,
so I didn't want to bring
it doesn't
it up.
matter
Yeah, it
about...
didn't seem particularly relevant on a
In scrims, you don't care about enemy teams having momentum. You're probably pausing to, like,
They've got to make sure that this
make
half doesn't slip away
adjustments and
from them
talk
as
about
well,
stuff
because
that's
they
going
started it
on.
Brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first map. A white hot beginning, and then G2 take it away. Zekken with an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here.
If anything, it's nice when teams have momentum against you and Pract actually get used to it.
Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him. And gives them decent info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
What does P10 mean? Yeah, he paused at 10 on the timer.
In terms of having util to refight. Feeling like he had safety. Oh, just about missed the timing on that one. Second, he's going for seconds.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards Vents here. Drop down at turn. Just a few kneecaps is all it takes here. Chopped straight down. John QT's there. Salvos. Jonah isolated ever so slightly, but he's got back
Great
now
stun from
well.
Johnny, did really good.
They do end A. Second's been
Nice
deadly
shot.
in this anchor position. He catches Jonah P. That spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with.
30 seconds
Being played around here. These Sentinels players hard anchoring onto the site in a position here with a drone out wide. You've got to know exactly where they might be laying here with the stun. It's good. Right
Whoa.
to the side, Trent.
My God, 23. Dude, he actually might have got the double there. There's no way they win this though, right? Dude, even the stun from Narrate was incredible.
Get themselves into the post plan, but more needs to be done by Leaf. Already wrapping, and it's a fast play by Sentinels. They're not
Wait,
messing
they're
around.
not considering the wrap heaven.
Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
Because of the plant? Wait, they think they're both sight.
Snake bites.
Oh, Valen, that's bold, dudes. They're not even going to expect it. Holy. They didn't consider main.
Clean them all up. Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter that you put this G2 team in a disadvantage.
Oh boy, it's 3v5.
Weasel their way out.
Dude, thank God I didn't say what I was going to say. I was going to talk about Sentinels trying to keep this one clean for their money because they have to eco if they lose it. But then I was like, I'm not going to talk about it because if they lose the 3v5, everyone in chat's going to blame me. It happens anyway.
Jonah there with some kind of call. Might have been the pivot to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit to Jonah for that. Bang has been throwing this early smoke.
They look lost.
It does
They
feel like a major strategy of Sentinels
are definitely messing up.
The side of the map.
Yeah.
Force a bit of utility out of G2 early. Sen have a trap play in mid. They're hoping to find a timing. Maybe off the back of Trent's drone, possibly even the salvos that often come through to vent and then stun and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgenmo's going to be the one taking that contact. He does have to get out of jail. Card, flash, peek, and a swing. The guns are just a bit too weak, really, for too much damage to be done there by Sentinels, but a neat idea. Doesn't really come to fruition too much.
And even that gate crash that you were mentioning, Jorgenmo doesn't even bother with it because they have 3 players there looking to try to punish the trap. John, though, with a nice read and anticipation of where Valen is going to end.
Great gamble. Wild cut and drops, though. Unexpected with the timing. Zekken caught. Counts down by the ankles in that spot.
Oh, my ult's good to spawn number on site as well. They're like solo swinging.
Missiles trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down though. The spam is just trying to deny. Zelsis. It's 2 nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still.
The time's super low. That's unlucky and so doable.
And John QT is denied that.
It was a nice eco in the end. Some lovely shots.
If there was another couple of bullets in the stinger, I think John would have had that. Oh. Jonah was the spike deliverer. And he almost got caught in the choke. It's an eco round that G2 navigate really well, and yet the shots coming out from Zelsis nearly made it winnable. But Leaf, with 10 seconds on the clock, swings out to make sure that Jonah can plant.
Yeah.
Wait, are they all doing it?
A timeout here for Sentinels.
They all doing the bit.
It's now been 4 rounds in a row. And G2, they are still looking as dominant as the last time they played split against Sen, but in different ways. Sen are actually trying to fight them. They're not just playing off-site retakes and allowing G2 all the control in the world. They're trying to fight them.
What's the bit? It's on Reddit. It was like
main control 2 with a one-way, forcing them to use util.
What was it fully? It was Trent taking the mick out of Verno.
And G2 are still being able to get
of him saying he liked that play to cause
it's a better
Cortezia.
attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score. And it's
No, everyone's saying you like that play.
This is their 4th time meeting G2 just this year. And Sentinels
Play Dark Souls 3. Guys, stop asking me to play single player games.
In that upper bracket
Not gonna happen.
that we just watched recently.
As we were talking about prior, Valen earns himself up as well to a nice milestone.
In a huge round for him, too.
The guns in the hands of these Sentinels players. This is the time to strike while the iron's hot, and if you can stem the bleeding, even better. Different util being used here by Sen to try and control B main, but flash through and G2 unscathed.
But at least you get the good
Okay, another big rounds. Looking like we have just a straight up B hit. We got.
Rather than just allowing G2
Guess 2 people that can't buy next their money.
Through mid. Bang jiggling. It's going to be big exec lined up.
And Bang was phenomenal last time these 2 teams played. He's already been good individually on Heyman.
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia is excellent.
It's a really nice Omen flash.
Brilliant with the util. Snarate making sure to follow up, but G2 not done yet, not done. By Country Mars still has a team flash.
Okay, very, very nice on this. They needed something like this. 3 people surviving as well. And I think their money's good enough to be able to tank another loss.
After another in the choke point, stuffing G2 before they can even get started. That's how Sen got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble there from G2 as well, with how Jonah P's flash set Valen up.
Marsh, let's go, boys.
But that is what you want to see. That's what they didn't quite execute properly in round 2.
That's what they needed.
Leaf forgot to buy armor.
Yeah. 2,700 in the bank. Sometimes it happens.
Keep an eye on that, see whether it's relevant in the round. Shows you that G2 may be a little scrambled after that.
It could be a costly mistake, especially if he squares up in a fight against Zekken here. Zekken, sole job trying to control the space, and sure that Leaf can lurk. Bullets.
Yeah, and this was what was going on last time we watched Sentinels play this, right? Zekken was just solo holding A the whole time.
Doesn't it? Acts up entirely, and wow, he's taking a whole load of damage in the process. Zekken repositions. Gate crash. Second exit plan up towards the side, unanticipated with the angle.
It's rare that that gets punished these days, but it's nice spacing.
Really good support from G2.
Or Valorant insta call on this one as well. Damn, look at him go. He's yapping.
1v1 fight, and then Valorant swings around the corner to punish. It actually makes it much more difficult, I would say, for the defenders to hold on to this A ramp area.
Salvos forward here. John QT.
Great proactive reclear.
What was the plan? Try one pass and fake over towards A as they go B.
Tempo's going to be turned right up with a snake bite, hopefully. Holding them back for now. It's essential that they hold on to control of B Heaven because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight squeeze indeed. Dropping down at that Salvos. Good by Sentinels again.
Yeah, the salvo timing to make sure that no one could trade that was really nice.
I don't think there was really any
It was great timing from John Salvos.
John made the play.
Yeah.
Okay, you got a round with 3 surviving, a round with 4 surviving. Money's great now. Looking over at G2, 2-4 loss bonus. Can't buy, can't buy.
They played some good rounds out the back of this tack timeout.
Yeah, they got low by this.
The time was low, only 35 seconds on the clock. G2 spending so much of it just trying to set Leaf up to take a fight against Zekken.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Double stinger?
Bumming and ahhing around
Double stinger force or
now just one round behind.
And this time, Valen doesn't even have the
Stinger
money to go for
Bulldog.
full armor. So you can argue about whether it even made the difference for Leaf in the brawl over towards A main in the prior round.
Dude, up against the ults as well.
Feeling pretty happy about the fact that
Yeah,
they've got
Sentinels
this gap down to 1, and they still have breached.
pretty decent position considering the start.
Gonna be comfortable playing a retake potentially with it. We'll see what a game plan looks like.
Well, the game plan here for
Salvo over towards mid, and I'm just watching Zalsis.
Easier said than done. Send 4 next time.
How does this guy solo hold A so good?
Jorgamo, not the weapon, potentially for the job, but still he gets it done with a stinger at hand. Easing into it. In through mid. And they've got it all on lock. Sentinels making sure that they leave no
Got you till dump him. Yeah, you actually just got a drone stun
See
him.
why G2's game plan would be, let's try to target the weak area where Zekken's holding alone.
And he's not wrong, because you look at the last demo and he is just here. He is just in this box majority of the rounds, and it means they can play heavier over towards like mid and B obviously. But mate, when he does this every single time, what are you meant to do? What is that second kill?
G2 have lost all signs of control so far into this map. Last few rounds all going away Ascent. They've dragged it up even, 4-4.
To be honest, the last 2 rounds, they've tried to do just the same thing twice.
They had to bring 3. They had to bring 3, and it still didn't work.
That's what I'm saying, man. Next time, bring the whole stack. Zekken might get an ace. He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9 and 6. Arguably a slightly less
It's actually the time out to say, guys, we're going to util dump him.
I think in terms of it.
He's been amazing at the start of both of these.
Exactly.
We got to use the drone for A.
Once the gears really started turning for G2,
Then you have a problem getting through middle, but I mean, you got Teo, man. Teo can force
the
him.
gaps. But this half, Josh Artis
Put him down. Dude, the problem with this is sometimes you can tunnel vision too much, and you just focus on trying to push him away from that angle or like punish him from being close. So that
let's stun, let's salvo, let's take
I don't know if it goes wrong. You got no backup plan. You can have less util to take middle. They are going to go for him though. They're going to util dump him. They're actually sending 5. They're into the drone in this.
So fast A ramp takes are notoriously difficult against breached Taeho comps. They're going to go for it though, anticipating that.
Yeah, look at him ready for the stun. We're ready for the stun early.
There's a half by round here for G2.
Prius, man, stop sleeping. What are we doing? Get over here.
Throwing anything at the wall here. Valen, TP forwards. Already back up onto this line. Jump spot looking for the info. Zekken. Isolated into the corner, Salvos. He's going to make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know where VALORANT is playing forward. Still, he's going to get out of there. Side opened up, but as we've already mentioned, the use, or at least the ults, should be good, but a hit in your face.
This is a hard retake though, but as we can see on the minimap, probably too many over towards side for G2, so this is a nice ult, and John needs to kind of hold strong here so they don't take too much free map control. Yeah, this is good. He switched with Narrate.
Cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zekin's turn. Ping's going to be highlighted.
That's a great tail.
Used Armageddon on either side here.
Oh my god, both of them are good.
Alternating. This is going to be a bit chaotic.
It's absolute chaos, man.
Salvos denying the defuse entirely, but swinging out through the back, and Trent left into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking.
Holy, dude, they played this so well though. Dude, Trent's ult, Trent's counter ult was incredible as well.
When you give G2 a post plan. This is why we were talking about SEN need to be fighting them in the choke point. This time, G2, they barrel through with a huge amount more utility to push Zekin away. And once they get the site for free, it doesn't matter how good your retakes are. You're going into a pit, you're going into ultimates. And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is so difficult to win clutches against Trent. And now G2 swap things up. They've been going towards A-ramp for the last 3 rounds in a row. Now, the focus elsewhere. Back towards Zelsis. And the resources have been pulled away from him.
Cutting through.
Same aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that for free. But Leaf, you're imagining, is going to be playing this one passive. But just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make A-ramp a weakness.
Yeah.
But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility,
oh.
we're not just going to see the same thing.
Didn't win the round, so let's put him close again.
Okay.
Takes no bullets, he's going back. Surely he's going back for more.
Potentially taking up the space again. Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was just trying to get set up. And as soon as he is,
it's ridiculous.
Strikes. And now all of that information.
I've never seen anyone do it as good as this.
They know that they're not ending A. It was Leaf alone. No trade came through. Sen can get ready for a B pop, a B split. Something like that is almost certainly going to be happening.
They're calling a little bit easier here. Drone, be careful. Broken. Jorg's not taking any chances. Sam was over towards the top here with the paranoia. Lay it down. Alongside, it's going to be offloaded. Viper's pit. It's going to be hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly.
I think I've ever seen it.
Time is of the essence.
I've ever seen a defensive Viper pit like this. Probably for good reason. Do they not just get ultimate space?
Jumping down and away, round to the side. Narrate! It's handed! A multitude of kills. All to his liking, and poor Jonah P. Not much to do in this spot.
Yeah.
They challenged the pit and they lost. Some of those are just going to come down to timings. But
yeah.
Sen,
honestly, I think the only reason they would ever use this, I guess, is because time's low.
They knew what the protocol was going to be if they got pushed into a site there. Zelsis was ready with the ultimate. And encompasses John QD and Narrate inside to play 3 strong in there. And in a round like this, yes, it ends with Zelsis' ult on B, but it starts with Zekin locking down A-ramp again.
Yeah.
The only round where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well.
they gotta go for him again, man. Get that util dump on him.
Still trying to brute force their way past Zekin.
Surely he gets punished here. Guys, please pre-stun this before you turn. Guys, pre-stun it.
The draw there with the outlaw in hand, sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was so much of an eco, but they only had the sheriffs to work with, so not even fast through the choke point. Much less sting, and Sentinels should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined, Zekin's holding it. John onto the corner.
Narrate has kept hold of this breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half.
You've either got to ignore him, go somewhere else, or pre-stun him.
Running their heads into a bit of a brick wall.
He can't be playing this line this much when you got a breach.
So apart from that one round, he's just had
like, I get that you want to save it for perfect info, but with how much he's dominating you, you have to use your stun early A.
Valen, at least for the moment, pulls his troops away from that A ramp battle. They're not going to go fast in that direction.
Dude, 14 to 7. How many of these are first bloods as well?
Very consistent.
A lot of them.
Control looks like.
So many first bloods.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zekken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
But dude, he's so fine playing against this. He's done it before.
Here's a test for you. Sidestepping most of it. He's got the smokes to try and play around. Stray bullets not catching on to him.
I like the change up, but
slow going for now for G2, but they are getting back control towards B main.
And 2 players from Sentinels have kind of been stuck defending A ramp because of this new orb placement. Now that there's a bit of a gap in mid as well, Zekken has to pull back, has to watch vents. Because Zelsis has let that slip, but Sen are doing a good job re-clearing.
Holding up that space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does put the Sentinels players in a bit of a spot.
Well,
squeeze.
They've got the breach ult though to relieve this
they
pressure.
don't actually have the best setup here, and the breach ult would team ult to. Yeah, this setup is not good for Sentinels here. They're in a good position to hold over towards Heaven. And then the breach, oh, this was a shocker from Sentinels. They've had a couple of shockers from their actual setups. Round 2, round 12.
Now left. See what they can do. Quick play, flash through against this many players. Nigh impossible. 6 to 6. G2 really finding it tough, I think, to get through. A semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
Sen could have definitely set up a better triple setup on that B side to work around the breach ultimate.
Yeah, it was awful.
Zelsis and John basically died before Narek could get any value out of that.
It's a team stun.
Yeah, he lost the breach on his own teammate because the setup wasn't really there. But okay, an even half. Battled
once they lose Heaven, once they lose Heaven over towards B, it can be better.
So getting
but
6 rounds is actually great for
the
them.
thing is, it is a little. I will give them a little bit of bail on this. It is really hard when you're up against a Teo and you know that you can't go back towards back of sight, because that's what most teams rely on, right? They go like fully back of sight, but you gotta be proactive, man. But yeah, push B main. Yeah, exactly. That. Put hands on it. You've got to push B main, or you got to have something better with the breach playing in a position to be able to ult with someone playing over towards Heaven to capitalize off it. Maximus with the tier 1. Thank you for the 9 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
This is still a good it's still a good demo of Sentinels to look at. Right? You can kind of look at this as 2 glaringly obvious rounds where like your B setup is a little bit off. But again, in my opinion, it's only like I don't think they'll have this issue against the Teo nerfs, because they'll just go back a sight. We want pistol here, Sentinels, right? Yeah. At the second madness. Zekken had such a mad half here. Then they got eco'd, yeah. Do you think teams abandon Teo outright or work around the nerfs? Nah, they'll abandon it.
The reason they ended up losing Haven came down to the Battle of the Minds, to be honest. The IGLing Valen had John QT's number in terms of the calling. Sentinels finding their footing though this time on split. And honestly, Valen almost outcalling himself to a degree. They were absolutely tunnel visioned on trying to remove Zekken towards the tail end of that half. And so far for Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying 1 step ahead of G2, that's where they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks like Sentinels want to take some A ramp control really quickly. Time to jump. Can be dangerous doing this into breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
There's a stun, there's a TP, it's countered up, yeah. You see it re-cleared, and Zekken has no get out here. barely able to survive, not taking too much damage.
None, in fact.
And so here it is, double face stop clearance. That's good discipline.
Oh, that's an empty site.
Combining
Smoke used
forwards
over
now,
towards heaven.
paving a way to success, open access to the A site. Heaven is going to be open though, so no safe plan.
Two-person holding ramp as well.
And this is where you get to see if Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
This is reactive, feeling the heat there from Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team, and you're right.
John is playing so safe for the salvos, which are back in 10 seconds.
Trying to drag this one out all the way forwards. A lot of util being expended out towards it, and John not even creeping around for the backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing, realizing that's the big advantage on top of the players that they've already taken out. Stun.
Very nice. Double pistols.
Finally, the time to strike is
Surely
there.
they don't get eco.
Earned up for Sentinels.
Surely. 2-2. 2-0 both maps.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning for quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the attack side, but it's John that pulls it out on the pistol, going for fast A-ramp pressure, then back into sight. And Sentinels, a team that are known for their retakes on this map, played the post-plant beautifully here.
Wow, they don't expect the tail to sit there.
He's commenting on it. The passive position. G2 were caught unaware here, and this is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main, and he's
Oh, that's there's a nice little counter flash. Yeah, I like the different G2 here. This was kind of nice though.
On a very fast timing behind them.
One goes close, two hide flash, and they should have safety. I don't know if Bang was like actually anti-flash or if he just had good timing. I still like the idea from G2 as well.
John just read that one. That's a fast play down mid in the first 30 seconds, first 20 seconds of the round, and he's on top of it. The more that he can anticipate what's going on, the better
he definitely had him.
going to look. Not necessarily snowballing into any massive ultimates, but being able to get a rifle on board here, they'll have a good bonus round buy.
Yeah, he's anti.
3 stingers, 2
Again, I
phantoms.
think he's just reloading maybe, but
You've got a fast round to pull out of the strat book now. Could be a great time to start rocking G2.
triple stinger.
This is the time to do it.
Yeah, the bonus is nice. Everyone's miles away from ults.
So Sentinels were running a one-way and an aftershock at the start of the round. There's the one-way. Oh, not even. Just a smoke in the choke point.
Okay, Ali B main control. This is what Imi was talking about on the desk, how like B main control is a must.
So that's nice. Bangs already wants to pay.
With this comp.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with a drone broken. Sees the orb. Got to break that one, yeah. And suddenly, a lot of the bite taken out here. G2 not able to set themselves up. Or I should say Sentinels not able to set themselves up.
Yeah, not a fast play. I was expecting something a little quicker. Instead, familiar scenes, but the sides swapped. The Viper on the attack.
Let's think about it. B main control. You create the pressure of the double salvos back as sight, so you probably hold 3 here. Then once you do it, mid's weaker, so you can mid default.
Just up from B heaven.
And then you can split over towards A or hit B.
Looking for picks.
Yeah, you might be right.
Giving a big control in the process. 40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Jorg forced off the line here a little bit.
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has had to give up most of control towards A heaven.
Sen have got a lot of room around the map.
Not a lot of time to work with though, off the back of it, but they might have time for a pivot.
Oh, hold up.
Goes the way
It's
of
weird.
John, which it does. He's already
It's a big kill from Valen. Has no idea about the B main because of the early B main
Cut
pressure.
down at the kneecaps. Paranoia weaves
shot.
in. Leaf with the peak. It's ahead.
That one makes it easy.
Rolls. 2 players left now to do all they can. Sentinels with no real time to work with. 12 seconds. Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zelsis needs to be covered into this spot in the salvos while no access whatsoever to a safe plant. Picked up by Zekin, but at this point, fool's errand to try and go for that one. Swarmed by G2.
Well handled there from G2, considering how much space they gave Sentinels through mid. It looked like Sen, even though they were down 4v5, could have created a lot of danger. But Valen cleans things up in his anchor spot on A. Now we get rifles on board, both teams. And Sen leaning over towards B main at the start of this round again.
Yeah, this is
like
again the same thing we're talking about. Sentinels, B main control. If we have B main control, they get scared of the hit, Gotta put 3 here. So every single time they're defaulting over towards B until they kind of get punished. This is a good reclear from G2 though. Omen Flash goes in, smoke to make sure that no one can be, or no one's going to insta-fast retake the space. And then they have 3 over towards middle, knowing that they're going to pivot back towards middle. They have 4 over towards middle. This is nice from G2. Dude, I love when we get like I love when we get minimap games like this. It's sick. Dude, the 2 backed off. Did they tank the Orif? Wait, what flash was this?
Slow down, Omen on the mark. Got to take that spike all the way back. And okay, evacuation.
What happens there?
You're going to be running into Jorgamo. He hears it.
Clone?
Splashing around towards sewers. Drone. Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Had to get all the way the hell back out of there. TP's forwards as well. Up onto the site.
I think Zelsis took 140 there.
Seconds anticipated with the pounding. Forwards down into hell.
Sometimes you gotta go for
Zelsis
it.
is the last one standing. They know exactly where he
Yeah,
is.
this was nice. G2 kind of won out on the mini-map
G2, the way that they flood in,
mini-game.
instead of playing offsite for the retake.
Yeah, I love
That
this
really
little
caught Sentinels off guard,
B
I think.
re-clear. No,
Sen, once they
they
push
know with the
Jorgamo
smoke
away,
that they're going to go take over
probably
towards
expected
middle,
that
have
they'd be
4
able to
past
get
the middle.
cycle free and
They got a
already
little
thinking
bit
about the post
unlucky to eat that flash and 2 of them were separated.
That they won that scrap in mid. I think they would have been expecting a slightly easier end to this
Maybe
round.
Sentinel sent it a little bit
Instead,
too much.
The score tied up, 8-8.
100%. Nice, boys! So predictable, bro.
I mean, honestly, they were all over them. They were actually all over them and calling on this round.
G2 going to be giving you. Okay, well, pressure mounting here by Zekin. Dimensional drift.
Like they knew that they knew they were going for that mid reclear.
Get rid of that drone, but he's still
Then it looked like they knew they were heading over towards A with the 2-person stack.
Okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how Valen got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless.
Yeah, instant Omen ult from Valen gets over towards B main, so everyone makes a lot of sound. They might not expect him this early. Smoke's about to fade though.
Pulling back and away, G2 just trying to bleed Sentinels
Yeah, dude, they don't even expect him.
Util held and guns not at the ready here. Valen right from behind.
Really nice, lovely Omen ult. Lovely Omen ult. They had the smoke here as well to sell it.
Valen getting similar impact to the end of Haven on an individual level.
This is 2 back-to-back really good rounds from G2.
So far away from that B hit. I mean, he needed the rest of his team to control the map and make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank could come through. And they gave him that time. They played with that patience, and he delivered for them with a 3K.
Nice, Jake! That down, boy.
Top of the scoreboard for Valen. Talking his talk. And a tactical timeout. It's normally Zelsis that we see standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological game.
You think of the whole game's history, Omen has been the most consistently overpowered agent.
Get to, you know, map 3, maybe even map 4 and 5 territory.
Yeah, probably.
At the moment, still in the early stages of this BO5. But you can see with rounds like that.
Yeah, maybe. The thing is, it depends, man. The beginning of the game was crazy. Like Jet was like the best agent for like 2 years.
Grip overall towards the tail end. The string of rounds being put together by G2.
Viper? No, Viper was awful for the first.
Even more. That's what the timeout's for on Sentinels, to put a stop to it.
I talked about this earlier at the very beginning of Split, but G2 are so good at anticipating Sentinels' post-plant aggression. When Sen get into a site, they will try
Sova?
to
Yeah,
disrupt
Sova's
the
a good
retake
shout.
by, you know, a variety of different tools, but a little push towards spawn with the breach utility. Or a
We always kind of spoke about it on the stream a little bit, that like, if they introduced Sova as like a new agent, we'd be like, what the hell, this is busted.
It ruined Sentinels.
You get a recon that can go anywhere on the map, your ult's incredible, your drone's good.
Kind of happened again.
The shocks used to do way more damage.
Leaf, you heard him say, way too predictable about the previous round.
A lot of respect shown here by Sentinels. Jorgamo operator in his hand.
Drone used to last longer, yeah, you're right.
It's a game of reactions. Game of the timing, just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out. That's all he needed.
And
Drone immediately there.
Yeah, to try to
Man, now they stabilize with money.
G2
are looking so nice.
pings as well.
It's set back up towards the angle. Surely with that drone we stun them.
Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open as a TP fast. That's Fang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side. Smoke dropped. They're calling for the swing as that smoke does blossom and bloom. Jogan was already found the one Armageddon. Trying to push them past. But locked down into the spot. Jogan not to be denied. A chance of a bit of RG.
Fake TP in there as well.
3 into the round now, and JohnQT is left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found, but in a 1v3, what can you do? 20 seconds left, and this is the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Wow, and he's going to make the difficult decision
to save team.
spot.
G2 have got good reads at the moment, man.
Similar impact to
This prep
incredible
from
3K
G2
with the operator in his hands,
is so
rather
good.
than a Vandal. But a very different way of getting that value. Instead of getting a crazy spray down alone, Jorgamo gets the first kill, backs up, gets supported by a teammate. Then he's posted up, has to teleport away, gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as 2 players swung from screens. All of the players are focused on those screens players. And then he's able to take the peak again. So much teammate support and distraction there being given so that Jorg could get his ones.
There's frustration showing on the faces of these Sentinels players. You can't blame them because you can feel it. Losing grip of the map.
And so similar to Haven.
Okay, low buying Stingers are out insta over towards middle. Change your position for Jorgamo over towards heaven here. And
it is so tough to run that reverse
Zelsis hasn't put his smoke down, so he can pretty much hold this on his own until this smoke gets
Exactly. I was just talking to Valent yesterday, in fact, about it.
Yeah.
I'm saying we're not
Are we
too
doing
worried
that on
about
purpose so
going up
that
against
it's a
double map
one-person
advantages,
hold
we
with
take
the
that
op
first
and then we
map.
can
Exactly what you were pointing
hit
out,
site
Josh,
or
is playing in
something?
the back of the heads of these players. You're thinking, where did it go wrong?
Drone going out.
And that's a spot that G2 have been in a few times as well. G2, this is their 4th time attending an America's final. Back to back to back to back.
Jorg spotted, he hears it though. Jumping up towards ramp, it's going to be stun at least to relieve some of that pressure.
Okay, make sure they push back the 1 to make sure there's 2. No, the 1's gonna be. I mean, you know it's a 2. You know it's a 2-1-2 right now. And your ult goes in to clear the pressure of the smoke.
Defend this one. They don't know where the TP is, but finally,
Luminor gets her back to sight.
He knows where this one's coming. Anchor smoke's gonna be layered down on top of it. Double TP.
Did they both? Two people tanked an Omen Flash, but 2 people hitting an Omen Flash. 25 seconds on this. Yeah, dude, this is weird.
Tempering the moment for just a bit.
But there's so many defenders here.
Here it is, Util in their hands. Smoke's dropped down.
Viper Smoke kind of gave him a little bit of space. I get the idea though, you want to have Stingers, so you want to be that a little bit closer. But then that smoke's not on heaven, so.
Sen just got penned in a corner, herded into the back of the B site, and everybody on G2 waiting for them to make that move. They're 2 steps ahead. 5 rounds in a row. And Valen individually is having a great game. He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Of course, I mean, they're playing off each other.
They're playing off each other so well. One person pings and the other person bombs.
Exactly. That's what they meant. That's what they meant. Don't get any funny ideas.
No, Mr. John Hyatt. Teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here. Looking to try to take some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read. And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A-ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent. But second...
There is something I've noticed with Sentinels. When they get...
Wait. Get out of here yet. Get crushes there. Second, barely.
Wait, when they get punished somewhere,
last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all,
they really
a bit more than that now.
feel like they can't go there again.
Seconds there alongside it. Taking damage into the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping past it, in through the smoke, and doing a piece, eager to just try and drop down, is punished.
Good trade.
Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder.
Okay, it happened on that Ascent game where they got punished over towards middle and they never tried to go deep mid to break the Vice wall. Kind of happened here on the B main as well. Got punished over towards B main and didn't really go there again, like beginning of the round. Completely changed their default. Is this doable?
All down to Jorg now, retake with the op. And Zelsis, cheeky with the off angle. Yeah, that's going to get the job done.
Much better round from Sentinels.
They got to get 2 in a row.
They were able to generate picks before they hit the site by fighting for B heaven control.
The tail nerf will hit G2 hard. Oh, for sure. I kind of think they have to win this final to do good in... Or not to do good in Toronto, but like if they want to win Toronto, they have to win this. I think they need that extra 2 weeks.
Leaf decided to hold his ground.
So they got to revamp every map.
Got the opener, and then the trade out from Bang. That 1-2 combo that we've been seeing from Zek and Bang. Coming together nicely. Jorg is going to pick up another op. So, pretty similar scenes again. And Sentinels want to start towards A-Ramp. Want to start putting the pressure onto him early.
Might be meeting a lot of them again. The drone causes issues this time.
Leg shot.
Oh my! Leg shot.
Nicely done. Oh boy, they have to win this one. Let's build it up a little bit because their money after this, they are so done. They'll literally get 2 good guns and then everything else is just going to be Sheriff armor, maybe Stinger light armor.
Suppressed, traded.
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
And rewarded for it. Zelsis, though, has actually got himself into a decent position here. Now, of course, Jorgamo's on the other side of this.
Trent? Yeah, I mean, Trent will just go server for a lot of maps, yeah. But it still doesn't defeat the overall fact that they have to, like, change on every map.
Turn a 4v5 in your favor. But it's another first pick that goes against Sentinels.
An ult to get info. Okay, he decided to shoot it instead of hiding, which might not have been the best decision.
It's allowed them to come back to Zelsis, and the pit could yet be Sen's favor.
30 seconds though.
30 seconds left.
Dude, they had 3 pass in here as they went to go re-clear B. They would have perfect timing.
Slows them down. Salvos trying to be used here. Sen, RB,
yeah,
and slow
I think they're messing up a little bit.
Jorgamo's
playing the weirdest game right now.
Back pocket, there's another one for you. Stun forwards and whipping, hopping all around. You're gonna be meeting your match into the blender.
Okay, yeah, dude, I think Sentinels messed up here. There's 3 behind this wall. Omen ult goes in. They could easily just give them fake info. It's just an info ult, and I think it was Bang faced and shot it. I'm not entirely sure. Whereas like they would have had a weak sight, they could have just hit. Like that's surely what they wanted.
Too much, but on the previous map, first kills, 15 of them to G2, only 7 for Sentinels. So G2 are finding so many of these.
Jogamo did incredible. This was a lovely stun over towards heaven to buy him time as well to give him freedom to peek this. 3 chances for G2, and like we said, this buy is rough. That's a free side though.
Forced back out of the fight. Happy to play the retake though. It's G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back pocket. Pit though might cause difficulties. Slow down for now here, but the salvos, paranoia. It's going to be pulled out. Sentinels trying to set themselves up nicely into this one. Random spam! That's the one player that could not go down with it. The pit dropped down. And Sentinels left lacking.
Good ult. That's a good ult. Holy man. Dude. Every single time their second half is really impressive. Back-to-back maps now.
Some of the teams, 100 Thieves, EG. And they got a rematch here with
double pistol.
Come out all guns blazing.
Sentinels had double pistol here as well. They got wrecked.
In this grand finals. And honestly, in the second half, they kind of looked untouchable.
Yeah. It's running away from Sen, putting themselves up into good positions.
Too many misplays.
But G2 are the ones leading by 2 maps here. Coming back from that lower bracket as well, where Sentinels are the ones
I feel like
to
this
send
is
them there.
the most on stream that I've criticized a good amount of like Sentinels stuff since like kickoff. Not even kickoff. I think this is the most I've ever criticized all their stuff, to be honest.
Just to make it there in the first place. It looked
like there's a lot of stuff going wrong for them.
And
G2 are doing way too much good stuff.
They are in a domestic one, and it's theirs to win.
They just have to take that final step here in map number 3, of course. We could go to distance, we could go even further, but it's going to be up to Sentinels to see if they can stand up to that task. Don't go anywhere, be right back.
G2, now they put a nice prep into this. They had that advantage of meeting early, right? So they always had that prep anyway on those maps. They just added on top of it. Maybe they didn't execute it last time as well as they wanted to, but this time they're executing it pretty well. I said a 3-0 wasn't possible, but kind of looking likely now. It's Pearl, right? Pearl's coming up.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Gives you wings.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards site, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
I am here with Josh Artzia, head of map 2, a much different series to start. 2-0 for G2 right now. But you guys seem like you're in a realm that's just been so many games, so much playing, and possibly even things you haven't seen before. Are there any unknowns that you're working through today, seamlessly, that is?
No, I feel like we've been through it all at this point. But right now, like, yeah, we're up 2-0. We will, like, I have to make sure the guys just don't let off the gas here. They could easily reverse sweep us. They can easily just tie the map, and then it gets to their territory. They bring back the momentum. So we'll treat it like another best of one, you know, and just ignore what just happened and just focus on the next.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the match. Thank you.
Up 2-0, G2 Esports in our grand finals here for the Stage 1 playoffs. And the question is, can they close it up with a 3-0, or will Sentinels make that reverse sweep happen? And team, this is definitely territory that I did not expect. I thought we'd be seeing maybe a 1-1, you know, maybe a little bit more of a clash here. But G2, I mean, look at this, 13-9, 13-9. It's looking clean.
It all goes back to winning that first map, taking Sentinels best early in this pool. Now they get a huge advantage of playing from 2-0 up. They go into a map that they are strong at and kind of have a chance to avoid going to the 2 maps that they lost to Sentinels to suffer their only series loss in Americas.
And they're bailed out. Another game win that comes off the back of, again, multiple eco rounds. They're able to take down Sentinels during, and also just really strong post-plant play on the first half. I was really impressed with what we saw from them here in round 4. Even in a 2-on-3, the way VALORANT and Leaf approach these fights is so nice, working off one another.
And throughout this map, Sentinels did not win a single retake. G2 won every post plant that they were put in. And this team, if it's a Stingers, if it's a gun, they always have really great ideas of how to play off each other.
And I love, like, VALORANT walking through the enemy Viper
molly there, right?
to get in.
This one is on an eco. They get into the site thanks to, I think, having the best util discipline of any team in Americas. They're very often putting Jaw in positions where they're letting him kind of contact up, TP out, while not using anything. They save all their ults here and get a 5v5 post plan on an eco rounds that they then win out because of those ultimates that they did not waste on a site hit.
Yeah, that just, Sen also have ults to play with. You understand them giving up the site, but it hurts when G2 are allowed to get such a forward position. And then again, you have Trent in a clutch situation. He's going to do it every time.
And you look at this, and G2 is winning 13-9 in back-to-back maps, despite Zekken putting up an incredible series performance. These stats are from the entire series thus far. 160 ADR on Zekken is outstanding, and that's in the face of a Jaw who's he hasn't been playing very well this series. He's not been popping off.
It's been underwhelming from Jaw, but honestly, what we saw in the second half, once he got the operator in his hands, it just made the map so hard for Sentinels to play, because he kept playing really forward over in that A lobby space. Sentinels tried to walk into him a few times because he's having a tough day, and he's shutting them down. Then they start playing away from him. Used to start sacking the B side of the map. It was tough.
And this is how it went last time. Jaw started slow in the last finals here in Americas, and then those last couple maps, he went crazy to close out that series.
Yeah, that being said, though, of course, massive shout out to Jogama for how he's playing, but I do got to commend Zekken. There were rounds where they were just clearly, like, just being fed to him. And
Zekken is tryharding. He is dragging up Sentinel's round score up to 9 these maps.
He is destroying, but it is a testament to how good this G2 team is that they're able to shut him down not once, but twice in this BO5. The question is, what answers do Sentinels have next? Good news is we got Kaplan standing by Riv to talk about just that.
I do have Kaplan here just ahead of map 3. Looking at how things have been going, it's been a nail-biter, but it has to be perfect from here on out. What's been preventing Sentinels from keeping that lead that they're getting and also just closing out the game in the end?
I think we're doing a really bad job executing the plans we had going in the first place. We need to just be more disciplined on that. When we do get them right, we don't close out the advantages right. So there's really not a lot of room for error when we play such a good team like G2. And then people get frustrated, me included. You know, I think we need to loosen up, but we need to dial in. We really need to be better. It's a letdown to not play our best game for everyone out there. Luckily, we have double bans. Makes it so that a 3-2 comeback feels very real. We've done it without the double bans before, but we're going to do it right now with a little bit of map advantage, hopefully.
Can't wait to see some awesome games. Good luck out there. Thank you.
And that was exactly what Coach Josh RT over on the G2 side said, Ender.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, this is a team that could easily come back and make a reverse sweep happen. And Kaplan, of course, feels that way as well.
I mean, he made it a little bit brighter towards the end, but this guy sounded really frustrated with how Sentinels were playing in that game. Not following through on plans, throwing advantages. And to me, what that reeks of is Sentinels needing to have that hard talk, right? We talked about them coming back from Bangkok, Zekken sitting down with the team, rallying the troops. Like, they need someone to set them straight here going to these final 3 maps because it's not going to be easy.
You heard it as well from Kaplan. They're the only team, Sentinels, to have won from the lowers with that double ban advantage going against them. G2 now a chance to do that themselves. If they can win this 3rd map, they could 3-0 Sentinels, put a statement on this team heading into Toronto, and win their 2nd trophy, be the first squad to go back-to-back.
Hey, look, guys, G2 is just 1 map away from locking up the grand finals. Sentinels are going to need a Herculean effort to get back into this one, but if there's one team that can pull it off, it could be the Sentinels. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we come back, we're jumping over to Pearl, and we'll see how this all shakes out. See you on the other side.
Everyone. The jumper? Yeah, no, it's nice, this one. I think it's I want to say it's 50% off at the moment.
Be placed onto Sentinel's shoulders here
in
this best of 5. They're down 2 maps.
They have some kind of deal
It's
today.
up to them to see if they can really drag themselves up here. Some inner reserves, I think. They've been capable, and they know that they can do it.
Hashtag ad, yeah, hashtag
going
ad.
back in scenarios, but against G2 right now, it's serious business. Josh RT really affirming, I think, that they just need to lock this one up. Don't let your foot off the gas, because Sentinels are a team that are capable of dragging this one all the way back.
Well, here's that composition that Sentinels pioneered.
It is 50%. I do. It is banger though.
As the meta comp on Pearl.
Even if you're tempted, I would just try and buy one thing to see if you like it. Quality's good.
And have now started
like 90% of my wardrobe is
I don't know, 3 or 4 times that we've seen them run it on Pearl.
Even when I wasn't in New York. King P with the Prime, thanks so much to the 4 months, dude. Thank you for that.
Difference here, because trying to reverse sweep is a large mental barrier, I think. And no team has ever lifted that trophy twice.
Do you have a source for saying?
Every time in
my source will go unnamed,
G2
Squid.
might be ready to do it back to back.
But there's sources out there that players as well publicly accidentally talking about it in interviews.
If you think about that one, the finals of kickoff. We expected G2
Goose,
to run away
thanks
with
so much for the bits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was going to be a 2-0, maybe a 3-0
Yeah,
like
that's
this
true.
series could end up being.
That is actually true.
But actually, Sen dug deep and they pushed it all the way to 5, unexpectedly, and really made people take notice. This time, G2 look a step above right now, and Sen need those hidden reserves to come to the forefront.
Where are we? We're at a 2-2 pistol at the moment, so...
Sticking around for quite some time. Very final moment before he eventually evacuates.
Plat chat is on Tuesday.
In through mid and a timing, potentially there. No!
Brutal.
Slips out of Naraid's grasp.
They might think, though, that that was the backstab, and it's actually going to be a full B split. And that's not the case. Sentinels are running a B fake and slowly taking A main control all throughout this time. Now, Trent is often going to be using his drone to re-clear through A main. But because they heard so much noise towards B earlier on, he hasn't done it yet. Only just now does he drone.
Broken potentially only by Zekken, which could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's not calling. Well, Jogamo starts rotating over, but they're not going to realize. They're not going to realize that this is a full A pop.
Celsius wrapping around here, critical with the kill, and
They just can't get
just
killed.
decimates him, ends him. Arc control, giving up Zekken, looking to see if he can reclaim a bit of that territory.
Couple of low
Make all the
HPs though.
difference to Sentinels here. Pistol round to get the plant down, and damage has been done prior, so easy
They
clean
might
up,
not
but they can
expect Leaf
this
there
one.
at all.
Wrapping around again, second go of things, Leaf. Salvos potentially to push them back at Zekken. Handed, potential chances, bang. Potentially stealing away, but Leaf has slipped it.
Dude,
all the way
still,
through into Art.
John's the playmaker, though. He's got
around.
all the way behind.
They've got salvos coming up, 6 seconds.
Huge difference! He's missed it into the timing. Bang, though. Might be able to deny, at least with that damage done. Surely, Valin.
Salvos just, they get a half though.
Time has been missed. Salvos lay it down, Valin. Hop feet. He's got a lot to ask.
Big
now in this
smoke.
spot. Smoke.
Nicely done from Bang. 3v5 in the pistol. Yeah, a couple of low HPs that helped him out a little bit, but
towards the end,
huge.
and Bang rights the wrongs of so many of his teammates. Sen had 3 separate opportunities to catch one of the G2 players. First of all, Narrate coming through mid, I think should have been able to catch one and instead got clocked in the head. We saw another tussle over towards Art that didn't go their way. I think that was Elsis. But Bang throughout it all, in A main, locking it down, a 4K.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
That is incredible advice. That's why they have Zekken on the team.
That's why I'm hard stuck. Okay, Zekken, he's in.
3-2 on the pistols.
Here, but oh my, Jonathan's working with barely anything, just that
great, dude. Look at these Astra stuns.
Slowed
what the
down,
hell?
a bit of a stalemate chord 4. Horn broken.
But Sen deal with the chaos quite nicely. Yeah, they've taken a bunch of damage, and John, QD, and Narrate's health, it might come back to bite them later on. Especially because Leaf has that Marshall playing from Flowers. But they avoided.
Leaf now has 2 people that he can one-shot.
It would be devastating for them to lose this.
Okay, it's looking like
Sentinels players, I still think they're not out of the woods just yet. Celsius, you have to claim this kill. He does eventually get onto it.
It's not the range that the Stinger wants to be played
they might go into the Marshall though, and the 2 people that are here are one-shot. Oh, that's a big kill, and we've taken the space over towards B.
Does answer back.
Yeah, they're gonna dodge this out, although Bang did great to take all that space. That absolutely saved them, because 2 here, they were one-shot from the Marshall.
Jorg might be able to find another.
It's still not
series of
secured.
Bangers, as you already said, call for the rotations with that time, and already expecting the Jorg.
Okay, it should be so fine now, just purely because of Bang's HP.
Marshall in hand. 2 players will go down to a single shot. Said I've got to play this with a bit of discipline. Leave no room for mistakes. Bang is the most healthy player, holding it first most. Off onto the corner, to the angle, anticipates, okay. Does land it.
And Bang, back-to-back rounds where he's been massively important for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took good space.
Recovering these rounds, actually, for them. A little bit rocky, but Sen get up to 2. And Bang's done such a great job. He has a Cosmic Divide available already. And this is the map. Out of any in the
Well, bonus, you got Astra ult. See what the plan is, the Astra ult.
Run some strategies.
Sean, once again, great job of shooting them.
Again, noted.
But also a really good job of finding a timing through on B and finding an entire empty part of the map. So this time I don't think Zekken's analysis is spot on. I don't know.
But still, Sentinels now should be set up for a pretty decent bonus round on a P. God. Bumbling into the walls a little bit there, but still gets away. Nice and healthy. Senna not shy whatsoever here.
It's a nice fade,
Willing to try and step up. Zekken side steps. So Caesar's going to be dodged. A refight call for here. G2 is trying to make sure that they can remove
Triple
this
swing.
But a rifle in hand.
Mate, Zelsis did incredible.
That's a lot of danger.
Oh, and the wide swing on top.
How the hell is this
That's how you're winning a bonus round. Yeah.
29 HP with the regen shields. This round was supposed to be going over towards B. You could see because of where John was taking the spike. And instead, the Art players find so much success. But with Narrate falling,
yeah, Celsius caught here, indeed, yeah, again.
Yeah, he dinked him.
Wrapped from the side. 3v1 now for Jorgamo. In the right place at the right time.
Jogamo's here very early. They might not expect
There's a
him.
chance with Celsius low enough as he is. To the post plant though,
Great
plenty of
little
ults
jiggle.
of Senchus to expend. Angle watch 4. Finds a
What a
Celsius
dude, what
goes
a round from
absolutely
Zelsis this was.
massive.
And they win the bonus off the back of that. Huge round now. I wonder what Zekken's analysis of the situation is going to be. Because again, Zelsis just kind of did a great job of shooting them.
We're about to find out, I think.
The reclear called. And Sen completely punishes it. I think that's a spot where G2, you know, by swinging, by taking the tempo, often are going to be favored. But Celsius hit some beauties. And
Now they got double ult as well.
Scoreboard with 6 apiece.
I mean, they can really snowball this.
And the possibility of a brawl here again. G2 doing the same kind of stuff on the eco round. Looking to try to up the tempo in A main. A flash through the smoke with the horn.
Lay it down with the horn.
Flash with the fade eye. That's lovely though.
Legs, but okay, it's navigated. Tumultuous at times, but Sentinels already.
A good go at it.
Another spot where Sen hold on. Feels like G2 are constantly pushing.
Their plans and their
pressuring them,
ecos
trying
and
to
like
force
low
the
buys
fights
is
on
pretty
the
nice though
defense.
from G2.
Sen's job is just to stop
Every
them
round is some kind
from
of
accomplishing
good
their
idea
goals.
behind it.
Not to be faked out. Jonah P. tucked to the side here. Chance and a weapon handed over, but already getting a bit of a move on.
That actually could be really important, though, because when this Vice Wall gets triggered over towards B, there's going to be an opportunity to pick up some guns in A main. Now, is Leaf going to go for that? Probably not, because he'd have to take such a circuitous route. But he can be pretty deadly with the Stinger. And Jonah now has that Phantom.
Trips the wall.
So once more, Sentinels just have to stabilize and shut down a threat.
And Leaf only has the Stinger, though. It's a long range
How does
fight.
Jonah want to play this?
As you said.
Because Jonah could just bait the hell out of him.
Are they going to expect Jonah P right behind him? That's a question here. Move to the sides.
Okay.
Spraying him down. Good. Salvage again. Zelsis.
I would have been tempted to really bait that.
They're doing a great job.
Like, let him die, wait 2 seconds. MP.
And here's that flash haunt kind of play that didn't end up actually going much of the distance. John did a great job there of anticipating it, adapting.
He was a good teammate, yeah.
And now they've built up so many ultimates that
Sometimes
even
you
if Jorgemon
gotta-
picks up an operator,
Sometimes you gotta
even
go
if
for it,
Jorg
though.
goes for the op on the defense, they have
I think on
Yorult
an
and
eco
Cosmic
as well, when he has
Divide
the,
for a B
when he has
exec
the better
that
gun.
would just ruin it.
I think it's better to do
Instead,
that
John
there,
is
but
calling for maybe a bit of a control play over towards A. But you've got to imagine this is the round to
guess I
use
didn't know there
these
was
ults
multi-stack
percent,
there.
because you're going to break the economy of G2.
Gonna see ults into this round. Gonna see a lot of ults into this.
See this one splitting
There's
into
one of them. Got your ult to clear all the way over towards Astra ult as well. Okay, well, before going in for this, does spot the wall at least, but he's just cleared everywhere apart from this smoke, basically.
Giving up control, but backside is laid bare. Good.
Yeah, that's why they're
Play
spamming it.
around this spot here, needs a bit of an evacuation policy over to TP, and he could just be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Steel Garden, it's even better. It's all being slowed down. Sentinels, full access.
Yeah, they got their own ults to retake though, and it's the ults that combo well.
I mean, this might be a bit of a problem.
But it's like, how can he get out of his ult if he's got an op? Not really.
Nightfall, util use.
Oh, it's a great. Oh my god, it's incredible.
Right into the maw.
Dude, that's one of the better ones we've seen.
It's still different to nothing but Sen. Happy to just all the way stand up tall and proud here. Yeah. Jorgemon's flank,
Dude, that,
not a problem anymore.
That tail ult from John was so
He
good.
didn't give away where he was coming from. Sen might have some kind of an idea because they haven't seen him the entire time. But what an ult that was from John Cutie.
Yeah, it's
I thought
incredible.
somehow G2 were going to be able to avoid it.
Well, we
and
said we're
frag
going to see a
out.
lot of ults. 3 into it.
But Sen just had so much control there. The ultimates were everything.
Wait,
And this
4
is
into
how
it,
you
right?
snowball. G2's economy is going to get knocked down apart from that op. They were forced into this fight. They did a decent job at the beginning, but then got pushed into narrate. And the crossfires on site were just too strong.
And that's been missing from Sentinels, I think, these last 2 maps. Just trying to think one level ahead for what G2 are planning, but that extra Armageddon, like you said, place it down
Okay,
when
it's
a
very
knife
nice from
comes out.
Sentinels. Good idea of
really good.
how important the round is as well.
And the
Force them
Yorult,
down to
the
what
Astral
should be a
are
low
such
buy.
excellent
They can get
combos
like
of being able to
3
get
good guns,
sites
I'm
not
pretty
to worry
sure.
about stuff like operators.
They could take a hit and maybe like light armor Guardian on a couple
Now,
if they
though,
wanted
the
to try
ult
force
bank
this.
is
But
expended from Sen. It was absolutely worth it to be able to knock G2's economy. But now that when we go into the next rifle round, in round 7, Josh RT's taking a timeout to get things stabilized. And the ults are going to flip in the other direction. Now G2 are the ones in a better position. But Sen at that point are likely to be 6-0 up. And this is the exact kind of start you need if you want to pull off a reverse sweep and steal the trophy away. Couldn't ask for better.
No, strong beginning.
yeah, they
here
take
for
the hit.
Sentinels. The only best of 5 reverse sweep in VCT America's history. Leviathan beating Cloud9. 2023 LCQ. I mean, that's just
LCQ.
chiseled into the ancient annals of time, almost, at this point, weirdly enough.
Yeah. And was it relevant? No, because of the crew run.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, Leviathan and Cloud9 at the time were the 2 favorites to win, I think. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah, the point being reverse sweeps extremely difficult.
Very, very rare. Sen with a good start, though, towards one. Jorgemon. Oh, okay. Done some damage and gets out. Barely alive, though. Scraped.
dude, the jump miner saved him
Down
there.
to Barely anything in terms of health here, but an opening pick might be exactly what G2 needed.
And G2 are so good on these light buy rounds. When they played against Evil Geniuses,
over towards R, instant drone over towards A, but Sentinels will take this. 2 passing here to clear the space back.
3 players here with just sheriffs.
The drone's not going to be dealt with there, so okay, Jorgamo's position is
yeah, they know he's going to TP away with that one as well. They get a lot of space here.
Drift forwards, pinging out into the smoke. He's expecting a little bit of spam here, but there's some util as well to accompany it. To season a Haunt up towards the top, delaying it. Being a
Force him into the 2, push behind
Celsius.
It's up to Sentinels if they can even consider a second.
The reaction, they want to clear these mid players out and away, but it's
a no.
the corner, Valin.
They only
one. Traded out by Bang.
30 seconds left.
To the corner again, he needs to try and find that pick, Jonah P.
If Bang dies, it's a nightmare.
It's not shy.
There.
Just missed the timing onto it. Sentinels are going to be aware of this.
Good help from Narrate. That's exactly what Bang needed, an escort to be able to get into sight safely with Spike.
Obscuring vision.
Time barely there. Any more delay from G2? Just not quite.
10 seconds left.
No, they've run out of artillery at this point. They did have salvos to try to work with, but I think Trent wants to save them.
Smoke propped. Haunt dealt with, broken here. G2 scurrying around towards the back of the site. Bang. That rifle player, but a spam. What a flick. Jorgamo, operator in hand. He's adding a level of danger towards this one. Fake TP forwards. They want to know and spot where these players potentially could be. And he's seen when a raid is at least a seize. Up and over. Haunt.
Dude, the Haunt though. The Haunt was good.
Lovely little combo. The seize first. Taking away all of the sound and then throw that Haunt up there, making sure that it can't really be broken. And they take the op out of Jorg's hands. Because this op, it already did work on an eco, and I don't think Sen would have wanted to navigate around it without a Euro ult or an Astra ult.
Yeah.
Having said that though, Bang is having such a game. He's one away from Astra ult again.
How was that?
So all of what I was talking about the ult situation now favoring G2, even though they're down 0-6.
Good listening skills, my brothers. Good listening skills, my brothers.
Is he trying to trial to replace Kaplan?
Oh, God.
He's trying to become the superstar player and the coach.
It's killing me.
He's going to be giving him back rubs and bananas next.
Guns in the hands of G2, though. Was a half buy on the last. Spy the operator.
A change up for G2.
Main potentially here as well.
Super really proactive, similar to what they did on their
cleaned up out towards Art still.
On their low buy.
Fight to take. That is monstrous from Bang.
He's having a map here.
It's kind of interesting. Every single time they like pressure over towards Art, they do have 2 waiting for this. But I wonder if it's like someone they've looked into.
There's no stopping them at this point. Wonderful beginning. Leaf though. Zells is off, but okay, seconds there, isn't he? Can't let that go unchecked. Valin. Okay, it's nice with the angle. He was pushed up so slightly, but in that 1v2, Bang! Again. Perfect with the timing and the shots as well. That fight into A main, we already mentioned it, but that was the important piece. Sidestepping, dodging bullets.
This one's going to be for the history books if they pull off the reverse sweep with a 13-0.
Dangerous score.
I mean, at the moment,
nice shots.
It looks incredible from Sen. This should have been the round where the momentum starts
yeah, it's,
to turn in favor of G2. They got more ults.
I'm stunning on him. I'm like,
yeah, and he certainly was.
He is.
It's like peak snowballing at the moment.
Better.
It's good.
He's 12-4. Meanwhile, Zelsis was still getting some really big rounds earlier on, 10-4. G2 fighting mid on the eco. Super classic plan, and they've caught Bang in the corner. Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
they
Zelsis
wrecked him, but 5 pass and push.
Ooh,
double upgrade. How much space did they decide to take?
G2 on their own half buy.
They hesitated. They wanted to fight back, but then maybe the comms of the 2
might find the timing on the timing
said about the numbers. This is, dude, Valorant is here so early.
Thorns are deaded. Supplementary.
I had no idea.
Some pieces of lead here. Valin. Oh my, it was a silent hop up, so he wasn't quite ready with a gun out, but eventually gets it. Just John QT, 1v4.
Well, Desp, sometimes it's meant to be, man.
Trent,
oh.
unfortunate with the timing there. He was watching that for the longest moment, but just turned his back towards
I mean, there's
it.
a minute.
John QT's got a lot more to do, though, in this spot. The spike has been definitely dropped and
oh,
isolated,
boy.
But so are these fights. John is picking them apart here. 1v4.
He's actually still got drone to work with as well. It's tough to want to drone in any of these spots, because you don't know that your back is even going to be safe. But if he gets a bit of info, if he spots a peak, and Valin keeps walking forwards here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Making sure that they double up here, but the timing is missed.
Oh.
Re-acceleration by Valin. John had chances.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit of extra damage though.
The NG2 play with a little bit more discipline. They tighten up. They finally get a round on the board here for Pearl. It's a map that not just eluded them, it's been haunting them, I think, as well.
Dude, the thing is that there was so much extra time for people to write it out as well.
Map for G2, isn't it? You think about big moments for G2 in 2025. A lot of them have happened on Pro, but a lot of them have been close. Either heartbreak, crazy overtimes. Thinking about T1, thinking about 100 Thieves. This is just kind of them getting stomped. They've only won on that eco round just now where they fought heavy through mid. Another scrap over towards A main.
A lot of bodies.
And Jorgamo getting posted with an operator. He didn't play with the op on this side of the map previously.
Yeah, it's a good change up for them though, but 2 on the side. Ooh, that's dude, he's hitting some shots.
Snaps it. Bullet to the chest. Zekken is gone. Scurrying now from Sentinels to try and reclaim some of that space, but already the call is made to try and refight towards Art, and Zelsis is the next one up on the chopping block. Double stars laid down. This one a bit more pace potentially injected or hoped to by Sen, but they're being slowed down by all that util.
It's a really big over rotate as well.
It's avoided. Bang's going to be slowed down himself.
He had no smokes on cooldown, so he had to recall. That means Art is so open.
Instant. It's there. Jonah P with a trade. This time, discipline is
His
reigning
fade
supreme here for
his
G2.
fade eye is so
They make sure to
strong.
leave no gaps for Sentinels to play around.
It's so high up.
He's been punished a couple of times trying to defend Art. This time gets a lot of help and gets a 4K. Jorgamo's op-in has been really good today. It was a big turning point for them on Split as well. And despite his individually good opping performances, G2 have not really been able to string it into rounds until just then. If they close out the rest of the rounds in this half, though, it's gonna feel like the damage of the 7-0 is almost completely repaired.
G2 getting active once more, all the way through. Doesn't care about the team damage from their own salvos. The Horn, a little bit delayed in the making.
Yeah, same thing.
Here.
It's the third time we've seen this one.
Not quite. He's white swinging.
Dude, he got the second behind it. Yeah, Trent must have been like, sure, I'll come help you.
Difference maker for it. Leaf now wants to try and get ahead of this timing, but this is all fake pressure. Just a clone that was laid down prior. These players at G2 are going to be trying to re-clear some of this space, but they're going to get their answers a little bit too late. I think Sentinels
This
are already
push on
making
A
their
has
way
not been working well for them.
Money in the bank
That's
for
3,
G2,
right?
so
3
we're
times
still
they've done it,
fighting.
3 times they lost. I guess one was an
Even though they're in
eco.
3v5, you're hoping just to force ultimates out if you can. I mean, winning the round would be amazing, but at least make it dangerous, make it costly.
The ultimate util spells it all out here towards Leaf. Oh, the bullets!
How is that possible?
He rattles them into the chest of Zekken, and still he wins the fight.
That's such a good kill for Zekken to get.
Backside controls now theirs in a 2v5. Highly unlikely here for G2 to still make a good go of things here, but there it is. Take the fight together. Sentinels up to 8.
It's still unreal half at the moment.
On Split, it was Zekken that was holding down a ramp, and G2 ran their heads into it over and over.
Breamy, thank you so much, man. Breamy with the 10 mums. Thank you for the tier 1, mate.
Towards A main.
Wow.
They're both getting out of there.
Strategy to try to push out A main, and not just get Jorgamo posted, and not just have Drake
I just see you and Zach in front of me, and I feel young again. You know what I mean?
But they're trying to really push through and apply a lot of pressure onto the player that's holding that extremity. But Bang is just, he's got their number.
I don't think I've ever seen as many kills in this box as we've been seeing in this game.
Word for them last time, but they got to try and make another go of it. This time, though, bit of trouble because Zekken, conventional drift forward, spotted out the players. Gives his team the information to work with.
You are divided.
Even clear out most of the way.
Yeah, Astral clears a reaction push over towards mid with the Prowler.
You just get the whole side for free. Zelsis still has his to work with.
It's a nice kill from Leaf though.
Bang fell.
Yeah, finally, yep.
He was really on top of it. Fades. Oh, only hits 2.
Trying to flip this one all the way around. Zelsis is isolated in towards the back, and Jorgamo has cleaned him up, but the Steel Garden was still laid
Absolute
down.
mayhem, of
Overlapped.
course.
Sound cues cut away here from Sen, but finally fading, returning to their senses, and Narrate.
And that's probably the kill now. They got that strong crossfire.
Haunts up and over towards the top. Difficulties now for G2. Still want to try and make a go of this one, but the reveal is big. Trend! Snaps to the side, a quick 180, dodging, juking, Armageddon though. Lays it down by some time. Side
Surely
steps.
not.
He's low enough himself. Salvos, Jonah B.
Oh my God.
For it, but he's earned himself at least half his team for it. Potentially a chance for Trent Time of the Essence ticking down.
Nicely played from John.
He's dragged to his grave most likely at the end, though, just out of sight of
Yeah,
it.
they gave it a good try and sight.
Now for Sen. One more round left in this half.
Narrate winning that duel was the one.
It's so difficult to beat Trent in these clutch situations, but John does it. Tucks into the corner, masterfully plays with the sidelines.
I mean, it was just such a tail off.
Bait Trent off the defuse multiple times. Look at him jiggling, only unveiling a shoulder.
I put my body on the line to kill that guy, I just want you to know.
We're gonna play too hard.
They're feeling good out there, though.
It's Valleys with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 17 months, mate. Thank you for that.
Seems to have evaporated off their shoulders. They're playing loose. And they're doing a good job at controlling G2, who are once again trying to force the fight.
Yep, forwards up here. Trying to take this one with the bodies, and they do have the guns at the hand here.
Okay, instant reaction
upgrades,
is to take door control. That's it.
Well,
And then
quick
John
reaction, though, from Narrate, who manages to get himself
wants to
all the
push
way
with the
deep.
spike
He's
and
past
reclear.
this drone
Surely not.
reclear.
Yeah, drone doesn't see him tucked in here as well.
Awareness here from G2 that they have lost control of this when you can see it in the way that Jordan
The Stinger, nah, yeah, they're so good with it.
SEN players are super confident. You know, Zelsis is walking all
We
the
might
way
get
up,
another
triggering
enough.
the wall, not worried about being punished. It feels like SEN
Good news is
have
a
the
lot
liberty to
of
walk
the
around and
devs
take individual
are
fights 'cause they've been winning so many of
American,
them.
right? So they're more likely to watch American.
G2's favor, the players as
They're more
well,
likely
the
to watch
numbers.
Americas to actually be able to nerf it.
But for some reason, I feel like this is going to be a 10-2 half.
Yeah, I mean, Sen has been winning so many of them, and it keeps rolling.
It's just moments like that. Leaf should have had him dead
Instead
to
of
rights.
EMEA, but trust me, no one's been nerfing the Stinger after watching EMEA though.
Two big odds to use if you are G2.
Trust
but
me, with what you're seeing over there, you might
damage in
get
the
a buff.
process towards this
To
round.
be honest.
Still alive though for now. Sentinels are forced to play deep tucked onto the side because of that Cosmic Divide. It's just been layered down now, but Trent does have the right tool for the job again. Pushing them forwards, out into the open. Salvo spraying and praying. Zelsis has gone away with
Dude, they got
murder.
10. Okay, well,
He did it earlier in the half as well.
that's the map done.
And he's rocketed up to the top of the scoreboard to join Bang. The two of them have been untouchable here on Pearl. You might have
Boo's
thought
hit.
earlier
Sorry, Boo.
today that it was going to be the second show. And it was on the maps that they ended up losing, weirdly enough. Here, a 10-2 half powered by Zelsis and Bang, shutting down aggression from G2. SEN right now look like the kings of Pearl. G2, a mere copy.
Absolutely no denying the player form right now from Sentinels. They've earned themselves 10-2 here. The reverse sweep has got to start somewhere. What a great way to begin.
He stood up.
really like to
He always stands up.
I'm scared.
Really, that's not a
But when
thing with
Verizon
him.
announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Yampy? No, there's a couple of EMEA players that can use the Stinger. There's not many, but there's a couple. Don't type in the tank. That's toxic. That's a timeout. I'll do the timeout. How long are we giving you? We have a small slap on the wrist. Little 30-second for that one. Come on. Come on now. Type it again, you're getting a month. Damn, maybe we should mod you. You'll fit in here. It went from the smallest little thing to just you're gone for a month. The players that can use it in EMEA are Crashies, Koala, Noob, and Flyer. That's messed up as well. Oh, for God's sake, not this thing again.
Out the playing ground ever so slightly. No bumps. Making sure it's all nice and even.
Yeah, Dan the Penguin doing his job with the Zamboni.
Great job.
Dude, that penguin, he just loves the attention.
He does.
It sickens me.
It does.
It sickens me.
Interesting response.
This moment's about the players, Dan. Get off the stage. Yeah, it's going to be a joy to watch these teams playing a Masters Toronto. And this is another opportunity for them to entertain and grab a trophy before they get there. But also, in context of that tournament at Masters Toronto, whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. And you were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big meta shift heading into Masters Toronto. Whoever skips the Swiss stage gets to watch what all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
And that's that extra element. It's a huge advantage. You'd love to have it, especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays. We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting drastically heading into that event.
Oh, another leak there, chat. Almost as if it
here and now,
happening.
This is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl. And SEN, they are the masters of it. A 10-2 dismantling in the first half. And G2 playing a very slow beginning here. Looking to see where Sentinels are playing. Zekken set up to try to punish any kind of bait play on the Vice wall in B-Link.
Yep.
Now, just judging by Jorgamo's positioning, I'd imagine that G2 are heading in his direction. But SEN go for a reclear, looking to try and grab some information and just miss it.
Salvo's onto the corner. Trying to punish potentially with it, but yeah, walls up and over. Again, you can navigate it, it's going to slow you down.
Big person on site though. Are they going for a swing?
A flash for Zekken.
Salvo, flash high switch. Oh, this
there
is
is all sorts going on here.
Yeah, you can get a trade on that because Jonah B committed.
Some
rough timings for G2 in this pistol. Wrecked by the wall, wrecked by the salvos.
There's nobody actually defending A.
Looked like that, looked like the Zekken flash was pretty good as well. Got to over-rotate, empty sight. We can probably have a log come in from VALORANT if he wants it. It's a good plan for their positions.
Like a heist before our eyes, to be honest.
Don't know how they got away with that. Valen,
I don't know if, okay, no, I was going to say no star for
Watching for it. The two IGLs trying to find the timing.
It's all about those mind games here. And
oh, salvos deep. To make sure that you can fight, and that buys more time for the luck that is being watched by, or was.
Into the classics in hand, reloads but saved.
Did they give him time to reload?
Not been denied. Nothing can take this guy down now. 1v2, John. 3 bullets left to do it all.
2, 1.
How the hell does that happen? Leaf! It's ridiculous!
Dude, they let him reload, and that was
gotten away with murder in that pistol round. I mean, G2
got given too much space.
25 seconds to pivot all the way from B to A. SEN just didn't think they would go for it.
No.
Instead,
what a jump that is to save him.
Picks up 4 kills. Valen even finding that timing through water. So, okay, G2 with a pistol. But they're going to need so much more to make this any level of a contest.
Yeah, I mean, they can snowball back. What do they get? Closest to a Vice, or
it's the first step in,
could consider trying to snowball Trent.
For G2 to have a chance here.
Vice is good enough.
We've seen big individual moments from the SEN players.
Okay, TP away into 4-person swing with a flash. It's pretty nice from Sentinels. It's a nice setup.
Filled up the feed and
it's like the
dropping guns towards their
was it the Na'Vi bait with the flash over towards here where they TP'd and then went out? I can't remember who did it. There's been a couple of baits over towards B. Ah, it's a lovely setup, man.
G2 just really rushing into things there, not
the TP away just sells it so well.
Sentinels are going to be calling for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together.
And this was a sick strat. Chat, who did this exact strat where they TP'd away close? I think it was.
I think that should have put the knife in the back. SEN with a great anticipation of where this one was ending. And they just all swing out together.
That was a great there.
Yeah, Martin was close, TP'd away. 3-person swing back.
Area to stand.
Was K-Cop? Yeah.
He was talking to us in the coach interview.
It's so strong because you just get that safety, right? You see the Euro TP away, and normally when they want to fight, you're just like, well, he would have stayed if they wanted to fight, right? So everyone's W kings, and they end up eating double flash.
Excellent. Ascent. That's the next map, and that's where they crushed the waylay coming out from G2.
Fiona's.
So it's entirely possible that Sentinels, when you look at the map pool, could pull off a comeback. Josh is going to be talking to them here about how they can pick themselves up and maybe try to make something happen on Pearl.
Well, definitely first, second map, it felt like G2 had really nice reads on what Sentinels was wanting to do. This was like the first time it felt like Sentinels were really on top, right? All the A pushes, every kind of reaction from them taking some kind of map control. Like they just held deep A the whole time. This one, I'm not sure this was like a proper read or just a stack, but either way, it's a nice setup.
Sitting near the back.
They still got stingers though. It's a scary team for it.
Loser in those situations. So it's entirely possible that G2 will have tweaked some of the Waylay stuff on Ascent.
What is the worst round played in VCT history?
But I think
good question, man. I have no idea.
On this map,
We've probably, I mean, we've watched it. I just don't know what it is.
Extremely competitive series for this trophy.
Maybe you could,
Force up here from G2
maybe some kind of,
Sentinels. Up
maybe some kind of plat chat
drone as well.
Award thing could be good for that.
Using arm control in the process, a bit of spam.
K-Corp? 2023 K-Corp? Yeah, maybe. But the problem is, they might be like 3 out of the 5 nominations.
Mid, you know, somebody that's playing in that connector, but instead it's a vice wall here, and they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2. A little bit strange as well that when Sentinels took A main, they didn't feed the orb to John QT, because he would have had the tail ult online.
But I got straight past his timing. I don't know if Zelsa's going to expect this one. Might be fast, but okay, here's the footsteps. Valin!
Valin's stinger is gross.
Pure disrespect. Gun pick back up here, ferried back. They can't let that one get into enemies' hands, but G2 onto the side here with a bit of a plant of their own as long as there's no funny business. Let's go down, straight bullets, slowing down Valin, but he's still alive, and now
a lot of damage, and they have no one that's gonna push. Wait, where's Jorgum
up in 15.
Yeah, you have pull, you have salvos, you have people at close range with stingers.
Yeah, he's getting into the smoke, right?
It's a hard retake for Sen to win.
Jorg's gonna be that thorn in their side.
Get the back.
Who's that?
John didn't even get a look in.
Oh, poor John, man.
Just shuts the door
he
in the
didn't
face
even
of
make the
Sentinels.
smoke.
No chance for them to even get going.
Well, at least he got his tail ult online.
Went to shoot the clone. It looked like 2 instant bullets hit him in the head.
Is almost impossible to deconstruct, and I think that's why they match up so well against Sentinels. Because Sen, historically, since they've become excellent at the beginning of 2024, it's been about that kind of retake prowess. Yeah. And this is the post-plant meta. Pulls, salvos.
Look at that, that's so unlucky.
Inside
Slim Doinks, thank you so much for the 22 months. Thank you, the Primate. Thank you for doing that, bro.
And a 7-round lead is going to be really, really difficult to fight against.
Just 2 rounds, all Sentinels need. It can happen anywhere. G2 are well aware of that, with the amount of Thrifties have been winning on Pearl recently. Jorgamo full sprints forwards, trying to catch a time and pass the salvos.
With the salvos out, they might. Okay. Well.
Good early kill onto the drone as well, so he's not worried about being suppressed. He still has a gate crash to be able to get out, but he's taken 100 damage. He's down to only 50.
Yeah.
Both Yorus just kind of staring off at each other, a wall in the way.
Have they tracked the money well enough to know that Zekken has opted into the operator? Potentially, but could be missed here. Don't think Zekken's revealed his hand. He's kind of trying to get posted up onto the A line. A lot of util expended. TP back.
Yeah, they hit the TP away though.
And because that gate crash was so close, Zekken now feels pretty confident just walking all the way up. He heard the audio cue.
ADS timing. Oh,
timing is insane. Here, oh, that's unlucky.
The pressure now.
Oh,
applying it onto Zekken. Can he deliver?
Oh boy.
Missed.
He got away with it.
Evacuation there with a gate crash again, but it's watch 4 as well. These lurks. Realization by Sentinels that they have lost that mid control.
A little bit timid there from Chong QT.
They can get out though. 30 seconds. Tap of the spike.
Looking to try and force some of this util and buy
Tap of the spike, then insta duel over towards Art, just in case there was a fast flank or reaction push through middle.
Can be dropped here. Plant now down. Into the post plan we go. John was not baited into the using this ult. Means they can use it now for the retake. Jorgamo.
Gotta be ready for someone getting that smoke though. Trend from A main kills him. They have no idea about Jorgamo. 15 HP pushing through, and they are kind of aware of it.
And you've still got pull. Here come the salvos.
Mad respect on that. They knew that the ult would push him through into the smoke.
Celtics forwards, he's going to be done. But here's
There's so much nice stuff in this round, by the way. Everyone's like really on top of there's so many possibilities.
Okay, Jonah P finds it. Time ticking though. So is the spike. Chances nigh impossible. That's the trouble. We were talking about it. You let G2 get into these post.
Even the little tap of the spike double duel over towards Art was pretty cool on this.
And it's so difficult.
Force him down to an eco.
Push incredibly deep to find out where Trent and Valen are playing. They fall back into really safe positions, and they double up with people like Jonah P, for example.
Far away from the spike.
Like Jonah's job
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact they knew someone was behind as well. It's just so much time that got bought. And that spam that Trent did through the smoke,
in front,
it kind of cost him.
Timings and create distractions.
Just leaving the workup round to check the stream as you're asking about that Euro play.
Down onto a low
Oh, really? Wait, just now, Fio? That's nuts timing.
Operator that they were going to work with. And I think they've also got to take a bit of a strategic shift. It's one thing to say they're massively in the lead. It's absolutely true. They had a phenomenal first half. But you still need to be fighting people as they enter the choke points, as they enter the sites. I think it's pretty similar analysis to what we were talking about on Split.
The worst round in Valorant, the exec, that's the spike. Dude, that's like the best round in Valorant. What do you mean? That was incredible to watch. that was actually unbelievable. That was so funny, that round. It's an incredible round. It actually is one of the best. One of the best we have.
Same could be said here for Sentinels. Doesn't matter how close you are to that finish line, to closing out Pearl, getting it into the next map, which is Ascent. G2 are also aware they can run it back one round at a time. That's all it takes. You cannot give these teams ins. They're too good for that.
Sen, along with a strategic adjustment, might just be thinking, let's build up to ults. Let's just try to get to map point on a massive ult round.
Spike in heaven, yeah, that one.
Problem being there that John just used his Tejo ult, and the others, they're a little way off.
Why is so many people quoting Keiko Browns?
But the more kills they can get, the more ult orbs they can farm, the better they'll be. And it did look like John was maybe making a little play for it there. Got pushed back.
Yeah, util by both teams.
Okay, pressure over towards A main.
Really the round, aren't we? Where the barriers started for both.
Heavy punish. It's going for a bit of a gamble on this one. Sentinels can't really blame them on this. They are going to miss, but
okay. Through mid, but G2 are going in a different spot.
It's a really common eco play to try to take the fight at barrier drop through mid. So I think Sen are just doing a variation where it's a lot slower and kind of hoping that G2 are going to wander into them, as you said. But that Vice Flash in the mid round gives Leaf a lot of information that nobody's pushed up. And now, after the Vice Flash, this is where John calls for them to go and move forwards.
I'll find you. Bring them down.
Util's going to be seen at this point here, so they're aware G2 making moves over towards the B site. Players are a while away. Nothing used by Sen either to push this one back, and Bang was hoping that there was
more just going to be about
window where nobody was going to be
Jorgamo, Trent, and Valen getting closer to their ults.
Sentinels are hoping for kills so that we can get closer to ults, so that they can force them out of G2 in fear. But G2
there's Jorgamo's ult.
Just looking really solid.
Jonah, chill, you got ult already.
Choke point. No one can really step over that line here. Zelsis.
Valen would have been one away with that one.
Have it
Greedy, yeah, the ecos, man. Yeah, the ecos.
Go down to the spike, but he's revealed. Round to the corner.
Yeah,
Trent
that's a little bit better.
G2.
That's what I want to see, jumping around the corner to make sure that someone else gets it.
They are. That's one of the worries. It's all well and good to say, well, Sentinels at some point will just get up to a huge amount of ultimates and they'll win a round. But if you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even. Yeah. It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
No. I love it.
What?
Is this, round 18, the spot where Sen tried to invest Euro ult? Or do they want to save it for something where they've got a bit more backup? These are the difficult spots. These are the tough decisions for John to make. Because G2, they have everything.
Jesus.
Jorg can crack open a site for them, and they've got good ults for post plant or to stop retakes.
It's not as it's not as bad as the EMEA replay, but it's still questionable. Any replays just trying to catch up to the EMEA madness.
That one on top of it here. Dimensional drift clears the way. Spots out 3. Do you call a cancel? Do you want to hard commit into this? Back through into it. Bang. He's not shy, he's not scared, but now we'll have to back away here as the Thorns by his side stand up. Spam into the corner.
Yeah, lovely spams. I tried to get close over towards the smoke. People are getting...
Sink being thrown at them in the process.
I mean, we got 3 people on site. They might cancel, right? There's been so much util, man.
Calling for the pause as well and causing a reclearance called for here by Sen. Wide face,
Whoa.
John. Just step up to it. Armageddon now.
Wait,
Laid into
give me John's POV, man.
No player's going to be falling prey to this one. It's up
Look
to
at the
John.
play he's making. I respect
Against
that.
most of this team, G2
Trying to end it right
starting to get
there.
their footing again. To this side, slowly but surely the discipline is there. Making sure that they can, and an unfortunate 140, but works it back around. Zelsis doesn't expect that. G2
Getting
they are clawing this one back. Their start, at least there has to be a bit
the
of a worry.
good news for Sentinels was like they used ults.
Absolutely, there's going to be a worry. But I think there's a small silver lining that they did force so many ults out here. And John realized when Bang went down, okay, we are not playing for retake at this point. There's no smokes, so he wide swings out, tries to take the fights at art. But they forced out 3 ultimates for G2. They made it costly. They're going to decide themselves to force up with a Guardian, with a Bulldog, with light armors on every player. And they're going to try to win this round. This has got to be where they stop the G2 comeback.
I mean, it's a hell of a gambit. You lose this, your money's going to be butchered here. And even though it is only 2 rounds, brings G2 one step closer to
I
equalizing.
mean, play's not bad, but
There are no more second chances if Sentinels end up losing this map. It goes out of their grip. G2 all the way forwards here. Quick approach in through connector.
it's a lot of space. Oh my goodness. Oh. Caster
Deeper
brain.
wall though being placed by Zelsis. It's not going to make the same mistake as last time where they took the time and passed it.
Twins. Yeah, that's not good for me, man. Twins with Bren, Jesus. Oh boy. Maybe we stop streaming here, boys. Maybe it's over for me.
Help Zekken out into this spot. Zekken very much alone. Util used, ult forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there. Spots the 2 players making a bit of a wrap around and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control though. If the pivot is called for, G2 might find themselves in a bit of a trap.
30 seconds left.
Wall chords, it's fakes on fakes, obfuscating where the intention is. G2 running their way back. Second though, spots it out. Space is still being held down, and he could be that difference maker. TP in.
Oh, it's nice though. Dude, they didn't even consider it.
Completely hides.
Dude, they gave him. Look at they got him
little
rat run at the back. That's sick.
They might have just delivered.
Can't hear the TP. Small line. That's awesome.
And they need to win this one. It has to be the full investment. And what's the case with the economy? Nightfall up and over. A lot of queues cut away, but the Util's going to be broken
Zelsis,
down anyway. Through the top,
Zelsis should have been on top of it, but
you have to rely on it. Raw reaction times, and a crossfire setup is there. G2.
Dude, what a round this was. But Zelsis, I'm right in thinking Zelsis saw it earlier, right, and let it sit.
At this point,
and then
it's becoming a reality. G2.
And kind of just forgot about it.
They're feeling empowered.
That was such a nice play out of the
It was a really cool play, but
the Astra ult disguising all of the audio cues so that Jorgamo can teleport into the tiniest
I guess he's literally. I guess it's one of those where he's like, he's looked back at it and he's like, yeah, that's up against the wall. Hey, would you think it's up against the wall?
Jake, your wall was insane, bro. I think behind him. You didn't even know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not even from the
Wait, it's not even planned?
Josh is writing that one down. Wait, we've got to run that one again.
So wait a minute.
It's not even planned.
It's a fake, and
that has to be planned.
Good. I mean, yeah, they've got to ask the players at the end.
That's got to be planned. Why else would you do this
wall?
wall?
To talk to them.
That's not going to be going through these players' mind though. Sentinels on our screen here. It's the second time out taken. Spells it all out. I think this is a worrying sign. Kaplan having a stern word with them.
Now they called to go for the gambit. And you said it was very risky in the previous
Fake on
round,
A?
right?
Dude, I need to see it, man. I'm drawing on VALORANT right now. I gotta see this.
2 big ultimates. They used the Euro ult and the Fade ult to try to retake. But they're still going to get up to about 3
Oh god,
in this
it's
round.
so good
They
for
still
the
have Steel
fake.
Garden to work with.
Dude, they didn't mean to do it.
In order to help them retake.
We're giving them
That's
credit,
really difficult for G2
saying
to
it's
deal with.
unbelievable and it wasn't meant to be. You're just
Tejo ultimate online
blocking
here
off
as well,
back of A to
potentially
make
for
sure that you
John
can
QT.
plant.
Now, I'm not saying that they should use them right here.
No
because
way.
the money is so bad. But for the next round,
There's no way.
eventually, finally, Sentinels will have some level of an ult advantage and equal rifles.
They just need that tipping point.
All they need is one. Surely at some point Sen will be able to get it. But thus far, in this half, they've only been able to get the one round, and G2 have had 6.
Jonah P, risky here. You're up against the weaker buy. He is so far forwards, but immediately backing
Yeah,
away.
so then Zelsis just looked at it. They called that it was probably a hit, and he thought it was like flush against the wall or something. Dude, either way, teams are going to steal that. It's so sick.
All in. TP back, salvos. For the team damage, Jorgmo sets the clone forwards first. That's a stinger in your face, and the team does help out. Strength from the side.
Guys, this is
Tucked
getting
up onto the
crazy
corner, though.
close.
Zelsis eventually cleaned up there with a trade. And it's all watched for. Plan an attempt to disrupt by Narrate. But this was their half by round. G2 though will be up to 9 as a result of it.
And I said previously, round 19 had to be where Sentinels stopped the G2 comeback. But this next one, with 3 ults for Sentinels, assuming that John doesn't just die to Spike here. Okay, with 3 ults available for Sen, rifles online.
This has to be. This is now, though. They're like, this is actually it. He did build up the round before, but like, this is actually it. They can't lose this. They got too many
I don't see how they're
ults.
winning the map, because this has got to be the most advantaged they've been in the entire half.
They have almost everything.
The problem is G2 have been working them so well.
Yeah.
I mean, here, Jonah P pulling a couple of people off B. They get that free teleport into the back of halls.
Tempo increase.
And Narrate, he's not as emotionally stressed as we saw him earlier on in the year. He wears his heart on his sleeve, but you can tell that the pressure's getting to him a bit.
3 ult
They're down 0-2 in the
advantage.
series.
Lot of regen armors, lot of light armors. Prowler over towards door, kind of clears it. Could still be watching, obviously. No vision block.
G2, very real runner things here with the amount of rounds that they've been
Okay,
able to
so
put together.
pressure.
Control maintained for now by Zekin. G2 showing presence. Decoy forwards in the hope that there is a
Where are
wall
the
here.
ults? Bang's committed with Astro.
Now, Bang's
Scary.
position I quite like, because Jorgamo's been going for halls teleports, which means that the rest of the team isn't really going to have that Yoru flash to go through the smoke.
Yeah, and honestly, they might think that he's playing
Bang
off site
takes it
here.
coming inside.
This is really, really risky.
And you are once more.
Yeah, it's the pressure of him playing off site because he has ult, so he plays up close. Nah, it's so bold, but
Limping out of the fight for now, but he's bought time and a lifeline for Sentinels themselves. It's what they needed.
They so desperately needed Bang to be a hero.
30 seconds left.
Stray spam again. Any player at G2 could fall at a moment's notice, but now here it is. Second wave of the Utah once more off to the corner. That's a stun! Bang!
Oh
Still
my god, dude, that last shot is...
No weapons at all. Nothing to work with. Shorty in hand.
Okay,
does
very, very
the best that
nice.
he possibly
Bang was
can.
an absolute hero here.
Finally the
And he
tipping
still,
point.
does ult.
And it wasn't the ults that made the difference in the end. Zelsis
wasn't
throws
at
his
all.
in, but it's all Bang. Finally, after 6 rounds in a row from G2, Bang figures out a little gap, a small window of opportunity.
Yeah, G2 was...
Jorgamo was
Whoa.
prepping that flash
G2 was so on top of
pop out
them,
through the
or
smoke.
like thinking they were gonna play,
Catches the
just retake.
Let's go.
That's a scream of relief. That's a release
Yeah,
of
no, it
tension
is, for sure.
that has been building for Sentinels. And now a bit of a
Straight into it,
scrap.
man. Yeah, these are players. These are
Oh, it's a
bodies
great
that are gonna be
tail.
placing up
Force a
here.
man to the
Sentinels.
open. What do we got on
It's
top of
almost
this?
every
Nothing.
one of them. On either side here
Uh-oh.
for G2, they get the advantage now.
A reset of the money would mean that they have to eco. It would mean it's most likely 12-11.
Thorns drop down. Dimensional drift is going to be fading. And now that Armageddon paves the way. Potentially to
Yeah, I can't believe
success.
Jorgamo is sticking around.
Gotta try and get the hell out of there. The clone's going to be eating the bullet for it. And a call is made to try and fight forward. Sentinels. It's about how they
This
absorb
flash
this now.
is...
It's a gambit to be played, but the round swings on its head.
Oh, dude, the flash hit
Jorgamo
all... It hit everyone. It hit all 4, forced the TP away. And he gets 2 full blind.
Spam into the corner. Spot and over, Bang. Still trying to spam
shot.
it down, leaves it
Nice
just
swing.
down to Celsius.
Oh
It's
my
too much
god.
to overcome.
Dude, Jorgamo's
T2
POV
not
here is
done
going to be
yet.
insane to watch. I
Decided to turn up
guess
the
he
tempo
sees
massively
one
there,
of them
putting
before
crazy
they
early
swing.
round pressure on with the Tejo
I
ultimate.
don't know, I want to see it from his POV, like actually getting flashed.
Sentinels tried to throw the kitchen sink at G2. Here's those 2 kills though.
Okay.
Really
Yeah, he saw the first look. Saw the first and just held it down.
The forwards and then a Euro flash afterwards. The combo is good, but Jorgamo spams 2 of the Sentinel players down as they're trying to retake Secret.
Yeah, and like we said, if you win that one, most likely you're going to win this one because you force them down to the eco. They still have the Astral for retake, but they probably want to save it for next round. But it's going to get weird because you're going to go up against Astral and probably Fatal. Dude, they have no other ults. Wait, this is...
Information, narrate. It's a bait and switch. Hoping that they wouldn't expect him to just be creeping up there, but no damage. No kill, I should say. Damage definitely done to Leaf.
Sen so fast to try to respond to this, thinking that it was going to be one of the B execs that G2 have been running.
Yeah, and he can just hear this. Here's numbers, gets his TP out of there. Yeah, he at least heard 3.
Making all sorts of noise as well. He's pulling bodies straight back. Sen were happy to fast rotate to try and follow where the action could go.
There was a Euro TP though, so they don't really know if they can take too much space as well.
G2 look like they've got the read from Leaf. They should be heading away from Jorgamo. Jorgamo fires a couple of extra shots, just trying to keep bodies secure on the B site. And he's kept them there. 4 players for Sen, none of them budging an inch.
QT Dodo does have the salvos. When he sees this one coming, he's going to be able to at least
Free sight. Dude, if I'm Sentinels, I'm kind of happy they used the ult into this run, to be honest.
Thorns as well.
Yeah, Thorns. This slowed, time bought.
As long as they don't use Astral until they get some kind of advantage, if they get... Okay, Astral's getting used. How's he done that, bro? What the...
Talk about a turning point. All it takes is one more round.
How are they so insane with stingers?
Delivered them a worldie of a round so far. Enough
Dude,
to
nice shot.
take them to the finish line. Oh, it's expected.
Oh, God.
Jonah rips away 2. But he needs more where that came from. Off to the side, Jar with a movement. Weaving in and out, Sentinels!
Dude, how's he done that with a stinger?
Still alive!
How's he done that with a stinger? Okay, they're still alive. They'll go close though. They'll go close and scary for them.
Stepped up for Sentinels. Bang on a rifle round, and John Cutie with a 2K spray down.
Dude, you gotta give me this replay before you go to break, surely.
Kind of player I don't think I've seen to win 13-10. But that was a 10-2 half. And G2 almost pulled off a comeback.
And the heart's going to be pumping, man.
Pretty reminiscent, actually, of the last time we saw these 2 teams play on Ascent. Where a ridiculous first half from Sen and an almost comeback for G2. That's the map we're headed into next.
And Sen have got the better of G2 on those next 2 maps coming up. Of course, Ascent, you've already teed it up. That doesn't mean they can really do it a second time in a row. As we've already been mentioning, often the team that loses are going to be putting the time in to make sure that they shore up the map. Fix up the weaknesses. Still, it's a best of 5. Tenacious. Both of these teams are not willing to give up whatsoever.
Josh RT did not get his wish with an easy closeout here on Pearl. And things are only going to get more difficult, I think. The tension is going to build so massively as we head towards these final 2 maps.
It's unreal scenes all around here. The trophy on the line, the potential.
Dude, I can't believe that. I can't believe that round wasn't intentional.
Stay alive and get a reverse sweep, potentially making history of their own. It's all yet to be seen, of course. We're going to be taking a quick break on the other side of things. Map number 4.
Here we go.
You don't want to go anywhere.
What is the second kill? Dude, Ascent was such a banger last time we watched Ascent. The swing? No, the swing was fine. Just it's just stinger things. Maybe the guy first should be widing, but okay, we're back a bit.
pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards site, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I had a chance to listen in to both teams' communications during that last map that Sentinels ended up taking, and I want to give you a little check-in. Starting with Sentinels, if you had not told me that Sen were on stage down 2 in a finals, I would have had absolutely no idea. I swear it sounded like solo queue out there, especially in the first half. They were very goofy, they were silly, they were having a good time. There were people whistling in comms while John's in a 1-on-4 clutch. It didn't matter, they were cruising. Other good news for Sen fans is Kaplan, when he's got his head in his hands in the timeout and he looks really frustrated. No, he's actually very calm. He's not mad, he's not frustrated, he's not upset, he's angry. No, he is just giving the exact plan he wants his team to do, the micro details that he wants his players to execute on. So good news on that front. Looking at the other side, coaching-wise, Josh RT coming out of round 14, which G2 ended up losing after winning pistol to the eco of Sentinels, was frustrated. He gave them a hard conversation saying that they needed to, refine themselves as a team, get back to their identity, and know who they are. And you better believe that after losing that final round against an eco, there's going to be another hard conversation coming in the back rooms. We're going to send it over to the desk because there's a lot more Valorant to be played.
Couldn't agree more, Andrew. Hey, and look at that nice pillow there. Good face on that one. No idea who that is. But yeah, honestly, like really the series that you could have asked for here. We're going to map 4, and you got Sentinels taking out G2 on Pearl. Guys, I mean, this is exactly the series we wanted, right? We wanted to see this one go at least up until this point. At least give us that game 4.
Yeah, it's huge for Sen to win this one out, because now they're heading into the 2 maps where they managed to beat G2 last time. But that first half was just defined by heroic moments for Sentinels. Their individuals were absolutely outstanding, and I think they needed a guy like Bang to step up and be that catalyst for this comeback, Wyatt.
I mean, Zekin said it best. They're doing a great job shooting them.
Way to
and then
go.
Win another round, he's like, wait, man, yeah, way to go. You shot him again. They got several 4Ks in this game between Bang and Zelsis. That duo, who have been mostly quiet, at least on map 1 and 2. Came here in a big way on Pearl. They got them off to a hot start, and then Zelsis had this crazy 4K to close out that half in super dominant fashion.
To me, it looked like Sentinels had a really clear plan that Leaf is oftentimes playing this like solo anchor setup over towards A, and they had great ideas of how to circumvent his utility, isolate that anchor, and absolutely decimate him in that first half. Leaf has probably been G2's best player in this series thus far, and they did such a good job of running him over on the site, getting into advantaged post plants, and then winning them out every time.
And just one more note there, on the individual side of the game, 3 players from Sen, not Zekin, one of them, had 20+ kills. That's what they needed, everyone else to come to life in this series. They didn't even lead in the first kills in this, but they were able to close out 10 out of 10 post plants, regardless of if G2 were even able to put it in a 5-on-4. It didn't matter, they couldn't convert.
Still, you saw G2 get back into the game at the end there. They nearly brought that one all the way back to have a 3-0 win. So they're still clearly hot and ready to go for the rest of the series.
And it sounds like to me, the thing that was most important was that they needed to kind of loosen up. That's what it sounded like based on what Ender was saying. Sentinels needed to loosen up. That could maybe be the recipe for success for G2 potentially as we get ready for Ascent, Wyatt.
It sounded like they were having fun for the majority of that game. And like you said, maybe these next 2 maps coming up, they all, the maps that Sen were able to beat G2 on in that prior series, but those were some really close affairs.
And last time they played on this Ascent, this is looking at the icebox as well, which is going to be coming up a little bit later on. But to talk about that one, I think that Sentinels had a very specific idea of how Jojimo played on the entry when he's going to be playing the waylay coming up on Ascent. He got absolutely rolled every time he was trying to go for one of these set entry plays, and that goes to show how much effort Kaplan and the leadership at Sentinels put into preparing for that game. What I'm looking for from G2 though is to change up that pathing, come out with some new stuff on Ascent here. They need to have a better attack side.
There's one specific stat that I want to pull from that game, which was when Sen were dominating that first half on defense. Jaw finished 4 for 11 on kills to deaths, but more importantly than that was 0 for 7 on first kills to first deaths on attack. Wow. 7 first deaths. He was getting isolated in the sites, couldn't be followed up on, dying alone, no success on the Waylay. He ran it back and found success against MIBR yesterday, but they did not have that same understanding of how to counter it like SEN do.
And the two guys that stepped up on map 3 of this series, Bang and Zelsis, are going to be the two who are often in positions anchoring when Sentinels is on the defensive side, that are going to have to deal with these executes from Jojimo. If they stay in form, it sets them up for another excellent Ascent defense.
This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one, Wyatt, right? I mean, look, I think G2 now, they're going to be licking their wounds after this one from, you know, yes, they were able to make the comeback happen, but let's not forget, they were getting, you know, raffle stomped a couple of those rounds in the first half of that, right? So now, you know, you make your way to Ascent here. You know, the pressure is on, big opportunity, but also I do want to bring us back to when Josh RT was talking in the coach interview, and he had said, we cannot let our foot off the pedal, and it seems like Sentinels force that
changing the chair out.
I am curious today to see
swapping the chair.
Ascent if they are going to opt to switch Jaw to the Yoru.
Would you do it? Would you?
I think that they were considering running that yesterday. He was kind of flipping between them in the agent select when I was casting, and then ended up going with the Waylay, and they won. So that could give credence to doing it again. But you guys were even speculating on the desk then that maybe he'll be running the Yoru, and I think this would be a good time for him to bring it out. Even though he loves playing the
what happens? I think it's just preference. I'm guessing the Raid doesn't want the sides on his chair, and then Zelsis doesn't mind playing with the sides up on his chair.
Position to where G2 were in the finals of Bangkok, up 2-1 in the series, going into a final 2 maps against an opponent that looked rough to start the series, but have heated up towards the end. This time, they've got to prove they're not going to let this BO5 slip. I think they absolutely want to close it out here, 3-1 on Ascent, a map that has been so strong for them all year.
And I think it just starts with the pistols. They got to get those pistols out of the gate real fast. They cannot allow Sentinels, if G2 wants to close this one out, to get those, because those certainly are going to be something that could bite them potentially with how close these score lines are.
That was definitely a critical part of the story on Pearl. Sentinels getting out to such a strong lead that even though G2 were attempting a comeback, it was ultimately made fake because the lead was just insurmountable at that point. So they're going to be trying to stave that off, but that is a hallmark of Ascent. You can go on such a run when you're on that defensive side that you can just end up not being able to
Motzi with the prime. Thank you for that, mate. Welcome into the Slug Club, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Was up 2-1 in the series, right? Down 2-1 in the series when they were back in the finals of Ascension, when Fallon and the boys defeated him, got their spot in the partnership system, and have now found themselves here in their second chance to go back-to-back to win a second trophy in the row in Americas.
Would be huge for them, of course. The question is, can Sentinels push this one to a 5th map? Well, folks, Ascent is coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
I love how Jogamo like hovered jet Yoru and then go Waylay. You see a jet? Nah, he fell for it. He locked in Waylay at the end. He hovered jet. Dude, Ascent's going to be interesting. Last time they played, I can't remember who's starting on what side, but everyone really struggled on their attack, had very strong defense. Sentinels had good anti for the Sentinels had good anti for the Waylay, and G2 had really good punish. They had like a really good punish over towards middle. That meant that they didn't want to Teo drone mid and kind of pressure the Vice wall. So I'm expecting the Sentinels to take a lot of mids, because if you look back at the rounds they won last time they played G2 on this map, it was all about mid control and them actually like getting the wall triggered.
When we were talking about Split,
they'll probably be doing that.
Run of seeing Sentinels on defense and how they'd adjusted that. Now we're going into Ascent, and it's the perfect narrative again. We get to see G2 on the attack side and see whether their Waylay, which I think you can spot there at the top right, is actually going to be able to find those openings.
Yeah,
they must have made
it's pretty much
but Sentinel's game plan was
pretty much all about how many can you get on attack here.
That's a big thing, I think. G2 is definitely going to be focusing on making sure that that doesn't happen again. Able to get into these fights. When I was watching the VOD back this morning, definitely a case of like, I think what G2 were just kind of not quite rushing into things, but Sen definitely had a heavy read.
Yeah, no, they had a big read on the Waylay.
Usually flood defending, fighting them.
So we'll see. I imagine Jogamo won't be sending it in as much, and they'll probably just be using salvos to help get through the choke point without using the dash, would be my guess.
The ideas, I imagine. Yeah, you've got to imagine that they've looked at that VOD.
Dark Ninja with the Prime, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you.
How you play the Waylay. Sen had so much momentum in that first half of Pearl. Trickled off slightly, but it ended strong with some big individual moments, some hero plays. And so those tough talks from G2 heading into Ascent versus Ascent, who are now feeling like the comeback might be doable. Who's in a better position here as we head into Ascent?
Absolutely. And now, listen, momentum might have been taken away towards the tail end of that map for Sentinels. They had to drag it over the finish line to get here on Ascent, but
they got the better side. I mean, Ascent is so important starting on defense.
Yeah, we'll see how many attack rounds.
Here we see it once more.
Like maybe they only need like 4 with what was going on, but I feel like Sentinels will have a lot better time on attack.
Position of the knife was getting antied quite hard by MIBR.
Dude, 4 classics, 4 armors for G2 and Zekken, mate.
Try and push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is
the double down of going forward was sick. It ended up being
just like that. First domino falls, the rest of the
that was sick, to be fair.
Yeah, a couple of players over towards Catwalk.
Dude,
really
look at the
HPs. Force the fight, hoping that the rest of G2 would still be focused on Zekken.
But that opening, I think, tells me quite a lot when I'm watching this VOD back. And like I said, when G2 were playing against MIBR, the position of the knife and their opening defaults were getting antied hard. They were already making changes and moves and maybe coming to fruition unless John can do something about it here and now. But no.
He was like maybe 1 here and then 3.
Weaving in
Unlucky.
and out, playing off of each other beautifully.
And you talk about momentum. This pistol round on the attack side is hyper important on Ascent. On the attack side of Ascent, you might only win 3-4 rounds on the attack side total. Yeah. So being able to pick up a pistol and probably the follow-up is enormous. Just changes the numbers so much.
Major difference indeed. Zelsis looking around here, but almost expected here by Leaf.
Well played. You think about the run that Sentinels went on at the very beginning of Pearl. They were able to string 7 rounds together in a row by chaining these ultimates, by getting themselves into positions and forcing G2 down onto ecos constantly. Really good denial of that mid-fight.
Nice. Yo, we're halfway there.
I mean, that might be a reference to Valen saying that we only need 2 on the attack side.
Yeah, it might be that.
This map is by far and away our most, one-sided map that we have currently. It's
what was the pistols in the map before this? The ecos strat 4-3, right?
Even when they're not in a match like this, last time we just saw teams rack up defense round after defense round over and over again.
That's right. Someone can correct me if it's wrong.
Rounds been setting up trap plays. Everyone cooked up over towards B.
4-3 for G2.
A bit of a gamble, this one. And looking like it's going the wrong way.
But yeah, it was Sentinels that had the eco strat on power. You're right.
A flash into B main, just for some information.
Back in a flash. Doesn't reveal a thing here. Could use some
this is what I thought they'd start doing, like actually walking, taking space instead of heavy committing. I know it's just against an eco, but this is already a really good sign from them. Like they don't have to heavy commit, especially with salvos. If you watch how I want to say R or Q, I can't remember who it is, but they're very good at like getting through the chokes by using salvos and then nothing else, just knowing that they can kind of just freely walk through.
Now Sen, honestly, they just, I would say, want to die to the spike, because you do not want to charge up these ultimates. This is the worst map in the entire game if the attacker starts some kind of ult snowball, because you're expected to get so many defense rounds.
It's the play here for Sen. You are right. I mean, the spike might just be the most optimal.
Boom.
And so think about it this one.
Boom was the team I was thinking about. But I think RQ do it as well. But yeah, but Boom is the best example because they had that Phoenix. And they had
Dead
to get. Wait. Wait.
Oh,
no way. Dude, that's messed up, man. Well, U2 is killing this game, but
not really accomplished.
you gotta take that.
3 with the salvos towards the end. I don't really think the Sen ever thought there was a ninja defuse on the cards there.
3 kills, let's go, Nate. Imagine.
Zekken living in a world where that ninja defuse happened would have been an incredible moment. And G2 not super close to the ultimate, so they don't have to worry about that too much right now. But
yeah, it's a little bit spreads, but
really take a look at
I'm already seeing good signs from G2.
Because they're probably going to bring out a set strat, a set tactic to try to set Jorgamo up for success. And they've threatened a little bit of A main control. They smoke A main in order to threaten that they could be through wine and getting ready to pop.
But this is what a lot of teams are doing with the
My eyes again are on Jorg.
with the wall with Vice. Means that you have to go deep over towards this and break it, and it can be a bit of a nightmare. And then once you kind of break it, you either put it there again or you have some kind of punish. And you pretty much just rotate between.
There's nobody here.
Because, yeah, you're pretty committed, and then until this wall goes down, right, you can just heavy stack over towards the site, and then obviously when the wall goes up, you get into the more normal 2-on-2.
What a util here by G2. They're just trying to potentially pull players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo!
Well,
dropped. Celsius
it's at a price.
has eye on that one.
That's the most common position for the Vice wall, so a bit strange that G2 got caught out heavily by it there.
A lot of pressure, though, still being applied, and that means 3 players of Sentinels are still here, so anchoring onto the side, it's all onto Celsius and Zekken. See if they can stand tall against most of this one. Only the one for Zekken before
If
he
Celsius
does go
doesn't
down
get one, it
4-score.
becomes a
G2
close round.
Don't have a lot of time to work with. They're hoping that Sentinels
Dude,
will overplay themselves.
Jonah P's going for a big
but now they
play.
gotta try
Oh my
and make a
goodness,
move
okay.
forwards, and
Well.
Celsius could be that win condition. Not quite just a 1, but yeah, right from the
Yeah,
side.
very
Right.
nice in the end. Very, very
Nicely
nice.
done overall.
Is a double armor
Well played from those B
and
players,
2-gun rebuy
Celsius
though.
in particular. But I'm a bit confused by what G2's game plan was there. Don't know whether Jorgamo thought that he would get market for
No, I
free.
think he wanted to. I think they wanted to fake this at
Celsius
middle.
is
I'm
almost
not entirely
always
sure
gonna
though.
have a setup that's designed around punishing that. Earlier on this stage,
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
Celsius looked a little bit shaky on the Vice. He was putting his walls in some unusual spots, but he's really tightened up his game. He's in a great spot now on this defense side, where it can be a nightmare trying to run B-splits against him.
Okay, wall back over towards middle. So they managed to get the punish on
Another
mid anyway, and
beginning to this.
they're just so fine with it, trying to see if G2 are actually going to default twice over towards middle, and then it might be the once they've gone for the wall twice, then you know that they're prioritizing heavy mid default, and then you can punish it. Would most likely be the play if they do go mid this round. You'll probably see it next round.
Then they've been going back to mid and trying to run B-splits or A-splits.
Mike's in the middle of nowhere, though. Again, the goal is just to slowly work the map here for G2. Drone push back, make sure that Zekken can't get that mid-round information. Nothing stopping him from reclearing.
This is nice though.
Yeah,
Question mark created. Got the smoke out of them. Flash over towards A in reaction to losing over towards B to get info.
But this actually gives Valen a good time.
Drone over towards middle is going to get spotted by Leaf.
Start to lean the defense off the site as Bang clears A main.
Slow crawl.
Yeah, and they still got the wall on middle here, so they managed to actually 3-person stack over towards A. Looking kind of nice from Sentinels. AO goes in, everyone plays in front of it. It's a good omen flash here. Dude, it's a great omen flash. They can't get through this choke.
Dashed in, disengaging, and out of double faces there from G2. Unanticipated with Bang's position. Takes out 2 of them immediately. Sight potentially theirs as well.
Not bad.
The Raid just trying to pick them apart.
Still not bad.
Trades there instantaneously. Trent finds it 2v2 now. The spot that G2 were in as well, without too much control of anything else. Uncertainty, that smoke fades as well. Celsius might be caught very unaware. Just on a perch, and he's already isolated just the 1. And Valen low enough that it should just be easy business.
Very
Yes,
nice.
indeed.
Ooh, dude. I mean, whoever got the entry here, that actually made
Incredibly
this
important
pretty
round for Sen
close.
to convert a 2v2 those can get really dangerous against G2.
It was a great Omen flash, though.
Sen fought them in the choke point. Look how quickly Jorgamo was forced to use his refract. He got in with a double dash and a bunch of util. I mean, G2 used tons of utility to try to set him up, but he was forced to recall immediately.
Look at you go. Look at you go. God.
Yeah, he also dashed in when he hit the Omen flash, so it's like he didn't get the info, so they didn't really know where to pre-aim.
The waylay that we're looking for. Many more rounds here, though, to study. And Zekken was amazing at the start.
You have a question? Malabard, what you got for me?
Actions coming towards him.
Parador, nice. Salvos at your feet as well. This is a dangerous spot for Zekken to be placed in. It's already taken damage.
Would any bangers end on Icebox? A solid question.
Phantom in hand, flash as well. Pushes Zelsis back into a potential spot as well where he could do that damage. It's exchanged with the fire. Kills are being found. Sentinels getting it still. It's a double face up in the end by G2. Almost wrangling control of the rifle for the two-piece, but it is all there.
Yeah, this is like 2 rounds where they kind of get locked into the choke point a little bit. They obviously managed to get through this choke point last round, but I think it should have ended a little bit worse.
Still gets to one.
I wouldn't be against the timeout here.
And no opportunity for G2 to get through that
sight
choke.
hit, 3 people.
Completely
Sight
stuck.
hit, 3 people.
Celsius with a gorgeous flash. Salvos coming in from Narrate
Like
as well.
you gotta
Jorgamo
break that
used
wall, man.
His dashes just to kind of avoid the salvos. He double dashed inside B main.
Yeah.
I didn't buy my second smoke. God damn it, Sean. Why would you do that?
Oh, I didn't catch that, but thankfully it didn't matter at all for them. But maybe that's the reason why.
Does he have to
Sen
call
were
the
fighting
timeout
so
to talk
hard.
about mid? I'm not
I think
sure.
it was a good strategy in the end, though.
Why the diagonal wall of middle? I mean, it's just way better. The only additional wall, right, if you want to do it straight, is this one, and that's so easy to trigger. At least when it's here, you're open to so many more angles where you can actually like break a clone that's gonna trigger it, or you can actually shoot someone that's gonna trigger it, like we saw from this angle here. So I do like this from D2, by the way. The smoke over towards this creates a bit of pressure and make sure that they can't get shot from the main angle that they hold it from. This is also just too easy to trigger this wall, right? You want him to commit. You want him to be a lot worse.
He can ult into A main if they get in for the bangs playing there, or into sight if they see John.
There's a flash rebound here. Sen are going to be aware that this is fake pressure over towards CAD. Still in control of it. Jump spot gets
It's a much better round, right? You can see that they actually have to go into a 2-on-2, into a spammable position for the one, getting wrecked a little bit. They now got to lean over towards the site.
Dividing straight up into the side here with the salvos towards
Salvos to help them get through the choke over towards stairs. It's nice. Oh, it's nice that he dashed into Leaf. Hail ult's pretty good. Do they consider Jorgamo sending it? No, they don't.
Finding that timing to Steel Garden rips away a lot of the weapons, but the util is still good. Sen have chances and more. Zelsis.
It's unlucky, man. 7 HP.
Bang and John QT, they're here. Forwards trying to take
Nicely
that
done
fight.
from Leaf.
The plan was
Yeah,
going
take
down,
middle,
but
win the round.
all watched for high-low setup at G2.
It's as simple as that. In my opinion, now Sentinels are going to do a punish middle, but we'll see. Like I imagine Vice Wall and Sight punish middle.
Obviously, Leaf gets a bit of a freebie there. They caught Zekken dead to rights in B main. But Jorg used his dash just to cut up the market angle. He didn't dash out of market. He'd already used his dash.
Okay, wall over towards middle, but it's the wall that you wanted in chat. And I think you have some kind of punish behind that, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what they want to do.
At least how Ascent is operated.
And with how good their defense was before.
Yeah.
The Waylay, pretty underrated actually on defense. The Saturate is difficult to get through. Sen probably need another hero round here.
Yeah,
Maybe
so what is this one?
With the Blade Storm or
Lock
bang
them
over
in,
towards A-main,
Salvos.
who's been
Dude,
phenomenal.
as soon as the smoke goes in again, it's like their big change-up that they've had. The cool thing about G2 is they didn't have to do a timeout for this one, right? They're defaulting over towards middle with smoke and then trigger of the wall without a timeout.
This spot, but with nothing much in their backs, they're trying to carve out a path out towards Treated.
Big luck at spawn here.
Definite options here, and Sentinels could capitalize.
Zelsis got wrecked by that crowd.
Shot by Bang. Still, he wants to step up even more here. There's confidence. You can see it in the way that he's playing. Bullets are going to be ringing.
No way.
Leaf,
how does he even get away with it?
A massive round for Sentinels. With
Yeah, it is a massive round. This one's going to be close, though. They got like a 3-4, probably enough to force.
Put them in a really uncomfortable position. G2's game plan in this round was to try to condition Zelsis that anytime his wall is popped in mid, it's a fake. And this time, actually, Leaf just walked straight through it. So they were hoping that Leaf's lurk would pay dividends. It doesn't.
Nice, boys! Let's go.
In ranked? No, honestly, in ranked, the straightforwards line is probably better. Because in pro play, everyone's super aware of it being the diagonal one. Right, so they can punish it. But in ranked, if you can get to pizza and you can actually use that angle against them, people are gonna get killed and they're gonna complain. So I would honestly, I would just go for the straight wall in ranked. Just because I think the less relying on teammates you have to do in ranked, the better. So just do the simple one that gives you like early info.
And so Sentinels are going to need to do an anti-KO ult setup. So Zelsis playing pretty far away from the Thorns, throw those over to a different player.
Yeah, you would get flamed for doing the other wall for sure.
See if we can get long range
it's like when you do the Viper wall on B on Icebox to create pressure, and everyone's like, mate, just do the A wall.
Look at that. I mean, look at this. This is the post-plant meta, folks.
One successful retake out of 17 opportunities.
It's kind of crazy.
Now,
it's so dumb.
Both teams are playing Astra, so you have pull as well as the salvos to have to deal with. But
Sen's a little bit different. Bit easier to follow the sound cues, just stunt the hits before they even come in.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plant on this map. You've taken so much damage getting to the sites. So look,
Des, what are you typing?
On A, with all of that.
Don't make me play the game, man. Not Saren, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the 10 months.
Prime something there with the salvos held onto the appropriate angle.
Yeah, punish over towards middle though, but this smoke kind of messes them up. I wonder if they're expecting the other smoke.
Expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated, and watching all the angles as well as that response from Sentinels dragged them out.
This is just unbelievably good from Jorgamo to be able to pick up that second kill as well.
Kind of insane to get that second one. And they just, everyone holds, wait for the reaction. Here's the reaction. Clean kill.
A little bit, but Jorgamo gets the job done.
Yeah, kills the kill.
And this is all just with 50 seconds left to play with. G2 just standing down their ground.
Yeah, there's so much time. G2 have been putting a serious focus on mid, baiting out Zelsis' wall.
Every single round, the G2 have gone... Let's think, actually. They had one. 3 out of 4 rounds that G2 have gone 2 or more through middle, they've won.
Back into the salvos. There's no safety whatsoever.
And Zelsis, he had a couple of 4Ks on Pearl, but this, in a 1v4, doesn't seem doable for him. The money's still going to be okay for Sentinels, but it gives G2 a much-needed economic cushion, because last couple of rounds, they've had like 1 or 2 players with a stinger. And they've been
yeah, he's on a lot, man.
Scrapping together bits and bobs, yeah.
Gonna have like 1,000 damage just purely from salvos.
But you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Jorgamo could get another conversion path online. Second already. And Jonah, the threat of the null command is actually more important here than even using it.
I give you the 2 no checks at corners on Haven, but guys, it's a 50-50 gamble here. He just picked wrong. Like what? What do you want him to do, man? Just go into here and just start spinning his mouse around. He has to take a gamble. You're angry at him for a 50-50. That's like flipping a coin and being angry that it's heads and you went tails.
I'm not too sure.
It makes no sense.
Something exploded on our screens.
To be fair, he should have been faster with the clear. I'll give you that.
But
G2,
their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach.
He still cleared the right.
Execute heavy, but really working well. Zelsis goes back to the same mid wall, and he's playing on site with his util. So if Jonah P pops some kind of fast B hit, Zelsis will not have access to any of this. But I think if it was going to happen, it would have been the previous round.
The 2 on Haven was valid.
So he's calling the bluff.
I get the upset. G2 are about to run away with this, by the way, if they win this round. Yeah, it's another round where they go over towards middle, though, try and trigger this.
No risk to be taken this time, though. Just trigger the wall and get back again. But Sen look like they're gearing up.
And then they re-clear with bodies. Again, let's see.
Onto the one side and the other.
Salvo either side, force him out into the middle.
barely alive. Just
Didn't really have the best. Dude, imagine like a KO flash on this.
Jorg looking for a timing.
And here's a fight to be had.
Nice kill.
Narrate. Realizing it, there was a gap there. It's making sure to control that space up through it.
And Zekken backed off to lane instead of
As long as the two on site get enough.
Caught in B main on the B split.
Yeah, we're about to see Salvo, right? To get through choke.
It's a slow siege indeed by G2. Still waiting for that util. The knife does rain down.
If Jonah uses his ult, all of this Vice util will go.
Very pushing forwards. Here it is. Ults now use suppression across the board. How do you battle your way out of this one for Sen? There's a timing to be taken through the smoke. The Zelsa's there, do it. The side players, they need some help. Supportive util, or do they? Zekken, just the one. Instant with the trade again.
Whoa.
G2 reign
And
supreme
one
across
spawn.
the site, but no extremity control into it. And time is of the essence. They need to get this plant down and it needs to be held. In a 3v3, definite chances, and Sen looking to take it now. Can increase the tempo with that no command up forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement. These players are, but Bang is just holding
Really
his
trying
ground.
to get the most of this
Into the
Omen
hands.
flash.
Snappy from Celsius. Blind is even better. Up towards
Very
lane.
nicely
The
done.
smoke
It was a good
from
retake on
behind.
this one.
Very drilled by Sentinels.
Yeah, it was really
That is a
together.
lovely retake from Sen. We saw there was only one successful retake attempt on Pearl. But here, what Bang was doing, jiggle peeking to see whether the threat at stairs was actually real or not before deciding whether or not to invest the paranoia. And so he saves it and can use it for a much better opportunity onto the site. Combos it with that KO flash and blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of Sen move forward as a pack. Both teams actually playing the spacing game, how far away you are from your teammate, really, really well.
Yeah.
They're moving together as one unit, as a hive mind. And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing, but Sen sticking to what they're great at. Leaf is coming into this one with only a sheriff.
Okay, G2 delayed this a little bit to try and wait for Jonah P's knife. And here comes Jonah P's knife. That hits
Realizing that the Vice
2?
wall was here in B main. I don't
3?
think he actually realized that he was about to die from logs.
2 maybe?
Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know that there's nothing in mid. So you're expecting there to be bodies in mid, right? Because
clear.
the wall isn't there.
Absolutely. They're gearing up to try and get control of B main again. It's a flash and a peek.
I would imagine that G2 are going to try to... Oh, hello.
They heard it.
Yeah.
Why am I not bored?
Trying to reclear this area.
I mean, genetics, I guess.
Zekken.
Yeah, realizing they can't really threaten the rest of the map if they've lost B main control the entire time.
But is this going to end up being a pop onto A with the convergent paths? Because Jorgamo, he doesn't have refract, but he still can close the gap and do a lot of damage.
Passive positions held here. Bang is just jump spotting underneath.
And Narrate is going to be under crazy pressure because when this comes in through A main, if he turns his back for a moment, there's a backstab on Catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Wine going to be cleared. Narrate. You stand against it, the heat's going to be
Oh,
turned
on
up now.
short,
Straight
go
away.
through
Convergent
short.
path's going to be slowing it down to a crawl double dash up and over towards the
Oh,
side.
good
Safety
flash
there,
from Bang.
Paranoia brought enough time forward and even dodged that one to saturate to the side.
Bang. Oh my godness. That's insane, bro, how he's done that. Because he was so close to going down. So close to going down, bro.
Smokes in your face as well, and bullets are raining down on you.
It was like the smallest
much from
margin
that
of
one.
him being okay and
Very
winning the
awkward
round to
spot
losing the
indeed.
round.
ISO's one. Position noted though. Expecting a second updraft over towards the top.
That's so sick.
You cannot.
That's
well
so
played in the
good.
moment.
What movement from Zekken! But cleaning up.
I mean,
from a
Bang
spot where
deserves
Bang
all the
gave him
praise, though.
advantage.
Yeah.
That was masterfully
That's-
played by Bang.
that
The paranoia I think,
second
caught
kill
onto
was-
3 people, throws down a smoke to play around, and gets the kill onto Jorgu. I mean, probably shouldn't be jumping in that spot, but to be honest, he's trying to jump to play in his teammate, who just gets sprayed, transferred. He is going wild. A nice round from Sen, because there were 2 players under immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by the Waylay, and he managed to back off into a corner and avoid getting punished. And they also Bang on site.
Yeah.
He's been so good, Bang.
He's been unreal.
I think best smokes player that we have in Americas, I would say.
So far away.
Double timeout. Yeah, I wonder if it's like more mid-focus again. It's where they've been winning all their rounds.
Between these two smokes players, right?
Has
been talking so much.
He knows the most likely he can use these if they need to do any adjustments. It's all about how many attack rounds they can get. They know what they're doing on defense.
Actually, it's not about him as an individual. It's about him as a leader, as an IGL, to help the rest of his team improve. Now, Bang doesn't have any of that. Bang doesn't have to worry about leading the team and being the caller. He can just focus on playing the best individually he possibly can. And he's playing incredibly.
You can feel I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts expended at this point.
But again, if you zoom out, this is still a good attack half.
Right, exactly. The point being that so much emphasis placed on the attack side, G2 feel like they don't need help with their defense. If they can get an extra round here or there,
yeah, I mean, this is just gonna be middle though.
When they
like,
clashed on
you
this
gotta think what.
Second forwards again. He was doing this earlier in the half.
What Josh has been writing down in his notes. He's gotta be looking at this, thinking, well, 3 out of 4 of these rounds are over towards mids. We gotta do something on mid here.
Flash forward straight from Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zekin is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards into the bottom. Do they expect Zekin to be dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P. And yeah.
Oh, good trade though. Through the smoke from Narrate.
Yeah, it's a lovely trade.
Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
Couple of bullets.
Thrown over towards shore.
Enough Zelsis now on his turn to try and step right up to it.
Nice little crossfire again.
Smoke's going to be fading in the end. Narrate.
Brilliance from Sentinels. They're using the wall as bait in mid. The wall isn't even there, by the way, but because it has been in so many of the previous rounds, G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall as part of their default. And first they meet Zekin inside the smoke, then Narrate is there spamming to, and Zelsis also playing from market.
My soldier ran in there blind.
I mean, someone has to.
So now massive ultimates for both teams to close out in round 12.
Again,
another punish on middle. It's also really nice from Zekin. Whoa, okay. It's also very nice from Zekin playing this spot. Like you kind of want to get the drone out early early from them. A lot of the time, you normally have a. Oh boy. Okay, I did check.
There's no escape.
A lot of the time it's like recon to clear this. Obviously no Sova, so you can play over towards middle more. If you can get them to use their drone early, break it early, dash out, or like just make them use it early. It's nice.
Things for a bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A with the Armageddon. Safety then
that's a heavy shutdown of short. They got the duelist inserted over towards spawn. Big duel.
But this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed. And he's out of there.
The split A through spawn.
Tree and just a shorty into your hands, but bang, you got your weapon back and the flash is impeccable. In and out round to the side.
What is that?
The movement, but bang!
What is that movement?
It's time. In the sun, it's already that 2v2 in this game. The timing's right from behind is taken. Bullet to the back there, execution star from Leaf, and it brings it just down to Zelsis to see what he can do in this spot. Still
they got shorties though, right?
Even better. Leaf gonna be backing away now, doubled up. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well. He's just anticipating. Yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now they know he's not on it. Very difficult task.
He has no idea about the bait from Evan. Good little wrap round. 5 on attack is nice.
As we already said, listen, they are 2 rounds down, but the attack side is where they were really struggling.
And I think overall, they've got to be really happy with this. A much slower approach to Ascent. After having lost in dominating fashion to Sentinels just recently, they've made the right
I mean, they could
adjustments on
definitely
their
up
attack
against
half.
this. It might just be preference, though. I'm not sure.
And they're at the precipice, to be honest. If they play their defense well, the trophy could be theirs.
Like, yeah, it's not like he always wants to up, I feel like. Maybe a better rifler as well.
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of halftime fun with these two to figure out what they're feeling about the game. How
Dude, Imi's always there.
How you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family.
Okay.
I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zekken's playing kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zekken's playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now, Emmy, I gotta ask you, Week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win. What did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it, we were scared of them, but I think here, G2 just need to anti them well. If G2 anti their comp well, I think they'll take it.
All right, and what did you mean before by saying G2 wins the map before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think SEN have done that today. I think SEN have handled it really well. But most of the teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. And that's why I meant by it.
All right, awesome. Gentlemen, thank you for the info. I appreciate it muchly. We're going to throw it back to the casters and get this one underway. Take it away.
SEN have definitely not been fearful of G2 on here today, and they weren't the first time they played against them as well earlier on in the tournament.
No, they've been very happy today to re-clear, to fight, to try to bring those engagements to G2, but the adjustments strategically that G2 have made here and how well they've played a slower style of Waylay might have set them up with an opportunity to win. Back-to-back chances at this America's Trophy. The victors at this year's kickoff. And after a tough, grueling road through the lower bracket, this would be their 4th win in a row if they're able to convert on the defense side of Ascent.
Dude, honestly, Sentinels might have to win. Sentinels might have to win Pistol. The rounds that worked for them again when they played G2 were pretty much the same as what we just saw for G2, right? Mid-base rounds.
Put him on the right foot forwards here, knife against the back. It's going to force that nade out nice and early. Support.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds to disengage. So that makes it really tough to send 4 players through.
Okay.
Might have spotted on the minimap, not too sure. At least the suppression came through.
Yeah,
so.
at least the suppression
exactly
maybe knows these there now. Flash goes in, Salvo's re-cleared. Dude, it's nice. So as if he gets that kill.
Get one in that spot.
But again, take a look
That's
at
nuts from
all the
Narrate.
way behind here in spawn.
Oh my.
This is a mad timing. He's got the read
Dude.
so well.
They're watching for top mid.
They are watching it though.
Looked all the way up today.
Wait, did Bang see him?
I think Bang.
I think they both spotted each other.
Bang.
Oh, okay, they didn't. They didn't.
Team. It's doubled up and held here
Yeah,
now.
saw him. Bang 100% saw him.
Marathon sprint across the map.
Well, you just know that B is undefended. If Leaf has pushed all the way out through B, then it's empty. These rotators for the defense are going to be
Dude, they might get double on site though, but then we gotta look and it's all just a fake to make sure they heavy rotate, and so we gotta have Valen POV here.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing
It's a
against
good
it. Second was
flash.
hard clearing onto the one side of things. It's caught out now. Reinforcements
Gets
are going to be
the
arriving.
reload off
Desperate at
6
that for G2,
seconds
but
until
time
his
is of the essence
smoke.
again. 12
He can just
seconds.
stay alive and just
Coming
smoke
down
to his
the
left.
round and a
Lovely little
face.
double swing.
Trent and Valen putting a stop to all of this here with only seconds remaining. There's no
Dude,
more
no
chances
time.
now.
You got no time on
It's
that.
dry and
Man, that was
shy.
really nice from Valen. Had good timing to clear this, and this little double swing was awesome. Dude, double pistol on this map. That might be the end.
And that should allow G2 to close this gap.
2-0 on this.
Sen, they're not the type of team that we expect to go for the force. They won some important ecos earlier on. There's that little jiggle that just gave the game away on Leaf's lurk. But in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And it was Valen's decision not to overcommit. After Leaf died, he stayed on A just in case John QD was cooking up some kind of elaborate
Yeah,
fake.
it's true. It was nice from him to not rotate.
So once more, Valen, with the slightest of better reads, ends up winning a massively crucial round.
Oh, Chogamo, he might get some
All
freebies.
the way up here from Sen. Nothing to really work with in this spot. Jorgamo's giving up control, at least towards mid. Cloudburst dash forward. Market control in the name of the game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that they can pull some G2 players out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jorgamo, seen it, that's a no-scope.
What
I've never seen
the
one.
hell?
Even that or too fast to register for my eyes at least, but Jonah P seals up potential weaknesses in their setup, and the wall has really just delayed all of this here. Bang, still accurate as ever, classic in hand,
That
but
was sick.
peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely.
Oops.
Still mistimed.
Yeah.
G2 by Jonah P. The flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah, here it is.
Hey, very nicely handled on that. Dude, that was a mental no-scope, though.
7-7. Sen have got a massive uphill battle here.
Leaf, yeah, they did the divide.
Both pistols
self-flash swing.
got 5 rounds total on their attack half. For how defense-sided this map is, it's going to be brutal. Sentinels need everything. They need the hero moments of earlier from Zekken, from Bang. Zels's 4Ks from Pearl, the reads from John. Narrate to step up. They need everybody online.
It's really tough, this one for Sentinels. Really tough. They gotta take middle. And look at this G2. And they looked back at the VODs. They realized that Sentinels won the rounds when they went middle. So they have a 3-person Punisher middle with an Omen flash ready as well. Yeah. Hey, I tell you what though, Sentinels kind of on top of this. They baited this one out. Took space, went back.
A bit of a gun diff as well, because Jorgamo
Yeah, I mean, he got the shot off, but dude, I like this from both teams, man. This is how you know it's just a high quality game. That was awesome. Both using the prep of the last game, know what the most likely thing is, and Sentinels a little step ahead on that.
We've seen some filthy things with this set.
Narrate doesn't have drone.
Airplane Bucky on Ascent. We've all seen the damage.
Oh god. I thought it was a double.
They've called for a bit of a pause.
Keep an eye on middle though.
Zekken's deep
You
down
got Zekken, low HP, goes for the lock.
Smoke v smoke.
As it dissipates as well, there's timings and fights to be taken on either side here.
Really nice. More value on the lock than he would have entering with 10 HP.
And Bang just slips his way all the way in.
Yeah, with the fake over towards A here as well. Damn, ends up being a really nice round from Sentinels. Dude, that was sick. That was a good little play here.
And it looks like they've
I'm impressed that they knew that they would try and do some kind of punish over towards middle. Just drone, send out, second on his own. Expecting the trap play. It was really cool.
But here he has no information about where the Sentinels players are. And Bang alone should checkmate him in this spot towards mid. And then you'd have to deal with Zelsis in B main and John on the site. Doesn't really seem doable. Especially not with a Bucky. I don't think that's something you really want.
Looking for that one.
There we go.
Maybe.
But it's going to be heard.
Could be the best gun.
Sound cue from the weapon dropping. Bang immediately snaps round, so.
And it's actually important that you do not feed the kill into John QT. Because he's 2 away from null command. And that could be Sentinel's ticket to winning this map.
Footsteps. What? Okay. Expected by Trent, apparently.
Dude, that kill actually matters.
And it doesn't look like John's going to have
Armory by 3 guns means that this is going to be a big
Do they play a
swing round.
Go for ult orbs. Feed him the plant. The problem is, if you feed him the plant and he gets ult, you've already got on site. So you've done the hard part.
I was going to say, he's talking about feeding him the plant. The majority of the time, it's getting through the chokes.
Zekken does a great job in this round.
He does.
He perfectly plays the mid pressure. He knows that a retake's coming, puts himself in a safe spot, and then still manages to find a mid lurk for a second after being hit for 140. Zelsis is not, Leaf is not using the wall for mid information. They're playing crossfires in mid instead.
It forces a couple of eyes at the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be
default wall over towards here. Another punish from G2 over towards middle.
Position to be in the rate. He's looking to at least make it a bit harder.
Back-to-back punishes Leaf, mate. That is... Damn, that's a nice shot, is what I was going to say.
Taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that space. They heard the spike drop down, but they're willing to relocate
Just
anyway.
calm tapping.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident.
I mean, Sideshow said it for me.
He goes down in that spot. It's massive for Sen, but he's just... He believes in his own aim and his own read on the game so much. A has been weak for G2. It's only had these 2 players defending it the entire time, and the net is starting to tighten. But Valin, Jonah, they still have a lot of util to hold this off, and G2. Bang goes down.
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so damn active as well, though, with that deep push out through B main. Missed the timing for the backstab onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back. 2v4. Played a numbers advantage. Have faith in the retake at this point.
I'm a little bit surprised they even want the door closed, because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at the moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ringing. Zekin in through
Drone
He's going to be
forces
pushed out
this
into
play a
the
little
drone.
bit.
He's got to expect it.
That's
The
an
position, the
incredible
is a
stun.
good connection. Trent though. Still doesn't
For
open
God's sake, man.
He lets his team do the damage.
He's still got one.
One to the grave with him. But Leaf.
Oh, dude, I'm so done with
This guy's all over
Teo.
the place. So damn active across the map. And still hitting shots like that.
Leaf was the key player in G2's victory over MIBR. He dominated, and he looks like he's doing it again here on Ascent. The scoreline's close.
Another question. Despite recent results, who is the better duelist turn Senti, Meteor or Leaf? I mean, if I hadn't seen this year, it's the easiest answer ever.
They're gonna call a timeout.
But
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. Sen not going for the tag timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. It would be a really
I can't say Meteor anymore. You can't say Meteor after watching this year.
Are they unaware?
Because they lose every
yes,
game where he plays Sentinel at the
some
moment.
really heavy
So how can I even say it?
G2 have been
It has to be Leaf. But it's such recency bias. Because he was literally probably the best player in the world last year.
G2 were just pushing out constantly through A lobby, through mid, through garage. And Leaf's finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just clearing up some of the confusion on the map. Through Leaf's lurks and also the drone up through mid, hoping that it might pull some players here. For Sen, they didn't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier. We saw that. Zekin turns himself up to this Blade Storm now, and it could get explosive up towards the A side. Might put a lot of pressure onto Valorant. Does have some support as well, though, from the two tree players.
Omen Flash.
Flying forwards here with a paranoia.
Ooh, Omen Flash didn't do that.
The knives are taken away. Great flood attempt here from G2.
It's timing of the knife as well, though, right?
Coming to the corner here. Pop flash was anticipated. Valen tucked to the corner. One step ahead is G2. Expecting the plays that Sen were trying to make, and Zelsis.
He's just forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left.
I mean, he's got to do something, though.
0 point
That's
from
to die into the round.
Usually, the KOs are going to be throwing that kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds, 2 plays in A main, no chance.
I mean,
Jonah
Sentinels need some help.
It's his 0 point, the knife that just takes away Zekin's Blade Storm, and with it, any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zekin had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm not gonna lie as well at this point, this is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but the ultimates are being built up here on the G2 side. One away for some critical ones as well. Trent and Leaf could be getting theirs online. Jonah P has that null command waiting.
Ah, dude, he kind of knows. Looking insanely stressed.
Decides to run some kind of fast B pop. Leaf's going to keep all of his util online.
Dude, they got to win this round. It has to be this round.
And not moving the wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So
Drone
you still have really
to take
good
mid again, and you got to remember this has been punished twice in a row here. So
running forwards to try to bait it.
yeah, they invest the smoke this time as well.
Potentially about a response.
I mean, actually, I think they've been investing the smoke most of the time when they're doing it. 3 passing over towards A, but obviously at one point you have to go 2-1. But because of the drone, they can keep 3 strong. It's a great send from Zekin.
It's Sentinels. 2 quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny
Very nice, good trade.
It's sat upon. They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those players on tree. And bang, he holds heaven.
Yeah, this is very nice from Sentinels as well. And G2 maybe going to try punish over towards middle. I still like the instant reaction. The instant reaction to the drone to keep numbers over towards here was good. It would only last for a little bit, but it lasted for the hit. Second did incredible as well to control the crossfire.
You actually saw Jorgamo swap over to his shorty, because I think in his
Yeah,
head he's probably anticipating the Visal coming through as well. And he's thinking, all right, I probably need to be swapping.
Jumped on Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
Is it against the rules?
To stand up and kiss a player on the opposite side of the stage? Yeah, probably.
The NBA fans are wondering.
Yeah, they were. They were at some point.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it
Is
down.
Mini still casting? The last 2 weeks has been locked in the engine room. Just pouring coal into that engine for Paper X.
Doesn't matter though.
He's been magnificent today, hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect timings with the perfect off angle. And G2 react with Jorgenleaf walking forwards,
big,
possibly straight into the arms of Zekken.
I mean, it is.
Zekken has
Wait,
been able to backstab
I want to say
multiple
it's
times
a
here.
low
Leaf
buy,
is
but it's not a low buy. They kind of all in it.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well. That is a pick your poison situation. You are stunned.
Oh, God.
My goodness, what a way to deal with it. Oh, that's immaculate from Trent. It's a 2v3. Turned on his head immediately. Celsius, you have the ult to work
Yeah,
with
this is
again.
really
Look at
going to
this
sell it, but then we got a
positioning of
weird
Leaf. He's
duel
already
over
here. You can
towards
hear it.
mid, and I'm
Rumble of
pretty
Celsius, but
sure
convergent pass just to slow them all
Leaf
the way down.
had narrate, so Jorgamo should expect the pressure on
There's that
short.
uncertainty. Sentinel's trying to slow this one down and hope that Celsius will be offered up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open, doesn't expect that.
Oh,
What a
wait,
turnaround in
lost
this round. After Bang pulls out a phenomenal 2K. And Narrate can hear a Waylay fast behind.
Yeah, put in a squeeze now as a vice grip here. There's Thorns. Pathing, it's going to get predictable. You want to get the plan here, just taps, hoping that it just pull one of these players out wide, and Leaf is just smart.
It's unlucky,
Smart
it's a
in these
nice
games
try.
as well, doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
They're so good
Oh,
at
dude.
identifying
Give me the
what they need
Kaplan.
to do in these clutch
Give me the Kaplan
situations.
replays,
Trent
me furious.
never at risk there of putting his body on the line so that Narrate could win the 1v3. Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play like this, a 5v3. And then Leaf with his classic push out, and
Yeah,
Trent
Leaf did
with
make
an
a play.
immaculate 2K. I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing, but the combination of the ult and the stun, that's why he's a Teo master.
It's a brutal one for Sentinels here.
Yeah, he
Immediate
saw it on Bang's
reaction
face
with
at the end there
timeout.
as
You can
well.
see it.
Well, we didn't get his
Sentinels
replay, but he's calling the
players' faces,
timeout.
They are feeling it, potentially. This is a difficult spot to be in, even though they're one round down.
And they've actually been doing a decent job. We keep talking about the fact that it's going to be uphill, but Sen, they're kind of going 1-for-1 with these rounds.
Yeah.
Ever since G2 won the pistol, it's been
Hello, Jaws.
3-2.
Thank you
It
so
hasn't
much,
been
huh?
dominant for the defenders.
Appreciate that as well. Good to see you,
They've
dude.
been holding their own. But if they lose this next round, Sen are going to be on an eco. A couple of players swapping over, we can see, to light armor to try to soften the blow if they do lose this round. They're going to try to keep the economy going for as long as they
If
possibly
the Stinger
can.
and the Teo
It's a
enough,
game of
does
endurance
G2
playing
suffer?
the attack
I mean,
side
for
of
sure.
Ascent. You're just trying to
But
create as many
they've
opportunities
been good at
as you
other
can and
metas.
see if some of them work.
They've always been pretty good with Stingers, though. It's been something that's helped them for a while, but it's not like they're only good now.
In part, both of these
Like you
teams
gotta,
taking chunks
they were
out of
good
each
last
other,
year
but
as
G2
well when all
holding
this.
the
Well, Stinger was still there, but
in the
obviously Teo
series.
wasn't.
And in
Not
the
like
map for now,
they,
Sentinels looking to
like they aren't
counteract
great
it.
at just first of all having a good read on the meta and also coming up with like smart stuff with other agents.
Always slow at the beginning between these two teams as well. They're just hoping that they can wait out a bit of the util. Knives thrown at the beginning.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main. And they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info. Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be
Let's build this one up.
massively
1,
in this
2,
round,
3.
it's super important
1,
for both
2,
teams.
3, 4.
If G2 win it, they're going to be feeling
Sure. 5.
elated. Yeah. Like the trophy's
5 people
already
gone by.
theirs.
3
Sprint
people
up
gone
to
by.
Zekken, just hoping that the wall was there to potentially bait out, but
At 9-10, this is literally it.
sights over towards A.
Gotta see these ults getting used.
G2 are playing
Flash
passively enough,
goes
though,
in,
that
dude.
this is
G2
chance for
want to
them.
full retake this one.
Jump spot, Jonah P.
And
What a hold.
Yeah, they're willing to give
yeah,
it that
they want to
control as well.
fight for
That replay's
short,
gone
right?
forward
Because
with
that's where they
Paranoid,
want
but
to try and use
now,
the Visor in the retake.
The Salvos to instantly bring
Dude,
this one to
a
pop out
Teo
onto these
ult
players, but
spawn
still
here
guarded.
would be
He's again
incredible.
lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be
Oh.
slowing down these players out towards the back of the
Well, there
side
goes the
and dashing
Teo ult.
over. Jorgamo denies him at the doorstep. Saturate, potentially even better, but Zekken does put him in his place. All the way forwards now with only 15 seconds
Yeah.
left. This is G2 jumping
That's
on the
done.
chance.
It's got to be done. The
Death by a
spike
thousand
down
cuts
on
indeed,
stairs.
Sentinels between a rock and a hard place. There's no chance for them to get this spike down safely, cleanly whatsoever.
Very nice from
11
G2.
rounds now for G2.
Cool little setup. Good Vice ult. They basically played the whole setup around their Vice ult here. Let them have A, gonna Vice ult over towards short, hold short, and then on the rotate, they're just there so fast, and Jorgamo sending it in. That's sick.
We've never had even a repeat winner in Americas. And Sen have got to scrap together a buy. They have to.
Yeah,
It's
just sending it in when
pointless
they only
trying to
have
let G2 get
pistols
to
as
12 and
well.
hoping you can win 3 attack rounds on Ascent in a row. Even though the buy is going to be bad. A Stinger, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a dream for Sen. Somebody has to make the play.
They force it? They
right
missing
the ship.
util? Not really.
Otherwise, they,
Just
with
light
double map
armors.
ban, are going to fall short.
We saw plenty of hero plays from these Sentinels players, and again, as you said, Josh, this is ass off once more.
Oh, he's
Oh no!
He's out of there.
Oh
Oh
no!
no dash available.
Wait,
No
they
dash available.
they
He
think
needs to
they
deny
baited
this,
it
so he's
though.
with the kills.
Kind of worked out
Second,
well.
Forced into a difficult spot. Needs to fight his way back out of it, but Jorgamo!
Wait, what?
Right from behind! No smoke over towards Market. I think Second assumed that that was being covered. Then again, it was all chaos.
Oh no!
Bang up towards Cart. Just with the movement as well, the refractor in the
Good
back
info
pops
though.
Jorgamo. Tail end of the duration of that one still, he's alive. That means a player advantage for G2 to play around.
Dude, now what?
Narrate has been holding his ult for such a long time. Can he find some value?
Yeah, he
out
had
of
to use it last round.
They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
Otherwise, it's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forwards, pop flash in.
Jorgamo. Look at him flying in, man. Just slides in at the end.
One step away.
3, and they have to light armor by again.
Points. They already won in kickoff. It was a 5-map blender between these two teams. And Sentinels beat them for the first time in VCT recently in the upper bracket semi-finals here.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
But now G2 can feel it. They want to establish a year of dominance here. Just a week ago, they were thinking whether or not they'd even qualify for Toronto.
Yeah, it's been
Now
an
they've got
insane
3
run for them.
opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a phenomenal spot for Toronto.
Carving themselves into the history books of Americas, at least domestically. To be one of the first teams to get the back-to-back. It's up to Zekin to try and put a stop to that.
Oh, actually looking
Dreams
pretty
and
good
hopes
though.
of G2 themselves, but already dashing
Oh no!
This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated
Oh
still.
man,
They do with Leaf.
it's still going
Coming in
okay.
for the back. Finds a bit of
Trent
time and a bit of space
has
as well,
to
but
try
they have to
kill
deal
one.
with
Oh
Trent, and it's
boy!
a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself in. Skipping and hopping all the way through was on Zekin.
Nicely done, maybe.
Isolates it, finds that fight in DG2. Just relentless.
Oh, they have no idea John's here.
Player disadvantage. Jorgamo though cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot. Sentinels earn themselves that breathing
Okay,
room.
big round from Zekin on this.
When you're watching
2
through
more
Zekin's
goes at it
eyes,
for
it looks
G2.
chaotic. He's been tangled up by Leaf setups in a couple of these rounds now, and yet the value provided from that Taeho ultimate completely isolated Trent, and he did whiff on the stun. He's almost stunned himself. A little bit of nerves in the final moment, and brick by brick, track by track, the Zen train at the moment keeps chugging, but 2 more opportunities
I
for
knew that he
G2.
liked it. He won't use it for Paper X, but he'll use it here, eh?
Massively favoured half, and they're taking attack timeout.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if Kaplan doesn't take it now, he might not have a chance to even talk to the team.
Isaac,
has to
thank
be
you so much for the
perfect.
2 months, man. Thank
Or
you,
at least
thank
the
you.
outcome has to be perfect. Actually, the way the Sentinels got that round was a little scrappy, but it got the job
What,
done.
dude,
and
what
that
even
is
is
what
that, bro?
matters. They've run out of
I have
ultimates,
no
though.
idea what that is.
Narrate was holding that Taeho ult in his back pocket for so long. And Kaplan, he's actually not so much giving the info here as just giving his team time and space, it seems to.
Copyright
It's
strike him.
John that you can see
And I'm fighting the
calling
copyrights
out
off
a couple
myself
of
it is at the
ideas,
moment.
some
Every stream
adjustments.
I'm getting like 5.
Just those 2 rounds that stand for Sentinels.
Can't be
Every
dishing them
single
out.
round that they've been able to
Exactly,
earn
start
on this
dishing them
attack
out as well.
side. It's been torturous, man. It's been absolutely torturous. If you take a look at the timeline,
Pay it
only
forward.
3 so far on this attack side round, and now they have to do 2 back-to-back.
Chat, what's G2's money like? Any knowers?
Bring this one all the way to
Okay, it's
OT to
good.
stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even get a chance of competing in that 5th
Waylay
and
ult as
final
well.
map.
So much of Sentinel's conditioning recently in the last few rounds has been around B and B splitting. Leaf adjusting the setup slightly, but gets caught by the suppress. But Sen are messing with their heads. Instead of going for the B split, they're making it feel like one. and getting ready to
They
pounce
get a
on
lot.
A. But G2 are already
Horns
getting
and
good
Water
information.
they
Toast
spot.
and Jorgamo
Big change up
with
from
Trent.
G2 pushing over
Clear
towards
out
B.
this angle.
This is
The drone
incredible.
goes deep.
If it doesn't
And
ping
Leap
up,
can
they're going to
start
get no
leading A.
info on it.
Joel could take a peek here if he
Yeah,
wants
this
to
is really
go
nice.
crack
Didn't
through
ping up, just cancelled it, so they don't get the info that it popped.
Kind of quite open as well to that
It's
push.
very nice from that. They have no idea that they just cleared out over towards B.
G2 look like they're playing A for retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it, Trent and Jorgamo's ultimate to close this out. Zelsis.
You want another go at it?
Please break down. Spam coming his way on top of it.
There you go.
Eventually removes it. One obstacle dealt with, but Sen have got plenty more waiting for them on the other side of the A side here. A lot of util expended.
Okay, so where does the tail go for this?
Towards Trent and Jorgamo and how much value they
Like
get
tail,
out of the ult. Sen are controlling Catwalk and Tree.
and then
They're
Waylay
not
ult?
closing the door and locking themselves in on site.
Because they know they have to fight forwards here. As soon as the ult to use.
I like this from Sentinels. They know that it's happening. They got sight for free here. Oh, that's strong, bro. The Waylay ult hit a lot. These salvos might be deadly. Oh, they're deadly, bro. They do so much damage. Force them back. Pressure of the tap. Dude, he hit the guy at the back. That'll do it. That'll do it. Tail Waylay on the side, man. It's a strong retake. Dude, what a crazy run from G2 this was.
Outrageous way for the map to finish.
There were so many points where they weren't even going to make it. And now they get first seeds.
Like I said only a week ago,
Dude, they do deliver though, in terms of just actual like entertainment. The G2 games are always sick to watch.
Against an EG team that looked like they had the momentum. These players didn't even know whether they'd be in this spot. Didn't know whether they'd even
What a run that is.
qualify in third place. Never mind first place. They make history today. And Ender had talked about it again a week
Back to
ago.
back.
There are only a few games that set your legacy in Valorant. And they managed to avoid elimination in the lower bracket.
Whoa.
And cement
How many
that
is that, dude?
legacy
50.
again
Tragic. What the hell? 50. Thank you so much, bro. That's crazy. Chat, you know what to do.
Stage 1
Just like Oiler spam going.
America's
At Tragic underscore. Just singular underscore. If you got gifted. Thank you so much, Tragic, bro. That's insane.
Doing what everybody expected of them.
50,
but
mate. That's
started to
nuts,
doubt.
man. Thank you for
This
that.
team has been dominant throughout the whole of this year domestically in Americas.
Dude,
and
what a
just started
what
to
a
slip
run,
up
man. Gotta feel
recent weeks.
mad good about the work they put in here.
Perfect moment. The input from Josh, the reflection from Valen, the individual
Joe was
brilliance
like, come
coming
on,
out from
man.
people like Trent, Lee,
It's your moment.
and fixing the errors that they've made on maps like Ascent, for example. Poetic the way that they finish.
Absolutely.
Jed is on the boat. Thank you for the
Ruling
prime as well. Thank you for
is what
doing
they
that.
probably describe their
Again,
path to
Tragic,
even
man. I
get
appreciate
here.
that all the support,
But
dude.
each player getting their
I think you're up to
time in the sun.
295 as well, dude. Thank you for that.
An awesome moment as well, you've got to imagine, for Jonah P, who's going to be probably the sole Canadian heading towards Masters Toronto, and with a trophy in the back pocket as well, waiting to see which teams are going to escape from the Swiss stage to march into the blender that is G2, because they get that opportunity to look at the rest of the squads, figure out the meta potentially too.
Absolutely.
Trent will have time to revamp if he wants to move away from the
Beast.
tail.
Yeah, they got all that time. They get that.
Well, with all
They
that
get
being
those 6
said, we're gonna
weeks
send
now.
it down to Riv on the stage with our America's Stage 1 champions. Take it away for the Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and Stage 1 champions, G2!
Tragic mate night. Thank you for that. Thank you, man.
Amazing, amazing.
Pretty
Jonah,
cool, bro.
it feels right to start with
Again,
you. I'm
thank
glad
you
you're
one
on
more
this
time.
side. You get to go home. What are you excited to show everybody when you get back to Canada and get into the game?
Just the amazing culture there. Everyone's super friendly and nice. And, you know, playoff hockey in Toronto right now. So hopefully Toronto makes it to the second round, and I'm going to take them to the game.
Heck yeah, that's actually my little question for you. What should they be looking for? What do they look to do when they're out there? What should we be having fun with?
Honestly, you can do anything. Everyone's super polite, you know. You just got to be polite yourself, and everyone will respect you. And, you know, it's just a nice vibe there.
All right, be polite, eh? All right, man. Good. GG's, great game, and good luck in Toronto. Valen, we got to touch on the fact that We got to touch on the fact that you were pretty hard on yourself at the end, saying I wasn't being the leader I wanted to be. What was that for you?
I think I was focusing too much on myself, and I should be focusing on the little details for the team. I want to make sure all guys around me succeed, and me winning these last couple games and getting into Masters Toronto was credit to Josh for kind of opening my eyes on that. He said, Jake, you're being too self-centered. You're being too self-focused right now. You got to reopen your mind to the team. You want to win games. You want to be the best IGL in the world. You got to lead the 4 people around you to do so. And I kind of remembered that, dialed it back a little bit, and I'm back, so let's fucking let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, you can swear, bro. You won. You're fine.
Yeah, I was the IGL I wanted to be today. Back-to-back champions. Couldn't have done without my team. I love these guys. Let's go to Toronto and win that shit too.
Awesome. Congratulations, my man. Congratulations. The hype is screaming up here on stage. We've talked about it before, and coaches past and present have talked about, you know, the flexibility in your play, how much you study the game. What allows you with this squad to bring that info to the team? We're hearing you talk a lot and hype people up. What is it about all that study that you bring?
I think everybody is also individually very smart, and they just have a lot of we have a lot of belief in everybody. You know, if somebody says something, we try to do it, and even if it doesn't work out, you know, we go next. And I think
they do that a lot.
Every single team that we play against, you know, we know what to expect for the most part. You know, there's some curveballs that hit here and there, but I think that we are just one of the most prepared teams in the world.
Awesome. Best of luck. We just moved to Toronto. Trent. You have been a major core of this team since the beginning. Did you think that these would be the results, that this would be the stack as you guys started to get on that dynasty train?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the guys around us. So, I mean, it's honestly surreal. Like, having all these guys around me, they're honestly the best in the world, and I just think we're going to keep this going.
All right, man. Thanks so much. Best of luck in Toronto to you. Jog. When you came on this team, you said, I want to bring a trophy to the squad. Now you have 2. Why did it mean so much to you, and what does it mean to be able to get another one from the squad?
I mean, these guys came from Ascension except for Nate. So getting that first step of Ascension trophy, that was the first step, right, for them.
Right on.
Me coming in, getting the kickoff trophy with them, another step. We were so close to Bangkok, unlucky, right, whatever, but, I mean, this is the start for everything right here, right? This split right here is going to solidify the rest of our season, so yeah.
All right, awesome. Very cool stuff. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in Toronto. Josh, usually here I ask you kind of to talk about the guys, but I actually wanted to talk to the guys. Tell them why they've been so great. What are you feeling about it, and how happy are you for them today?
Honestly, I'm just happy that you listen to me. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, I'm just a slightly older guy just telling slightly younger guys how to play this game, and, you know, I was pretty bad when I played, so it's just like, yo, try to do these things, and like I know I can't, but you know, but they believe in the bigger vision. They know that the team play is like paramount, and that's how we like destroy teams. But like I just want to cap off at the end. Big thanks to my coaching staff. Like they're not here. Anders and Shaq, they've been so pivotal in these like back-to-back games and like getting the analysis done, and like we work overnight preparing the boys. So really big thanks for those too.
I mean, with the bye, you guys still played some of the most rounds we've ever seen from you in a playoff. So congratulations, Coach. Best of luck heading to Toronto. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and Stage 1 champions, G2 Esports!
Huge, man. Dude, the whole of playoffs was really fun here, though. This was good playoffs from Americas. And pretty much every G2 game was insane.
We got the post-match, but right now we got the draw show for Stage 2.
Oh,
so check it out.
draw show. Wait, can this be crazy?
With Stage 1 in the
Nah, it can't be
books,
too crazy. It can't get too crazy.
What lies ahead when our teams return from Masters Toronto. On July 18th, the doors of the Riot Games Arena will open for the start of Stage 2. And this one is a game changer, because we'll have all new groups. Alpha and Omega will be redrawn based on the final Stage 1 standings. In
Yeah, I'll do it when it starts.
all 12 squads will battle for 5 straight weeks of single round-robin play, and the stakes are massive. The top 4 teams in each group will qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs, and the top 2 finishers in playoffs automatically punch their ticket for the year's most prestigious event, Champions Paris. Every match counts in Stage 2, because Americas has 2 additional slots for champs, and they go to the remaining top 2 teams on our championship points leaderboard. Points are up for grabs every single day of regular season competition, and will also be awarded to the top 4 teams in playoffs. With new groups and new matchups in Stage 2, any team can make a run and qualify for Champions Paris.
Dude, imagine they draw the same groups.
Will lift the trophy and go down in
Seedings aren't
history
too
as the region's
crazy.
best. Who will rise to the occasion and become VCT America's champion? Tune in to find out. The next chapter of VCT America starts July 18th. And you can see the drama unfold live and in person at the Riot Games Arena. Tickets go on sale after Masters Toronto. We'll see you there. Follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at Valley Sports NA for all the latest news, exclusive video content, and more.
Will he grab the 4 for the 1v1? Yes, he will!
It'll be impossible because it's C9. EG also, right?
All right, everyone, welcome to the stage.
Okay, here we go. This is the one.
Half of our teams are going to be switching groups following Masters Toronto, and it's time to find out who is making the move. Now, I'm going to be assisting Nick Weatherlow here from the Comp Ops teams. Guys, give it up for Nick if you don't mind. I told him I was going to do that and embarrass him. Totally worth it. Now, of course, let's go over the rules real fast and how this draw works. Now, using the final Stage 1 group standings, teams will be paired up based on their final placement. So you got Alpha 1 and Omega 1, Omega 2, Alpha 2, so on and so forth, right? We have 3 bowls here, and inside of those bowls is number 1 and 2
Loud
teams,
Furia, so Loud, 2G, Lev. Honestly, kind of even at the moment. EG, Energy, 100 Thieves, C9. Alright, dude, we can get in a stack group here for sure. Loveless, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you.
Swap. That is important to keep in mind because we did this test and oh my god, the results can be crazy. So, Nick, let's do this, Papa. Pool number 1, what we got? Oh boy. So now this is going to be, and remember, we swap the teams around. We swap them around, and it is
drawn pairs will
G2
swap.
and Crew. So now G2 goes to the
I
Alpha
see.
group,
Okay.
and Crew goes to the Omega group. There you go. All right, Nick, let's hit him with the second one. And remember, it's only halves, so we're only drawing 1 bowl from the bowls. Say that 5 times fast. I dare you. Okay, what we got here? Oh.
Okay, to make sure they have different matchups, it's kind of smart.
See something. See something. Number 3 seed, 100 Thieves in Cloud9.
Wait.
100 Thieves now move
Dude,
across.
Alpha
and C9
is getting
are now
stacked.
Alpha boys. There you go.
Alpha's
Boom.
getting kind of stacked.
That's crazy. Okay. Nick, want to do the honors for number 3? What do you guys think of the group so far?
Dude, keep Loud in there, man. Loud are pretty good. This should be group 5 flat.
It's the 6 seed,
Switched
Loud
them.
and Furia.
Oh, poor Furia, bro.
Swapping over.
They're done.
So there we go there.
I mean, they're already done, but they're really done now.
And here are your groups for Stage 2.
Dude, look at Alpha, though. It's still stacked. G2, Sen, C9.
Champions of Stage 1, Sentinels, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, 2G, who got
Oh,
Big Spikes coming
boy.
back, and Furia también.
Well,
Oh
2G
my God,
have
that
to
is crazy. And then on the other side,
have to get to top 4 to stay in Americas.
100 Thieves, Energy, Leviathan, and Loud, folks. Guys, give it up for Nick. Thank you so much.
Crew, MIB, 100 Fees, NRG, Lev, Louds.
Bring up our players. We got EU,
Dude, that's kind of even as well, though.
Valen. Come on up, boys.
I mean,
Come on up,
Alpha's pretty stacked, but I feel like Omega's like hard to work it out.
Give it up for our players. Come on.
How do they always give it?
EU, start with you, my man. What do you think of your Omega group so far? Feeling good? Feeling concerned? Anything you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. We never really beat this team, like, ever, so this might be like an insta loss, but we'll see if we can beat the rest of the teams.
Hey, I respect the humility, man. It's awesome. Oxy, you're in the shark pit over here with the boys. This is going to be quite problematic. How you feeling about this?
Jeez, he has nothing to worry about. C9 is regular season merchants, bro. He's got nothing to worry about.
Oh my god, I'm happy. This is gonna be great.
Zels is saying you guys are regular season merchants.
Facts.
Listen, we'll be back for prep, hopefully.
Okay, all right, I appreciate
I mean, it
that.
might
All
work
right,
out for them. They might have a rough
Well,
season
you got here,
and then do good in
you got
playoffs.
G2 in your group with you. You guys just played an incredible series. You got C9, EG, 2G, and Furia. crazy stuff there. Your thoughts?
I mean, the only team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit. So.
My blood pressure's rising. Good God. That was too much for me. This is a children's show, Zeus. Come on. And Valen, okay, he said the only team he's worried about is you guys. How does that make you feel, man?
You think I'm worried about anybody? Back-to-back champs?
Back-to-back champs. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well,
What are we
guys,
talking
look,
about?
this is it. These are the groups, and we want to thank you all so much, not just for the work you put into the season, but for taking the time with us here today, guys. Give it up for our players
Poor
one more time.
2G and Furia, though. They're so wrecked.
Now, of course, we want to thank everyone for tuning in.
Chat, Omega's super open, though. Top 4, Crew, MIB 100 Thieves, NRG. Who else is it? Loud and Lev? That's really open.
July 18th. And, of course, that's going to do it for our show here today. We thank you so much for tuning in. Best piece of advice I can give you.
You don't think that's open? I think Loud might be feeling alright about that.
Soon. For now, enjoy your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Bye-bye.
Okay, banger.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. It's playoffs time here at the Riot Games Arena. I never get to pick or play with the top
NRG, dude, NRG should be very happy with that. I feel like every team in Omega should be happy.
This should just be too many odds. That's 1 kill found though. And all 1v1.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. The next game. The next game is Friday, right? Pacific first. Pacific then EMEA, or is EMEA on Thursday?
How dare you? Bang goes for another one.
EMEA Thursday. Okay, next stream will be on Thursday. Then we've got EMEA. So a couple of days off. Plat Chat is on Tuesday. Same time that it's normally on, just a day later. No Pacific tomorrow? Nah, Pacific's on Friday. Give me a streamer to raid. Who we raiding for this one? Okay, Desp sounds good. And that group's so fun. That was a fun group. Raid Baby Bay? Yeah, let's raid Baby Bay. It's Baby Bay underscore something A or something, right? Am I just making this up?
They're gonna need more than that.
A baby. Okay, I knew it was in there somewhere.
Deliver again. Vic's gonna stick it. Stops it half.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good couple of days off as well. I'll see you guys for EMEA and Pacific. For the Americas only viewers, I'll see you in 4 weeks for Toronto. A while away. Alright, appreciate you all. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for being here. Shout out to the mods as always as well. Alright, bye everyone. Bye. YouTube chat, if you guys can sub, that would help me out. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much, guys. Take it easy.
Flash turned, and that's gonna be another round.